Hi, everyone. Welcome to this workshop on responsible and open foundation models. It's great to see the level of interest here. My name is Arvind Narayanan. I'm co-organizing this event with Sayash Kapoor, Rishi Bamasani, and Percy Liang. We're at Princeton University and Stanford University. Now, I think maybe the biggest tech policy debate today is about the future of AI, especially foundation models and generative AI. Will AI be open or closed? Will we be able to download and modify these models, or will a few companies control them? I think the stakes couldn't be higher. A closed path would lead to a concentration of power, perhaps at a scale never before seen in the history of capitalism. And that's especially true if AI is going to have a transformative effect on the economy. On the other hand, there are worries that open models might be much easier for bad actors to misuse. Now, of course, open versus closed is not a binary. There are many possible release strategies, and different developers are going to choose different ones. We organized this workshop because we believe that open models should have a place in this mix. And that's for a number of reasons we're going to hear about today. And by open models, we mean models whose weights are downloadable. And at the same time, we organized the workshop because of our belief that open doesn't mean a free-for-all. And open is in no way incompatible with responsible development and release of AI. When we started planning this workshop, we actually didn't predict how timely it was going to be. So we really lucked out in that way, and also because we have an extraordinary set of speakers. We have developers who've been leading from the front, professors who've been thinking deeply about these questions, and folks who bring a long history of expertise in open source software, in ethical AI, and in public policy. In fact, we actually reached out to our dream team of speakers, and almost everyone said yes. So the speakers and organizers are excited to be here today, and I hope you are too. So let me turn it over to Percy Liang, who is going to offer more thoughts to frame the discussion, and then he will introduce our keynote speaker, Joel Penio. Thank you, and welcome again.
Thank you, Arvind, and welcome everyone. Good morning or good afternoon or good evening. I'm really excited about this workshop. As Arvind mentioned, the open versus closed, if you put it very simply, is perhaps one of the most significant questions of AI today. And I'm really excited that there has been a great turnout of people wanting to discuss this. I want to start with a little bit of historical background, and for that, in AI, that means maybe 5-10 years ago. If you even look back at the mid-2010s, with the deep learning revolution, AI was, you would argue, would be open in a broad sense, in the most kind of broad sense. There were data sets such as ImageNet, which were open for researchers to use and develop, and there were papers that talked about all the details of how these algorithms worked. There were models that were released. BERT, if you guys remember that far, was excited a lot of people back in 2019. And as you could argue, as a precursor to this era of foundation models. And that was an open model. The training code is actually open. All of this builds on top of open tools such as PyTorch, TensorFlow, and more recently, Hugging Face transformers. And then around 2019, 2020, things really changed. So I would say GPT-2 started this transition where the model was not open in the very beginning. There was still a paper about it with many of the details, but it was not an open model initially. There was a staged release. Eventually, it did become open. And now GPT-3 excuse me, in 2020 was decidedly not open. There was still a paper with a fair number of details, not all the details, but there were no model weights available. There was still API access, but of course that has gives you limited access. And then we have GPT-4, which you could call it a paper, but it doesn't say anything about how the model was built. And in fact, it cites competitive dynamics as a reason why the ecosystem is closed. And this is not just OpenAI. I think Anthropic, Google, and many other organizations have followed this trend of making models more closed. And in the meantime, there's been, you could argue the resistance or if you want to be dramatic about it, but Eleuther AI, I think, has pioneered many of the open models such as GPT-J, GPT-Neo-X. They developed the Pile, and in the early 2021, in reaction to the closed ecosystem. Then was Meta's OPT, Big Science's Bloom, and more recently, in the last year, we've seen quite a blossoming or proliferation, depending on your term of art, of open models, which includes Falcon, MPT, Red Pajama, and of course Llama, which we're going to hear more about in a second. And so there's this kind of dichotomy here. And it seems like the open models are gaining quite a bit of steam. Now, so why does this matter? I think, as Arvind put it articulately, open versus closed is really a question about centralization versus decentralization. In the closed world, and foundation model provider is essentially doing all the content moderation, making the decisions. You decide what is toxic, what is allowed, what is safe. And there are some advantages here. It's harder to misuse a closed model because the model provider can simply limit access to fine-tuning, and even if it does provide fine-tuning, as is the case now with GPT-4, it can monitor its use, and in principle, it can stop really malicious behavior. On the other hand, it's clear that this is a massive step towards the centralization of power, which we've seen historically has been quite problematic. On the other hand, open models, so what by open, I maybe simply say not closed, including Llama, which released its model weights. Here, anyone can download the weights and customize it. So the advantages here is that it promotes innovation because people can download the model and make it their own. In certain cases, it leads to more transparency. You have the model weights, you can inspect them, although that's interpretability of neural nets is another topic of its own. So those are the advantages, but of course, the main disadvantage that is cited is that it's easy to misuse. You can fine-tune the weights. Any safety that's put on top, it's been shown can be easily stripped off. Watermarks can be stripped off, and so on. And this generates quite a bit of angst among are these models, if they're just out in the world, will malicious actors be able to misuse them? Or even benign, but let's say overeager actors would find problems with these models. And but this workshop is not really about the closed versus open debate. We can hold another workshop on that. We believe that there is a role for open models. So this workshop is conditioning on the fact that at least a large part of the ecosystem will be open, and we're embracing that. But open, I think, as Arvind mentioned, often gets conflated with this Wild West. If you put it open, it's kind of reckless deployment. And we couldn't disagree more with that. I think there is a way to do open model release responsibly, both in development, but also in deployment. And this workshop is trying to explore some of those strategies. And one could say that in some ways, open models could be more safe, in the same way, drawing analogy to the computer security, where you have cryptographic protocols which are out in the open for everyone to see in plain sight, leads to far greater security than security by obscurity. There are also, I think it's an open research question about how you make open models truly responsible and safe. For example, there's been recent work on this idea of self-destructing models, where you can release open models such that a malicious actor would have to do extra work to fine-tune it for ill. Very nascent and kind of long-term, but I think there are ideas that we would like to explore to make open models work as well as possible. And of course, there are policy questions around this. And the open versus closed has really entered the policy debate, and how that will play out, I think, is something to watch. Now, just a few kind of caveats about the word open. I think the word itself generates quite a bit of controversy and disagreement. And I just want to be clear that we are using open in a very broad sense, partially because there is no well-accepted definition of open for AI. There is open source, which is well established in the open source community. And this is related to the idea of open models releasing, but open source imposes, or rather, limits the restrictions that can be placed on downstream use, whereas one thinks that to do responsible open models, one inherently has to have some restriction, but this is a debate. One other caveat is open is not the same as open science here. For example, many of the open models don't release the data or the code and are generally not reproducible. So perhaps a better name for the workshop would have been responsible open weights foundation models, but that seemed a little bit clunky. And I think there are reasons to explore the broader meaning of openness, which might extend to data and other things, but hopefully we can explore some of those in the workshop. Okay, so just a snapshot on the screen, you can see our agenda for today. We're going to open with Joel Pineau giving the keynote, and then we'll have 3 sessions which explore some of these questions about open, responsible, and open foundation models, starting with high-level principles. What do we want to achieve with openness? What is responsibility? And then session 2 is about practices. This is going deep into the mechanics of how do you actually make responsible open source work. And then session 3 will pop back up to thinking about policy questions and how we can use a policy lever to help promote the responsible and open foundation models. All right, so now we will turn to our first speaker, Joel Pineau. So as many of you know, Joel Pineau is a VP of AI research at Meta and also professor at McGill. She's worked on a wide range of topics from robotics, reinforcement learning, planning, dialogue, etc. Especially pertinent to this workshop is her work on reproducibility and open science. She created the NeurIPS reproducibility checklist in 2019 and organized the first reproducibility challenge, which has had a very positive impact, I would say, on the health of machine learning field. More recently, she's been, of course, involved in Meta's efforts to develop foundation models, notably Llama, which I would say is perhaps the strongest open foundation model in the sense of publicly available weights, which I'm sure she will talk about. So I'm very excited to have Joel join me, so please welcome her.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. The next step is, will you be able to see my slides? Are you seeing them? Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. Let's try this again. That seems more promising.
Great.
Excellent. Pleasure to be here with you. This is such a timely and important topic. And I in particular really welcome the opportunity to have this discussion with a really broad set of stakeholders, people who come from different disciplines and different points of views on this question. I do think we are at a time where we need to discuss and experiment in this space and learn together. how we are going to tackle this problem. And so a lot of what I'm sharing today is work that stems from the work that we've been doing at Meta and from the teams that are pushing on the state of the art in AI. I will share with you some of the work that we've done in the last year, but very much in a spirit of discussions, much more than, I didn't come here with a full blueprint and recipe of how to go about this, but it's really opening up a window in our experience on this journey, which I hope can inform how we advance together as a community. Let me ground this in where we are as a community. And I love reading the AI index. There's always like lots of little information that gives you kind of in a very telling way, a snapshot of where we are as a field. This is just two of the indicators that came out in the 2023 report. On the left hand, the number of publications in the world in AI, hitting 500,000 papers and growing. And on the other hand, the number of GitHub projects, and in this case, hitting close to 350,000 projects. And when I look at that number, it is just mind-boggling that we are here for a couple of reasons. One, as an AI researcher, I do want to always be sort of on the edge of everything that's coming out, and this is like clearly an impossible task given the volume that is coming out. I can only imagine people who are less close to the field of AI research, the feeling that they get, but even I haven't been in the field for 20 years or so. Just it feels like very, very hard to know how to sort through all of this. And secondly, I will say I have spent the last 5 or 6 years of my career really pushing on issues of reproducibility in AI. And in particular, the ability to take some work that's been previously done and reproduce this work so that we can increase the confidence we have in the results and in the findings so that we can advance as a field together. And I can, at a later point, share with you more of my thoughts on reproducibility. This isn't going to be so much the focus today, but I will say for me, these two things are very connected. Our ability to take the very rich findings that are coming throughout the community to decide which of that are really reliable findings on which to build, and to do that in a way to accelerate our understanding and our progress is deeply important. But I do feel like opening up the models, in particular open science more generally, is an absolute essential ingredient in our ability to advance in our scientific journey. And so in many ways, this is where a lot of my motivation comes from. I feel like the more we are enabling a great diversity of people to contribute to the trajectory of AI, the better the research will be, and down the line, the better our systems will be. Last little clip from the AI index before I jump in. This is the size of the models that are getting released. So not only is there a huge number of publications, a huge number of code shared on GitHub, but the size of the models are getting bigger and bigger. Not all of these are open models. These are sort of a capture of many of the models that have been produced. And that means that the complexity of these models and our ability to understand them is getting harder and harder, but also the number of groups in the world who are able to train these models is getting smaller and smaller, because when the models get bigger, of course, the compute requirements to train these models gets more and more restricted. So necessarily on that curve, what we are seeing is, it's not shown on the curve per se, but what you should read through this is kind of a funnel of a smaller and smaller number of groups able to train these models, meaning that the knowledge is within a smaller number of hands, also meaning that the diversity of people who have the ability to do this are in a smaller number of groups. And so I feel that's pretty telling as we take on these questions. Where are we going with all this? Again, I feel it's important to really set this in the context of where we are going as a field. I think this is one hypothesis. I don't think it's the only one, but one hypothesis is we are building towards ever larger, more general models. What I'll call the AGI hypothesis is the sense that over time, we can build these foundation models and potentially one very large, very powerful foundation model that is able to digest data across several modalities. Out of this data, build a very rich representation, sometimes called a world model. That representation is so rich as to enable prediction over a wide variety of different phenomenon. The model can be used for planning and reasoning and customized towards a large number of tasks, including number of tasks it hasn't seen before. So this is the hypothesis on this journey. I do want to emphasize it is not the only possible hypothesis, but I do think it's, when you see this graph of these models getting ever bigger, and when we see where the conversation is going, it's certainly the one that is top of mind. And because I said it's not the only hypothesis, I feel obliged to at least, put up a straw man of another hypothesis of where we may end up. And I do think it's important to keep this in mind in the conversation, that the AGI hypothesis is not the only one on the table. And this is what I will call, for the purposes of today, the AI population hypothesis. The possibility that what we will actually build isn't one single AI that can actually solve all problems everywhere for everyone, but actually there will be a population of different AI systems. This is in fact, the reality we live in today, with multiple AI systems deployed, trained with different data. The appealing aspect of this AI population hypothesis is that it allows us to have a diversity of models in terms of how we train these models, how we release these models and share these models, and how we use and deploy these models. And so that gives us a lot more agency and controllability into how we are essentially shepherding these models through our society. And I do think it's a hypothesis worth keeping in mind, because in many ways, that's the situation we are in today. I suspect that the situation we are going to be in a long term. And I could talk at length why I think this is actually a really, really important way to think about AI that is quite powerful counter view versus the HI hypothesis. But I wanted to put it out there because in many ways, our ability to decide our strategy with respect to responsible sharing of our models is well captured with this hypothesis, better than the other one. Let me move on. I do work for an organization that has been strongly committed to releasing research, and I just wanted to frame this in the broader history of this organization. You're welcome to go check out the GitHub report. Over 10 years or so, we've released over 1,000 different libraries. And I would say, there's a number of different models that we've explored. Only in 2023, we've released a dozen or so foundation models, quickly listed here. There's been other papers and data sets and so on published also. But these are cases where we did maybe a bigger release. And so just to say, in many ways, we have experience with a wide different set of models. It's not all text. Some of them are image, some of them are music, some of them are different modalities. Which bring to bear different questions. Some of them are generative models, some of them are discriminative models, some of them we go out with a research license, some of them we adopt more of a commercial license. And as we go, we sort of look through each of these cases to figure out what is the best model for each of them. So one thing to keep in mind as we go through the workshop is really not to look for a single solution. It's not to look for sort of a recipe that we can apply, each of us in each of our organization, in each of our different cases, but really to have an in-depth discussion of how we set up a strategy for responsible sharing of models and how we do it in the context of the work we are doing, the organizations we work for, as well as the communities that we are aiming to impact through our work. The history of what we do goes back quite a while, and the reason I love to bring up the PyTorch story is because in many ways that goes to the foundation of why I think it's so powerful of a paradigm to be sharing our work. PyTorch, I don't know how many of you know, I suspect many people joining us today use or have used PyTorch, especially if you are AI developers or researchers, started more than 2 decades ago now, out of a very small group of people. We had a project called Torch, just a few people together, trying to put together a library of what they needed to be very agile and productive in research. And over time, that project grew, that project shifted from C++ to Python and so on and so forth. It shifted from being really research focused to being much more developer, to being much more product focused. It also came out of FAIR, the fundamental AI research organization at Meta, to move to more of a prod infra team, eventually to move into a foundation down the line. But through that trajectory, there was really the vision that by sharing this with as broad a community as possible, we accelerate the development and the quality of the work. And that's really my core hypothesis in pursuing this. It really comes down to the fact that when you open up the doors to this technology to a much more large and diverse community, you really accelerate your ability to make progress, not just on the technical components, on the usability components, as well as some of the other aspects, which we'll discuss with our model. And so I think this is a really telling story. I sort of stopped in 2019, but you could go on to this day. I think quite a lot of use of this technology. Let's take this question of, why we take on such a point of view on open innovation. We're not the only one. I think there's a lot of people who are sympathetic to this point of view today. And so I think for those who sort of make this commitment, I think on the one hand, having such a commitment to openness in every case, whether it's an academic research lab, and this is something that I've done with my students at McGill University for many years also, or whether it's an industry lab, when you commit to opening up your work, you really set up a very high bar for excellence and for responsibility. When you know that that work will be scrutinized and used by many people, potentially millions of people, it sets a very high bar in that respect. And it means that you invest the resources and the work necessary to bring out work that is of quality. The second one, which is one I've mentioned already today, collaboration clearly leads us to building better and faster solution. It brings in a more diverse set of people to contribute to how those solutions are built. And third, and I think this is important for the field of AI where we stand today, having transparency helps build trust in our discoveries. It invites people to ask questions, to probe, to scrutinize. And in doing so, we are putting them in place, the pieces we need to build trust with the society in which our AI systems are deployed. So in many ways, these are the things that motivate me personally to keep on pushing for an agenda of open innovation, whether it's in the academic world, whether it's through industrial research labs, and to engage in conversations with communities such as these we have today. Let me take you on a very simple example of one domain, and this is the image segmentation task, a classic of AI research for many, many years. And it just shows you, maybe for those of you who've had less of your eyes right on the scientific progress, it shows you the timeline of progress in a task like this. And it opens up some very interesting questions as we go. First, going back 2012, I think a seminal moment, the image segmentation task is one where you take an image and you try to associate concepts, semantic concepts with the image, usually in the form of a few words. So in 2012, we had a first system based on deep learning techniques, which was able to identify objects such as bus and clock in images. It could do so over thousands of categories of objects, trained on millions of images. It was really an important step because prior to that date, most of the technology was trained using more classical techniques. Machine learning, yes, not necessarily deep learning, where the features of the machine learning algorithms were based on geometric and other visual properties of the data. And so by 2015, we figured out that objects didn't have to be, holistic over the whole image. Objects could actually have locality, spatial locality within the image. So we were able to put bounding boxes around these objects. By 2017, we acknowledged that objects are not all in the shape of boxes. So we could have sort of pixel level segmentation. We had it at the forefront of the image, but not behind the image. And by 2019, we had full semantic segmentation of the image. All of these systems that were publicly released. And so over time, over that very short period of 7 years, we went from a system that is high performing, but really low resolution in terms of the specificity of the information, to 2019, where we have a system that is much more performing in terms of specificity of the information. Now, this is core technology. Image segmentation is sort of very, very core technology. It is not a generative model in some ways. It is very controllable. But if you think of what it opens up in terms of application, it's also very telling. If you're trying to build an automated driving vehicle, a smart car based on the technology from 2012, it's very difficult to get a good system out of this kind of technology. You look at 2019, where you have full semantic annotation, you have much more precise information about the scene that allows you to build that quality of a system. And so it means that our trajectory over the technology is very fast. It means that it opens up the door to many new applications. Often the people who are building the core models are not necessarily the same people who are building the applications. And this is probably a good thing. It brings in a much greater number of people into this work. Where are we today? Well, we've recently produced earlier this year a system called Segment Anything. I'm not going to get into the technical details of how we build it. In many ways, I think the underlying architecture was not that novel. It allowed us to consolidate many pieces of what we knew how to do already. Out of this, we could produce many different artifacts, and we had the resources to train a system that was very high quality and very high performing. And when we thought about how to share that system and release it into the world, we looked at a whole set of assets. I often call them my research artifacts. And so traditionally, the research paper has been the primary research artifacts through which we communicate our work. But more and more, I think it's useful to be very thoughtful about having a set of different artifacts that are released jointly that give a more complete picture of the work. And so in this case, we released the code to train the model. We also released the model itself, so the trained weights. We invested quite a bit in building a data set. And so we released 100 million images, as well as 1 billion segmentation masks, so delimitation of specific objects with the annotation of that object. As we were preparing for the release, one of the things that was top of mind is, of course, privacy. A lot of these information can inadvertently include information that we don't want to release. And so we had a phase of de-identifying the faces, license plates to make sure that we have accommodating some of these privacy concerns. And we released a demo that allowed people to play with the system itself, a demo that could spark the imagination and should let people have new ideas about how to use the other assets and artifacts that we had shared with this project. And so I think the point I want to emphasize in this project, and I'll do that for a few other projects, is really how you are thoughtful about different considerations that come into the release, and that drives the decision and the strategy for what to release. In this particular case, the demo is able to show you, I hope the video will play. Let me see. It's able to show you how to do controllable segmentation. And so through interaction, people can decide what aspects of the work they want to segment. Let me just play this. So you can see, in this case, there's the notion that through either the use of your mouse to select an area or click on an area, or eventually through word-based commands, where you can specify that you want cat, it's going to look for all the cats in the image. And so there's a notion that objects are not necessarily always of the same type, but through this interaction and this controllability of the model, you can actually determine what you want and what you don't necessarily want. Now, when we released this model back in April, it was interesting to see what the uptake was. On the one hand, I would say on the first day that we launched, we had 48,000 people who tried the demo, who looked at that. And by the end of the first month, it was 1.7 million people who had tried the demo. These people created lots of new things with this, much beyond anything we could have imagined. People looking at applications in agriculture, in healthcare, in conservation, so on and so forth. Internally, inside Meta, I would say the biggest application was to increase our ability to label content. And so we have a group of people who work for preserving the integrity of the various platforms that we have. And in some cases, that involves looking at images and deciding when images are presented content that doesn't adhere to the community rules for that platform. And so having a tool like Segment Anything and label them to accelerate by 6 times the labeling speed internally for doing some of this work. This is a huge, powerful accelerator. We didn't need to protect the IP in this model. We didn't need to keep it in-house to achieve this. And when we released the model, we could unleash the creativity of so many other people to build some of these applications. And over time, it's been fun to sort of track all the different applications that people are using, the types of pictures that they're uploading, or what they're doing with the code on their own. And we hear about through tweets and others to figure out all the different use cases for this technology. So I think it's important to be a sort of a driver for innovation, but to balance that with figuring out how to do it in a responsible way. Now, let me talk a little bit, behind the scenes. When we set up these projects, whether this one or others, in many ways, there's many questions that come up. And I think as research groups, we are used to many of the, boxes here. You're used to figuring out, like, what is your goal of your project, specifying the North Star for your project, making sure that you have the compute budget that you need to train your model, figuring out we have the data, making sure you have the talent, people who have the know-how to train these models. The piece we don't talk about nearly as often is culture. have you set the culture in this project to do the right work, to do work of the highest quality, and eventually to do work that will enable you to open source the work? And so I would say in many ways, what's been important in our organization to be able to do so much work in openly is to spend time being thoughtful about that culture and to be thoughtful about how do we set the conditions for the work to be successful. One of the key elements of that culture that has been really important is this one. It's pretty simple. We start every project with the intent to open source the work. And when you do that, it doesn't mean that at the end of the project, you always open source every time. In some cases, the idea just doesn't work. We have many cases, in fact, of failed research idea. This is completely normal and expected. In some cases, we decide not to release something for various reasons. We don't have the staff to make the model of equality that we would really want to share it with others. There's all sorts of things that happen, but the intent when we start the work is to open source this work, to share it, to open the door so that the world can scrutinize, investigate, and build on it and use it. And so that has been a pretty transformative point of view. I think it's unusual. I wouldn't say it's unique. There are other organizations who share this point of view, but it is not always the case. Let me take you to a few more examples before we close, and we'll open it up to Q&A before the end of the session. I will say, as we embark on this journey, as I start, putting in place this culture where we start every project with this intent to open source, it means we have to be very mindful of how do we drive progress. And we have, a notion of state of the art that cannot be limited to technical progress. And so more and more, every time we build a project, we're very thoughtful about how do we make sure that we are pushing the state of the art on technology, but also pushing the state of the art on social progress. Whether it means providing new, better solutions for safety of the models. You'll hear about some of this work a little bit later. Melanie Camador is going to give a talk on some of the safety methods we build into our Llama model. Do we have new methods to assess fairness? In some cases, building data sets specifically for that. Do we enable more sustainability, in particular, by being transparent about the environmental cost of the models that we train? And so really this notion of pushing the state of the art hand in hand between technological progress and social progress, I think is also part of the culture that we need to build as we are doing this work. Let me take you through a few more examples before I wrap up. One of them is our voice box project. This is a very interesting one. It's a speech-based model, infilling model where we can infer the audio style, and you can have in some cases either sort of a spoken segment where you need to sort of take away some noise. Maybe there's some background noise that you want to take out, or maybe you have part of the segment and you want to produce the rest of the segment prompted on some written words. It's a pretty nice model. We've shared the paper on that. And when it came to sharing this work, we looked carefully at the model and at which of the assets we could share, how to think about each of the artifacts. We had some very nice results in terms of word error rate, both for the English model as well as the multilingual model. We saw a nice drop in terms of the error rate in the model. The style similarity was getting better. So our ability to go from one segment and actually transfer the audio style, so the voice of someone, to another segment was quite impressive. And so we were genuinely quite proud of the progress we had done with this model. But voice is a very particular modality. And voice is a case where if your ability to generate voice at a level of fidelity that is very high gets too good, it becomes much easier to sort of reuse this model for dual purposes, which are not intended for it, in particular to generate fake messages through voice, which are very difficult to authenticate. In some cases, we have good methods to authenticate material, whether it's through watermarking and so on. But right now, for voice, we don't have great solutions to some of these safety concerns. So in this case, when we shared the work, we shared, of course, data set, research paper, we shared a few samples so people could appreciate the quality of the work. But at this time, we haven't released the code and the model for this work because we haven't found the right ways to mitigate some of the safety concerns of the work. It's not for a lack of willingness to do that, but in some sense, our technology progress our social progress, it did not move at the same rate together, so that we felt confident to share this work. We're still, of course, always pushing the state of the art on both of these aspects, and so we'll see how that comes. But so far, I think this was a decision that we take based on an analysis of the benefits and the risk of this model. And so I want to be very clear that as we embark on all of these, there's always this frame of reference of, are we moving progress sufficiently in all dimensions of the work such that the benefits outweigh some of the potential risks of sharing some of the work? Let's talk a little bit of our large language models. I know that is top of mind for everyone here. And so quickly, I think Percy mentioned in his opening the release of our OPT model. That was back in 2022. It was one of the very first large models, in this case, 175 billion parameter model, that was openly shared for people to try, including models at different sizes to sort of accelerate the pace of research. It was our first big model release, through which we learned quite a bit. When we did this release, we did a few things that were a little bit unusual. The first one is, rather than share the code and model completely openly, so just sort of drop them on GitHub, we decided to do a gated release for researchers. So AI researchers could apply to have access to the model, and then they'd get a key to download the model, as well as the code. The thinking was that we hadn't built in enough aspects of responsibility into this model to release it very widely. It was still very much a research prototype. Therefore, we wanted to share it with the research community. The other thing that was a little bit unusual we've done in this project is to share the logbooks, just because there was so much mystery at the time about how to train some of these large models. Very few groups were doing it. And so that is like a detailed account, a messy detailed account of everything that went into training this model. But I do think at this particular time point, it had a lot of value to provide sort of a snapshot into that for the community. We didn't release a demo at the time, thinking that the people using the models would be the ones who would be able to run it, and they didn't need a demo to do that. Moving forward, February 2023, we trained and released our Llama model. In this case, a slightly different architecture and training mechanism than OPT. We were able to, achieve a similar or better level of performance with a smaller level, and we released on the range from 7 billion to 65 billion parameter models, with the ability to test out all of that. In the case of Llama, again, we stuck to our approach of gating the release for researchers, both the code and the model. Again, on this thought that the models were not ready. We hadn't invested enough in terms of safety, fairness, mitigations to release them widely to the public. In this case, we included a model card and responsible use guides, which are a little bit more developed version compared to the logbooks, release the research paper, of course, and share that to the community. And there was a huge interest from the community. I would say the uptake of this model was really exciting, and so much innovation happened on top of that model very, very quickly. And that, brought us to see innovations, fine tuning, whether it's the alpaca model, the koala model, and so on and so forth. There was a whole zoo of new models that were built on this. That was very exciting to see over time, and in many ways, opened up the door to democratization of access to these models, which I think is so important. Recently this year, July 2023, we released the Llama 2 model. There's a language model, and there's a version fine-tuned for chatting. Again, sort of several sizes of models from 7 billion parameters to 65 billion parameters. In this case, we had the time to invest much more in our fine-tuning for safety. Again, Melanie will be talking about this a little bit later today, but because we felt much more confident in terms of our investment in the safety mitigations and the fine-tuning of the model, we were able to make this available under a commercial license. And in this case, release the code, the model card, and all of that, rather than just the paper, or rather than gating it to just the research community. The demo itself, we didn't release ourselves, though versions of the code have been released by our partners. And it's been interesting to see, again, the uptake from the Llama 2 model. I think, we are seeing the innovation move very, very quickly as a result, and it's been exciting to see that trajectory. As I close, let me just finish off with just, I think, a few principles of responsible innovation that I hope can guide us. And I try to use them again. You know, I talked about culture. We don't often do that, but I do think it's so important to the work that we do. The first one is to keep in mind that our research innovation should really aim to create value, social, ethical, environmental, cultural, economic value. It is so important that we do that. Secondly, we explore and prioritize all the impacts, short-term, long-term. We have to have framing and understanding of this. And we want to involve multi-party stakeholders in doing that, users, civil societies, researchers, and so on and so forth. And last but not least, we really need to aim for extreme transparency to encourage participation and trust in this model. And I apologize, these principles are adopted from sources I've used, and I usually cite the sources in this. I feel it's not really consistent. I will try to loop back with this group and share with you the references for that. They're sort of adapted from a few different sources that I think are inspiring reading for this, but this is sort of my digest of where I think we need to go and sort of be grounded on these principles as we're doing. I hope they can be inspiring for some of you and so for some of the discussions that we're having today. Let me close with that. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Joelle, for that fantastic talk. I really appreciate the point about culture, and I really think that culture plays a really strong role in how an organization or a group functions. So there was a lot of questions in the Zoom, and so I'll try to get through as many as we can. If you have further questions, ask on Zoom or a live stream. I wanted to open up. I think you're probably the best person to ask about reproducibility and foundation models. So you've done a lot of work on promoting reproducibility, and it's a fact that today foundation models aren't reproducible. Many of them, even the most open ones, don't have, or the frontier ones don't have code or paper with the full details. I think all of them would fail the reproducibility challenge. And even if you had the details, you need a compute to be able to reproduce these models. So what do you think? Are these just not at odds with each other?
I tried to take, the broad view on a lot of questions. And so I completely agree with your assessment. I would not call this work reproducible for the most part. I think, some people are still attempting to sort of reverse engineer some aspects of certain models. If we think of sort of the GPT family of models, for example, while they're not reproducible, they're still valuable. So I don't want to be sort of very religious about this notion of reproducibility. For me, reproducibility is an important standard towards building up our knowledge. And when I can reproduce something, I have greater confidence in the knowledge. But a proof of existence and a prototype is also valuable to advance our knowledge. We may not know exactly how the pyramids were built, but they remain, very inspiring. And so that's how I think of these models. I think of them as artifacts. I think of them as artifacts that can inspire work. I think artifacts on which we can build in some cases. And so I don't completely, I'm not one to really devalue when we've created something. And I think there's a lot of value to creating these artifacts, even when they're not reproducible. But we have to be rigorous about how we take them for what they are. And so in many ways, we don't have the ability to test them, to examine them, to validate, for example, some of their biases, some of their safety methods. And so before I use one of these models in an application that is critical or important, I will ask a lot of very hard questions. So I think that's where it comes down to, without reproducibility, our level of confidence about certain behaviors is much weaker. And so we have to be much more diligent and careful about how we use these models.
Yeah, thank you. There are a few questions on Zoom about the review process. So I think you did a great job of, with those slides, articulating for each project, the trade-offs between transparency and safety or privacy and what assets you released. So the question is about what's the framework for deciding, if you can share about the processes. And in particular, are there stakeholders and voices outside Meta who participated, and how, because in some cases, we have the peer review system for I guess people can put papers on archive, but we have peer review. But for releases, I don't think there's quite such a thing. So can you speak to that?
Yeah, I think it would be it would be very tempting to feel like I can come here and hand you the recipe for doing this, right? To say like, here's our process, here's the 2-pager, we have a form, people fill this out, and then here's who reviews it, and there you go. That's not really how it happens, because honestly, as we are progressing through this work, we are creating new ways. And with every release, each one is different, and there's no blueprint per se. There's a couple ingredients definitely that are there. One of them is, and that's what I tried to capture in my principle of responsible innovation, really being very clear about what is the value that you're capturing. So we tried to capture that, and some of it is technology value. Some of this may be other things, whether it's, our ability to accelerate innovation and so on and so forth. So we try to capture what's the value of it. We try to bring together multi-stakeholders. So I'm in regular conversations with, of course, the researchers leading the work, but our partners who have expertise, lawyers, policy, comms, and so on. It's a multi-stakeholder group that makes the decision together. And we look at the risks, and then we assess, the short-term and the long-term impact. So the value, the risk, the multi-party stakeholders. It's in our culture to aim for transparency, but we try to balance the value with the risks. And we look at multi-dimensional version of this. And the fact that we have multiple stakeholders at the table ensures that we have a diverse set of voices. To your question specifically of, do we bring in external voices into it? I would say right now it's been limited how much we bring in external voices, because often before the launch, it's hard to share the information. I think this is something that we're thinking about on a regular basis. How do we facilitate bringing more voices in? When we did the Llama 2 launch, we created an academic cohort. Some of you today may be participant in this academic cohort. And we want to be really thoughtful about how we bring this academic cohort in. In some cases, do we think of releasing models early with some of these, very close partners is something we could do. We've built academic cohorts for other projects, which I didn't talk about today. We have our Ego 4D projects. If you want to go digging in, this is a project that collects egocentric computer vision data sets. We do that in partnership with a dozen universities around the world. And so they have access to the data early. They have access to some of the assets before they're publicly released. And so this is a model we've done in that one project, as well as a few others. And this is something we're thinking about how to do it. And how to enable that that amount of conversation. I will say, I think there'd be something really powerful to having sort of a community group inside the research community that can act as a party to that we can consult with and bring in under some guarantees of confidentiality for early work. But I would say that's very much work in progress. On some other questions, we work a lot with groups like Partnership on AI, for example. When it comes to establishing common guidelines towards the safe release of model, we're plugged into some of their work, and there we have really a conversation with many other external groups on how to do it. And the learnings from that are things that we bring into our work internally at Meta.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'm glad you guys are thinking about how to engage in academic partners and set up more of a community standard. There's a few questions on the issue of downstream use. So one of the potential concerns with open models is that it's hard to track what people are doing with it. And I know there's licenses. For example, Llama 2 has an acceptable use policy license. But more, I guess, one narrow question is, how well has that been working? What happens when people report violations? And more broadly, what do you think of the ability to ensure safety, not just of the immediate model release, but of all the downstream impact?
Yeah, I would say we're still learning from that. I don't have some, great either data or even of anecdotes to share with you on that. I would say to some degree, we're still tracking all of this and having sort of the stage release approach where we release Llama as a research license and then a little bit later as a commercial license is a way that we're sort of looking at that trajectory. I don't have great way to distill the learnings from that. We'll have to watch it for a little bit longer to do it. I will say, proactively, we of course look at the possible negative use cases of this technology. This is what, prompted us for now to hold back on the voice box model. And so something that we definitely concretely discuss. But evaluating, between evaluating risk proactively versus seeing how the future unrolls, there's a big delta. And so we're we're still monitoring that and trying to see how we're going to do it. I will say there's also a lot of very open question for us as a society of what's the level of responsibility regarding downstream use for AI technology. I think a lot of these questions are unresolved even from the society's point of view.
Yeah, it's definitely very tricky. So another question I want to ask is about analogies with other fields. Of course, AI is very new, so as you mentioned, we're still trying to figure things out.
Yeah.
Of course, many other fields have had to grapple with some of the same issues around the trade-off between safety and transparency and so on. And I'm wondering, what do you think the right analogy or what are useful analogies? So on one hand, we have dual use technologies like, cryptography, the internet, and just code and, even compilers in general, with overtly no, restrictions, where people tried to put restrictions, but it kind of didn't really work. And it seems like there's been the case made that, well, there should open source, put it out there, and that's what it should be. On the other hand, people have been drawing analogies with nuclear weapons, bioweapons, any type of weapons, which clearly have strong, restrictions associated with it. And I think we're somewhere in between, and it's obviously a multidimensional space. Do you think that these other fields can inform our thinking in some way?
I definitely think they can and should inform our thinking. And I would say the analogies that I've maybe mostly drawn from are, on the one hand, the open source software community. I think this is one where we have a lot of lessons to learn from. And, the PyTorch example is sort of much more aligned with that community than AI. I think there's some differences between the open source software community and AI. With respect to the information that gets digested in, the software is in many ways created directly from us. It doesn't necessarily digest tons of data. There's less of privacy concerns, so on and so forth. So it's not a perfect analogy, but I think that's one that's been drawn on quite a bit. There's the analogy with the security community and the securities community's very open approach, and the fact that seems for the large part to have helped us build better security solutions faster. So I think that's an important one. And then there's the analogy with the nuclear world, of course, that is one that is sometimes is made usually on the argument that, if your technology is so powerful, you need to regulate it very, very tightly. And I think the people who are pushing on that analogy are typically those who are concerned about some of the very long-term existential risk of the AI technology. I'll say two things. One, I think you have to be careful about using analogies, because the point of analogy is to basically, create an image. And it's very tempting to rely on an analogy to make the argument for you without being transparent about the limitations of your analogy. And so while I can draw on analogies to try to make my point more compelling and convince more people of my point, I think we have to be very careful to use that as an argumentative device and really come back to a careful analysis of the work that we are doing. So I look at analogies for inspiration, but I don't look at them for solutions, because then you simplify the limitations of the analogy and you just anchor on the piece that suits your narrative. So I want to be very careful about that. With respect to some of the more sort of the analogy with respect to the nuclear and the long-term risks of AI technology, the piece I come back to every day is, in many ways, so much of that is built on speculation, and I find we are so much more productive when we look at systems today, society today, in what we are creating for tomorrow, but not necessarily for 100 years from now. I do find that by grounding us in that, sort of observable measurements, interventions of which we can measure the effect, we have an ability to really bring change in a way that is productive and realistic. And so I try to stay grounded in that rather than really defer to sort of these science fiction devices.
Okay, thank you for that. That's all the time we have. Thank you so much for giving the talk. Very inspiring work, and kudos for Meta for leading a lot of open source efforts in AI. And thanks for the thoughtful answers. These are very difficult questions that I hope we can discuss in the remainder of the workshop.
Thank you.
So With that, let's move directly to panel 1, and I think Sayash will take it from here.
That's right. Thank you so much, Joel and Percy, for this wonderful conversation. And I'm very excited to welcome all of our viewers, both on Zoom and on the YouTube live stream, to the first panel for the workshop. This panel focuses on the principles that underlie open foundation models. And we have an excellent set of participants for talking about this issue. We have speakers in policy, from ethics, from open source software. It's literally the dream team that we could have hoped for. So my name is Sayash Kapoor. I'm a PhD candidate at Princeton University, and I'll be moderating the panel. A quick word about the mechanics of the session before we jump into the first talk. We'll have 4 panelists for each of the panels. We'll begin with 10-minute opening remarks from each of them, and we'll use the remaining time for a panel discussion. So while the speakers are speaking, feel free to put your questions in the Zoom or YouTube chat so that I can use them during the Q&A. And without further ado, let me introduce Michelle Baker, the Executive Chairwoman of Mozilla Foundation and CEO of Mozilla Corporation. And we'll put in her bio in the Zoom chat and on our website. Welcome, Michelle.
Thank you. It's great to be here. And for the opening piece, my plan is to talk about open source. And then as we get through the other openings and into the discussion, tie it ever more closely to AI. But given that open source is such a big topic, to go back a little bit about some of the learnings from like the first wave of open source movement. And today, it's easy to forget or never have experienced that open source was a radical concept and challenged the status quo in a bunch of ways and was fought aggressively by the large companies of its era. In particular, Microsoft. So we do have a stream through with Microsoft. And so it is a development model. And I recognize today that in many cases, it's primarily a development model and it's a piece of convenience. But to move out of the developer world into the mainstream required some other elements of the open source movement. And so, open source has been around for quite a while, like AI, but deep inside universities. And moving into the consumer mainstream challenged a whole set of ideas. And so that will also be true with some open source models applied to AI. And I certainly agree, like with the previous speaker, that our open source as we understand it today is about software. And there are changes, some about data, which haven't been captured well, some about content, and some, of course, about the new things that AI brings. And so there are some learnings that are quite valuable. Open source and what made it successful. So open source came into the consumer mainstream through Firefox. Until then, it had been in universities and in developer communities, but not in the mainstream. And so these ideas of what it meant came into consciousness as Firefox arrived. Mozilla and Firefox rode the wave. We came out of the open source wave and then brought it to the consumer space. And so one thing to keep in mind is that the open source of technology is also deeply tied to understanding and values more deeply inside society. And so the idea, for example, of sharing was crazy. The idea that volunteer communities would get together and create some asset was a crazy thing, and that people could then use that asset themselves. All kind of crazy. I mean, this is before we shared cars or Uber or Airbnb, any of that stuff. And so the shift of ideas from ownership and power and control into some degree of sharing and collaboration and some concern about public benefit is a pretty radical change that when we say open source, that was the an early example of software or technology development techniques and seeping into and being part of changes in mainstream understanding. And so AI is powerful enough, we're going to see those changes again as well. Whatever actual model we use for AI will have impacts and interact with general social values on a range of things. So that's one. Open source had a few things that made it successful. One, there is an open source definition and is very specific. And it it actually talks about freedom, right? But behind the definition are also other questions of social organization. So one is freedom, one is who has opportunity, right? Because before open source and free software, you had to be an employee of a corporation and your opportunity was limited to, what you could do at that job. And when you left, your work, wasn't accessible to you. So it was a range of opportunity, and it was a way to get involved without, needing to be employed by, a very, very small number of companies. And so there are a fair amount of social values and opportunity values built into the open source model, which again are going to come into play. Third thing is that open source challenged a bunch of conventional values, which I find coming up again today. So there is a safety versus open, or safety versus transparency. And we also fought that battle with open source software. One of the pieces of conventional wisdom at the time was that secrecy was better for security. And I did, a million interviews around, for publications around the world about why open source software wasn't insecure because people could see it, and explaining, and then of course demonstrating through product that in fact you can have more secure software. And so we're going to have a whole range of discussions, not exactly the same because data and training models, aren't the same, but some of the conventional wisdom really does get challenged by concepts of openness. We also found that after having the definition, which is important, right, we will need a set of definitions. And after the definition, we have in open source software a mechanism for determining if you are or are not open source. And that to be open source software means you are licensed under a license approved by the Open Source Initiative. And people use open source in a very general term now, and I like in ways that aren't true. I mean, people often, or companies in particular, will often describe their software as open source when it's not remotely open source. Or the phrase open source with licensing. I'm like, oh, come on. Like it's a perversion of the work that was done to understand what we mean by open source. And so needing a definition, or multiple in this case, plus understanding what it means to meet that definition and how do you. In the open source software case, it was a grassroots organic community of experts that formed, and in the EU, is recognized, by law. And so the question of what we mean by, quote, open source or open source like for data and for models, I think to really be successful needs to be answered, and canonically answered. That means, written artifacts of what we actually mean. And we won't necessarily all agree. The open source movement had two great threads, I'll say, open source and free software, similar on the freedoms, not the same, different places on the spectrum, and have eventually, learned to be interoperable and mostly compatible. But not everyone agrees on what's actually the core. And yet, as a movement, we managed to be interoperable enough to not fight with each other, but be stronger combined. Then there's a piece of the open source model, as I said, is quite radical. It has no use restrictions, and it has no protection for the commons. And so those are things which you don't find elsewhere. Like our open source analogy for content is Creative Commons licenses. And they do, there is a model that has use restrictions in it, and there is a non-commercial model. And so those are not things that are possible in open source. And if you hear somebody talking about open source, but you have to charge to get the software, it's not open source. It's whatever they're doing. But Creative Commons, when they looked at it, they made different choices on these things. And so I think there really is a question when we come to things that aren't software, whether it's open source like, open source analogy. If it's truly open source, the closest you can get is no use restrictions and no protection for the commons. And so I think those are really live questions. Then there are live questions even before AI. They've been live questions in the data space. I mean, clearly in the content space, because Creative Commons licenses do it. but also in data, even before AI, a fair number of organizations that view themselves as open source or public benefit are trying to create shared things for the commons and continue to look at what about this data though? If people use it, it can be badly used. So some concern there. And then also, again, open source is radical about not protecting itself. And that the benefit that's created is intended to be used as broadly as possible and as a public asset. And so that that's built the internet. So the amount of public benefit that you get as a result of that is unmatched. I mean, one of the, I think the proof points of the internet and open source is that these systems which limit how much the elite, and sometimes even the creators, how much benefit those usually companies can get, are maybe not favored by those companies, the creators, but that the overall social value that can be created is massively enlarged. And so open source is really tuned towards the enlargement of as much possible value and very little protection for the creator. And clearly, that's at play here. We see in open source, applied to AI. We see the benefits of what we've learned out of open source. We see that we don't have the definitions for even data before generative AI, but training data and the models and the weightings. That if we are actually going to have a consistent and coherent movement, we need that. And we need them in a process more internet-like, i.e. standards-like, than corporate-like. Every time you see an API, it's a very limited workaround to an open standard. And so we need these definitions. We need a standard-like process so that these things are not determined by a small number, or at least in some interoperable and open fashion. I would advocate, as I just did, that they should be much more standards and much less private APIs. And then these questions of the radical nature of open source. Do we really mean it about opportunity for all and public benefit? Or that's a pretty radical idea. And so you can see today there's a fair amount of discussion about limiting that. There's the discussion of safety. And I bring up the open source one to say it's not the first time, it's not unique. The arguments about what can be done will be different than with software. Like knowledge is power. And clearly, humanity does weird things with power. So it's not the same, but I think it's a mistake to think it's the first time that safety has come up in an open setting. And I think we should look pretty carefully at the ways in which being open increases safety, because that's true in software. And so are there ways and areas in which it might be true across the board in AI? It's nice to want to trust the big organizations, but over time, if you look at history, there are a lot of organizations that do things that would be like, that wasn't safety for us. So we should, I think the open source history causes us to really want to interrogate very, very closely what would be more safe if it were secret and what would be less safe than were secret, where open source offers information and history, but not an answer necessarily that you can pick up and apply differently. And then I will, I think, just circle back close to where I began and note that the way we limit the way we think about this set of technologies, we should expect to see this reflected, in broader settings, as the open piece of open source was maybe I'll call it a precursor to the sharing economy or the sense of not needing to own anything. Some of these questions about what is the nature of the society that we're creating will be impacted and reflected by the way we choose to govern this powerful new technology. And in all of these things on the safety piece, I think actually I'll stop there and then I'll come back to, deeper pieces after the other panelists have had their time to do an opening presentation. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Michelle. That was a great place to start for us. And our next speaker is William Isaac, who can talk about some of the challenges of AI models throughout his sort of decade-plus long work on AI ethics. And William is really like a stalwart in the community. So William is a senior staff research scientist at Google DeepMind. And you can see his full bio in the chat. As before, please leave your questions in the chat and we'll get to them during Q&A.
Sorry. Yes. Thanks for having me. I'm dealing with the myriad of technical issues that come with trying to do Zoom when you work at Alphabet. We'll hopefully see if I can get my screen to get set up. Let's see. Okay. Can you see my screen okay now?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Okay, so I have a quick presentation that I kind of wanted to use as a kind of motivating provocation for our panel today. And thank you for all the organizers. I'm very excited that this workshop is happening, and I think it's a very timely topic. I think, as Sayush mentioned, I'm a research scientist at Google DeepMind, and I wanted to talk a bit today about some of these trade-offs that we often talk about when talking about how we get access. And I think the kind of a previous discussion was really about the history of open source. I'm going to look at this kind of question of open sourcing specifically through the lens of kind of accountability research in kind of algorithmic systems, which is a lot of my history and my background. I wanted to start with like going backwards. It's kind of ironic that we are kind of having this discussion about like model access and accountability and what it means for public research. Because we had very similar discussions, not just more than 7 or 8 years ago. This example that was kind of very prominent for me when I was actually in graduate school was around the kind of domain of predictive policing. I think, as was previously mentioned, a lot of the earlier predictive policing systems were very closed technologies and closed software. And our ability to audit them and be able to have some degree of kind of method of doing research that demonstrated their harms was actually very limited. And kind of use of secrecy was kind of a tool to be able to blunt any attempts to actually provide meaningful access. And so around 2017, there were a set of companies that kind of tried to flip this paradigm by kind of embracing the idea of open source. Specifically, this company, Civicescape, decided that they were going to make their entire code base open source. And I think this is put this huge caveat. I love the prior speaker mentioned, defining open source has a real definition. Because I'll get to this in just a second. So obviously a lot of people in the community were very excited. We were like, great, there's an open source code base that we can now use to assess for harms. And this was really exciting because I think the kind of feedback was that obviously because it was open source, the code was open source, we had no problems with bias because obviously with open source you can file tickets and you can basically feature request and kind of push your way towards better systems. But not surprisingly, after it came out, obviously a lot of that stuff got pulled back. One of the challenges of having an open source code base is that there are lots of kind of devils in the details. Specifically, I think, as we pointed out, was yeah, it was actually really great that that a company decided that they were actually going to take the time to provide access, and they provided public benefits. But from the kind of developer side, they were always talking about this trade-off, right? That they couldn't provide full access, right? And what they were doing was a really great step. And obviously for me at the time, I thought that was an unsatisfactory response. And some of the things that we highlight, I think are still challenges today. So one of the things that we flagged was that, just because you release the code base, we don't know what version you're using or giving to clients versus actually what is actually being presented online. We have no transparency around that. A lot of times the code bases weren't very well maintained. So obviously you could have an initial release, but if there's 2 or 3 years between release dates, it's actually really hard for us to know if we're auditing a system, is this actually where the real problematic areas are, or is this kind of been updated or patched or addressed at some point? And so I think this kind of question of how we actually think about these trade-offs is actually a really important one if our goal is to actually use open sourcing or model releases as a means for public accountability. And so one of the things I wish, in hindsight, I had maybe greater clarity on during that period, as we fast forward to this debate around language models or foundation models more broadly, is rather than saying open sourcing is good, not closed source is bad, that really there's a real question about what is this gradient. And so obviously a lot of the folks at the Center for Responsible Foundation Models, so Percy and group there, really had this kind of idea a couple of years ago about kind of viewing this kind of release gradient of trying no release versus fully open release, and there's options in between. And let's see if I can get my slides to work. And so Irene Solomon had a paper that came out last year that tried to provide more specificity on this kind of gradient and actually providing what are trade-offs and options that developers have when trying to decide what is a kind of form of model release. And I thought these are great inspirations for me. They've often kind of shaped the way I think about the decisions that are made around what is kind of an acceptable model release. But I thought that this one-dimensional framing, while useful, only takes in part of the picture. And so the way I tend to think about it, and hopefully this is a provocation that's useful, is I think of it as this kind of frontier, kind of similar to like a Pareto frontier, where you have these kind of two trade-offs between some degree of steerability. So when you organizationally, right, you want to make kind of decisions that are responsible and try to actually make sure you provide access. And because up front that providing access, you're going to get community gain, public knowledge, public benefits, having a model exposed. But obviously, organizationally, you have to balance that with the fact that some decisions give you less steerability after the fact, right? So ex post, once you make this decision, there's some kind of degree of control that you've given up. And I think that's a kind of accepted decision that you have to make, but it's one that you have to be clear about. And so what I at least have observed is that over the past few years, and especially in the frontier model space or the foundation model space, is that there's been lots of different decisions that have been made about releases that basically sit along this frontier. And these have ranged from, I guess, open source in the traditional definition, right, putting the model artifacts on some sort of repository with a license that denotes some limitations or restrictions around use, or the opposite, or that is completely open in use, all the way up to no release whatsoever. But what I would say is kind of in between is actually, I think, attempts to try to strike this balance. So whether these are kind of gated demonstrations, so this is like Google's Test Kitchen, or examples like DALL's kind of open access approach, right, to hosted APIs where you're actually providing some degree of model inferences, right, but is restricted by some of the elements within the API itself. And so these kind of trade-offs that we're making, I think, are really an attempt to try to straddle this. But I think they're kind of like factors that kind of at play that I think are slightly different than even the example that I mentioned many years back. And I think some of these examples are one about accessibility. One thing that I think is kind of particularly true that we don't talk about enough is that obviously when we talk about open source, we're gearing it towards researchers who have some computational expertise. But really, public accountability lies with multiple stakeholders, even people who don't necessarily have quote unquote technical expertise. And so if we're thinking about what is suitable model releases, releasing a full code base doesn't help a journalist or a reporter or someone who's a kind of like community organizer, help them understand what the model means for them, or helps them interact with the model in a meaningful way. So when thinking about release decisions, I think accessibility actually should be a factor. And in some cases, having gated demonstrations that are more accessible actually does serve a purpose of broadening the pool of people who can engage and interrogate a system. I think a second one is recourse. I would say a lot of times when we talk about releasing models and providing opportunity for people to do research, the question is, okay, we do this great research, how does that feed back in and actually address the kind of concerns that are raised, right? If we don't have a pipeline for that, that doesn't actually serve the kind of public interest kind of goals that we want this kind of approach of releasing access to take. And again, I want to caveat that my particular focus is not necessarily open source in the development sense, but open source in the accountability sense. So I think obviously if you're interested in development, this may not be a consideration, but if you're interested in accountability, it is. And I think the third one is obviously this question of maintenance, right? You can release code out into the world, you can have a hosted API, but if it's not well maintenance or it's not actually up to date, the capacity to have any public inputs on it are very limited. And so actually making this decision actually requires not just a one-time decision, but an ongoing commitment to providing access and maintenancing such that there can be this dialogue between the public stakeholders and organizations who are hosting these systems. And third, obviously, I think we've talked about this a lot, but this question of like, what are the downstream impacts? I think it does not cost us to release highly capable systems out into the public. There are always going to be trade-offs. And so I think that has to be a factor. Now, there are ways in which, obviously, along this gradient, you can find ways to balance that. Yes, of course, but I think, a priori saying that there are no risks, I think is a bit challenging to say, right? I think it's clear that, like, based on how you're releasing this, there will be downstream impacts. And I think question is from responsibility approach is like trying to think through what are those plausible ones in across this release gradient, whereas which ones balance whatever organization's risk tolerance to actually what is the benefit of actually having this release. And again, this shouldn't necessarily be a unilateral conversation, but it is a conversation that should be had. And so hopefully with that framework, I think I'm maybe close to my 10 minutes. I would love to, riff on any of these questions, because I think this is more of a kind of provocation for me to provide, rather than saying this is a definitive answers. And at least for me, the questions I'm most interested in is obviously, right, the gradient is not complete. I think there are probably better options along this way. Even in a hosted API, you don't necessarily have access to model weights. There are things that you can and cannot do from a research standpoint that probably be useful in the future. So I definitely think that, we should always be continuing to find better options along this gradient. And I think obviously, what is a better ecosystem for this kind of approach of model releases to accountability? I think while it's great to have access, if there's no recourse and there's no mechanisms for actually taking these insights and feeding them back in, I think that maybe has the performative element of accountability, but not the actual element of accountability. And I think these are also important considerations to have if we're trying to develop this approach as like a kind of robust mechanism by which we govern like large-scale AI systems in the future. So hopefully these are useful provocations, and look forward to talking more in the panel today.
Thank you so much for that, William. Our next speaker is Ruman Chaudhary. Some of you have already been talking to her on the Zoom chat. It's great. Ruman is the CEO and co-founder of Humane Intelligence, a nonprofit that specializes in red teaming AI systems. She's also a responsible AI fellow at the Berkman Klein Center for Internet and Society at Harvard University, and a research affiliate at the Minderoo Center for Democracy and Technology at Cambridge. You can see her full bio in the chat in a moment. In the meanwhile, welcome, Ruman.
Thank you so much. So there's already such a great chat happening, and I think this is really building on the conversations that have already been, laid out by both Mitchell and William. So thank you both. So what I'm going to talk a little bit about is building the community of independent and open source auditing. And again, thank you to all the amazing people chiming in on chat, some of whom were actually at the DEF CON challenge, Stella and Bo in particular. So let me see if I can figure out how to share my screen. Here we go. All right. All right, I got it. There you go. How much tech does it take to share a deck? So Humane Intelligence was one of the co-organizers of the largest ever generative AI red teaming challenge. And I want to start by saying this is an expansion of the term red teaming. Like, we're not being purists about the term here. And I'm going to talk through a little bit of the ways that we are sort of flipping the narrative on its head. So very traditionally, and we have all of this in our some of our original blog posts, which launched the event, as well as some follow-on blog posts before the event. Usually red teaming is an activity that's, that's very popular in cybersecurity that now we're bringing slowly into the world of artificial intelligence, security, and ethics. It's this concept of bringing in external experts to stress test the system. And, before we did this for DEF CON, all of the major LLM companies have been engaged in red teaming. So I think most famously, OpenAI did one where they did not require any of the red teamers to sign NDAs. So people were a lot more public about what they tested, what they saw, et cetera, which is a very smart move. And I actually see that as almost this first introduction to this concept that everyone should be part of this narrative of identifying harms. And there's two reasons why I'm really passionate about it. One is, I think a lot of us have been tackling this idea of what does it mean to educate people on AI? If you're not working in this field and in this industry, what does it mean to get teachers smart about AI? What does it mean to, get people in other professions fluent in AI? Does that mean they need to program? Not really, right? Like, and especially as we see more and more low to no code interfaces coming in, we don't even increasingly need to program anymore, right? So part of this, so what I have uncovered through my years of working in responsible AI is really what people need to understand is how to critically evaluate a model. So what I always say is that building a trustworthy system is not trusting the system, it's trusting yourself to interact with the system. So you know how much agency or authority you should give up or decision making you should give up and how much you need to retain, and the idea that you can understand and analyze an output. So part of my passion about designing this challenge and creating an open source or more open community of evaluations is so that a wide range of people get classified into this definition of quote evaluator. So frankly, the launch of generative AI actually helped us quite a bit. So prior to DEF CON, under a different name, Bias Buccaneers, we did the Yuta and I, along with some other folks, Subo and Ben, did the first, we launched like a security style, a more traditional bias bounty style competition to have people create more responsible models, giving an optimization function of reducing bias versus an optimization function of creating the most efficient or accurate model, accurate quote R squared accurate model. We're also known, obviously, Yuta and I, for doing the Twitter algorithmic bias bounty, which is the first time a company had opened up a model for evaluation. So, being part of whether on the inside or outside of companies, improving transparency, but also, again, cultivating this community of people outside of companies and sometimes even outside of our profession who become more fluent in critically analyzing and evaluating models with the goal of getting everybody smart on how AI works, what it can and can't do. And importantly, like what I want to emphasize here is by upskilling people on how to understand and evaluate models, you actually make them more comfortable using them. So the whole purpose of this is not to get everybody scared about artificial intelligence. It actually has the opposite effect. Fascinatingly, what I have found is that the more people we put in front of these systems in an evaluation perspective, we've given them a specific task, they actually walk away less scared or less resistant to the technology, which maybe sounds a little bit counterintuitive, but it kind of makes sense, right? When you're able to break something and put something back together, then you actually are more comfortable using it. So I'm going to talk through DEF CON a little bit, then I'm going to talk through some of the work that we're embarking on, some of which has been announced in different arenas. So just by the numbers, oops, if I can figure out, there you go. So the highlights, we had about 2,200 people ultimately take the competition. During 2.5 days, we had about 165,000 messages exchanged, 17,000 independent conversations for 21 challenges, which I will go through. This was a collaborative effort, and I want to emphasize that the companies were involved in designing this. The Office of Science, Technology, and Policy and NIST were a key component in designing this. What DEF CON was an operationalization of the articulated values in the AI Bill of Rights. So that's, we talk about driving principles into practice. If you work in responsible AI, like I have, that is like an outdated phrase at this point, but we talk about it a lot. So we have principles, the AI Bill of Rights, and we did not really know how to put them into practice. And what we demonstrated and what I was part of designing along with this working group was a challenge that actually operationalized these Bill of Rights. And again, I'll go through the challenges in a minute. So 2,200 people from all walks of life, including 220 students from 18 states. This was funded by the Knight Foundation. They were brought in by Seed AI. And again, it was the same conversation over and over. People who had maybe even not really interacted with systems before, thought about interacting with systems, now feeling like they had more ownership, understanding of how these systems work. So there are some, I'm happy to share this deck out. So there are some really lovely notes and comments from folks in the policy community, the security community, talking about the value of this kind of a competition or challenge. And again, by the numbers, we had 2,200 distinct users, 164,000 messages, 17,000 conversations, and roughly about half of them were successful. Now, I want to mention that this was designed as a competition, not as pure vulnerability detection. Just because something is an accepted submission doesn't mean it's going to rank on like, oh my God, you broke the system and got this like incredibly horrible thing to happen, right? So what we're in the process of now, and one thing I can talk to, is the work that we are doing is the work that we're doing in the the post-challenge evaluation. For me, like obviously the competition was a lot of fun, super engaging, and very rewarding. But for someone like myself, the work lies before and after the event itself, and there's a lot of work going on now. So continuing by the numbers, interestingly, so there were a lot of like theories people had going in. For example, like, is everyone just going to want to hack ChatGPT because it's the most famous one? And so Scale actually was very smart to introduce like a reordering mechanism or randomization mechanism every time you opened a challenge. The challenges were blinded, so you didn't know overtly which model you were talking to, although although we did have a pre-prompt that would presumably bring up language that said, this is about you're interacting with this competition. Some of their models bypass it and would still tell you the name. But in general, people didn't know overtly which model they were interacting with. And what we found is that people just tested all the models off the bat. We had our 3 winners. Cody actually technically won first and fourth. So good job, Cody. And the challenges in terms of popularity, and again, like it's interesting. A lot of us in this room do work on socio-technical, research. And what I always love seeing is the lore and mythology and stories that people wrap around technology and how human beings interact with it. And let me tell you, there is no more ethnographic work to be done than all the stories and lore about this challenge, who did what and why, what's happening, and why people picked the things they did. So people are speculating a lot on why the credit card challenge or bad math was such a popular one. I'll tell you why, because those 2 were probably some of the easiest and well known. But it's interesting that a lot of people wanted to tackle AI sentience and surveillance. And I think there is a bit of interesting information to be parsed out of here about what are the concerns that we as people have about artificial intelligence, whether or not these are the things to be worried about objectively. It's interesting to see sentience was one that people really jumped onto, like, yeah, I'm going to get this thing to say it's alive, right? And even the concept of surveillance, which is very fascinating. There's more and more work happening on how these technologies, it's not just about creating malicious information, it's about agentic AI, right? Being able to take action, and surveillance, misinformation of all kinds, whether it's geographic, knowledge, political, etc., is a key part of it, because it's not just about using AI to create deep fakes or to create misinformation. More and more of the research I'm doing and the demonstrators I'm doing are actually about how they can be used to create coordinated campaigns. So it is about not just creating the malicious content that looks realistic, sounds realistic, etc. It is about creating the code that would enable you to, let's say, post hateful commentary to someone's YouTube account every 15 minutes without having to do anything, right? So it's interesting to see what people are tackling. And let's see, why can I not move forward? Here you go. And again, just lots of numbers on this, looking at what people were good at and bad at. Like I said, unsurprisingly, the most popular ones were the ones that people tended to get at. People were point maximizing. Don't forget, this was a competition. And then I'll go a little bit through the questions. So I put a pin earlier in saying that we were expanding the notion of red teaming. It's also on a blog post I wrote about, is on our website. So traditionally, red teaming is about traditional security type hacks. So a lot of the prompt injection style work is stuff that captures the media a lot, right? So do anything now, grandma hack, etc. Ways in which, and specifically what a prompt injection does, it is tricking the model into violating the terms of service that have been outlined by the company. That is like illegal behavior. And I come from platforms, so it's interesting to come from a social media company or platform company and come into generative AI, because actually it's the same set of problems. So you have the kind of content that is violative, and there are bad people trying to do bad things. And then there is this world, which is maybe a little bit newer to the security world, but not new to the responsible AI world, of unintended consequences, or what I called embedded harms. And these were the things that organically would happen. Misinformation, for example, if somebody is naturally interacting with the model and not trying to get it to do bad things. And overwhelmingly, what I found in running the design committee, and the design committee was comprised of all of the major language model companies, some nonprofit partners, and our civil society supporters, and our government supporters, OSTP and NIST. Overwhelmingly, what we found is that people were the most interested in embedded harms. So why, right? All of these companies are trying to commercialize their models, and commercializing their models, and that actually means a consistent, reliable output. So I need to ask it a question, and the company needs to, or like I need to know as a customer that the answer is going to be correct, right? That sounds very basic, but that hallucination is a big blocker, in some sense, just as much so, or I would even argue maybe more so than trying to tackle malicious actors, right? So this is why we had a challenge around, for example, citizen rights. If, let's say, these companies want to embed language models into a search engine, and I go into a search engine and it is giving me the wrong information about rights as a citizen, that is not a good search engine, and that's actually potentially harmful to somebody and to me in a way that's more than just maybe emotional. It may actually lead to a very significant adverse outcome. So the challenges were designed around two kinds: prompt injections and embedded harms. So let me stop sharing screen real quick. And I want to talk a little bit about what we're working on next. So we've just announced a partnership we're doing with a company called Autodesk. If you're unfamiliar with Autodesk, they design architecture software. And interestingly, architects, we would not think about it, but architects are actually a very interesting candidate for proving the worthiness of artificial intelligence and actually having significant positive impact in a field and in the workplace. Architecture firms have been looking at generative AI to literally help design buildings, and architects need to do everything from think about physics and math, geometry, and chemistry and material science to literally human psychology and aesthetics. So it is not simply an optimization function to make a building. It is also a function of ensuring it's a beautiful space and an emotionally good space for human beings. So we're doing a red teaming challenge with architects. We're also announcing one that we're doing on the 25th of October in the UK with the Royal Society, with scientists looking at COVID and climate mis and disinformation. And in particular, focusing on the ability not just to generate this information, but to create coordinated campaigns around it. And just the, kind of the last part, just to say that what we're building out in humane intelligence is a way for people to create independent evaluations. So when we talk about this world of open source, and I see this reflected widely even in artificial intelligence, we act as if the protection is a byproduct or a secondary to the invention of the thing. There's so much money that goes into AI development. There's also going to be a lot of money going into open source. How much of that is going to go into the protection, the open source evaluations and the protections that are going to be made by people? Because frankly, the only way we are going to tackle the wide range of challenges is by bringing in a more and a broader, diverse group of people. So I went a little over my time, but thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your opening remarks, Rowan. That was great. And I'm looking forward to diving into all of these in the panel discussion as well. So our last speaker on the panel is Peter Henderson, who is an incoming professor at Princeton University and a PhD and JD candidate at Stanford University. Welcome, Peter.
Thanks so much. I'm absolutely thrilled to be here with you all today, and I really care a lot about this topic, so I'm excited to talk about it with such wonderful panelists and moderators and organizers. I want to start off with sort of a background story. So a few years back, we were working on strategies to mitigate carbon emissions and foundation models. And in the green energy space, there's a lot of research on how to encourage users to reduce their environmental impacts. So you can have like nudges, Energy Star labels, all sorts of things. But in meta-analyses, one of the things that we found when we were researching this is that researchers suggested that one of the most effective options was green defaults. So you just make the green option the default, and it really reduces the cognitive load in making that decision about what to choose. And so I think this is kind of important when we're thinking about foundation models and harm mitigation of open source foundation models. And that's something I want to talk a little bit about today, which is how can we make harm mitigation for foundation models easier by creating more open source, easy to use tools for that purpose. And that sort of builds on some of the other speakers' discussion earlier. And so to be clear, I think harm mitigation for foundation models is like neither solves in how we characterize potential harms, nor for the technical strategies we use to prevent them. But I think we're steadily building out a toolkit of strategies that I think of as like a depth and defense approach. The more layers of strategies we have, the better off we might be. And so just to kind of ground things a little bit, I want to characterize the concrete harms that we might want to mitigate. And there are a lot that we might think about, but I want to highlight a couple in particular that have been sort of top of mind for me recently. And so one particular harm is that we all know that foundation models train on these like massive web crawls. And that means there's a lot of things in there that you don't necessarily want to come out of the model, but go into the model because of the training data being so massive. And one type of material that you see, for example, if you search through C4, which is like a commonly used pre-training data set, is that it contains websites dedicated to encouraging self-harm. And not just encouraging it, but providing explicit instructions for the best ways to commit self-harm. And so this is sort of a visceral example of very harmful material that goes into models because it's in these massive data sets, but we really, really don't want it to come out. But we sort of know that when we train large enough models on this data, we should expect that this data could come out of the model at some point. And in fact, for this particular case, there is a GDPR complaint where exactly this happened, right? There was a chat model that was trained, it had this sort of data in it, and then, encouraged someone to end their life, and they did, perhaps as a result of the model. And so there's an active GDPR complaint about this. And, this is the reason that I point to this sort of upsetting and visceral harm is that this seems like an obvious set of web pages that we should remove from the data, right? But it seems quite hard, but it can be quite hard to sort of isolate all of these potential harmful web pages and data sets and remove them. But I think, and we need better tools to identify these things. And, all of us go through as we build models and look at data and figure out what goes in, what goes out. And as we're all doing this together as a community, be it at a company, be it in open source or in academia, it feels like we should be sharing that knowledge much more than we currently are so that we can continue building out our toolkit in a very open and shared fashion. If we keep open sourcing these tools and making it easier to catch and remove the sort of content, then we can improve our depth and defense approach. And in particular, I think, going back to my earlier example of green defaults, if we try to integrate these mechanisms into everyday toolkits, we can really help out a lot, right? So we've already improved the state of defaults for efficient training. It's easy now, thanks to Hugging Face, Bits and Bytes, a bunch of other frameworks, to just set an argument and you get int8 training or distributed training very, very easily, right? So we're getting a lot better at making efficiency a default in these packages. But right now, we don't have as many mechanisms to just set an argument and say, catch these websites before they're encoded into the model. This is also true for safety after pre-training, so RLHF, safety fine-tuning, unlearning. We're really steadily improving the tools we have on the open source side, but I think there could be could be more sharing from folks across the board that have already invested in this. One thing I worry about is that safety tools will be treated as sort of a competitive advantage when instead they should be shared freely. And so when we talk about open sourcing models, I think we should also really include in that discussion, perhaps a little bit separately, open sourcing of those safety tools, right? Because we don't want them to be treated necessarily as a competitive advantage. We want those safety tools to be openly shared. Of course, part of the challenge is that we haven't solved all the issues, right? Which brings me sort of to my second point, which is we should expand our toolkit, right? One thing is to share and improve existing methods, but there's a heck of a lot of really interesting ML research to be done here to really expand new and out-of-the-box ideas for how to improve this toolkit. And so, say, for example, someone wants to explicitly fine-tune our model for a harmful task, right? We take our open source model, they take it and fine-tune it on 4chan and then post to 4chan, which we already saw happen, right? And maybe you can have a licensing mechanism and you might pay a lawyer to try to enforce that, but that can be quite difficult in a lot of situations, right? Lawyers are costly. Some jurisdictions won't respect the license, all sorts of issues. But really, I think we should focus some more effort on trying to think about ways to make it difficult or super costly to repurpose our models for harmful tasks. And we sort of pitched this idea at a recent paper at AIES. We call it self-destructing models, but there's a bunch of techniques that you can sort of bring into this bucket as well. We got a basic prototype working using meta learning and sort of a constraint setting. But the basic idea here is that you try to put the model into a part of the optimization space where it's really difficult to repurpose that model for some harmful use. And I really think there's a lot of work to be done here and exploration to figure out more ways to create self-destructing models or other categories of mechanisms that prevent these sort of harms and prevent the fine-tuning of these models for repurposing. Maybe it won't be perfect, but again, we're just improving our depth in defense, right? We're adding more tools to our toolkit. Another side of things you might think about is, less about these visceral harms, but more about intellectual property harms or labor harms. And there's a lot of work to be done here to think through these issues. I won't talk specifically about, copyright law. There's a lot of litigation around it right now. But I will say that, in the United States, for example, there are things that are copyright adjacent that maybe copyright doesn't cover that we nonetheless want to think about. So for example, in the United States, copyright law is very unlikely to say protect the style of artists, right? Some might disagree with me, but I think in my opinion, the case law sort of suggests that style is not as protected. But from an ethical perspective, we may want to restrict users from mimicking styles just by saying, the magic words in the style of, I get something that, somebody took years to develop their style, and now we just sort of get it by training on their data. You may or may not want to restrict that, but we don't have super easy tools to just very easily restrict that use case in open source. Companies in the closed source space, and I should say, open source plus, right? Open source and public source space. But in the totally closed setting where no code is released, no models are released, companies are already using this mitigation strategy. So for example, if you go to Google's Music LM and you type in, write me a song in the style of Drake, you'll get an error, right? And the terms of service say you can't do that. And OpenAI the other day announced that DALL-E 3 is coming out, and they're going to do the same thing. It's going to error out if you ask for in the style of, right? So what's the open source equivalent of that? Maybe we need to have more tools to go through and remove artist names from training data. Maybe we need to use some sort of differential privacy adjacent technique to prevent learning of particular concepts like style. There's maybe like a near access free learning type approach, right? But we want to have more of these tools in the toolkit so that we can make these decisions and try to bring open source into this space so that we are trying to use some of these mitigation strategies. And really, I think the key thing is that, in this particular case, maybe you might be forcing the prompter rather than just getting the style so easily and like mimicking style. Like they have to go through their own creative process, right? Putting together prompts, fine-tuning the model in their own way, really trying to go through that creative process that mimics the art creative process. And as we think about what copyright does restrict and isn't covered by fair use, at least in the United States, maybe we want to start adding more things to that bucket that try to steer models away from these sort of mimicry situations that might be problematic in various ways. And there are a lot of other interventions, of course, that I'm not talking about right now. But the whole idea behind what I'm trying to say is that the essence of the question is basically, in the art setting, how do we structure, train, provide mechanisms to use models as a useful tool, but not necessarily as a harmful tool, right? And so in general, I think there's a lot to be done in building out our depth and defense approach to safety, and it should be done openly and shared freely, not necessarily used as sort of a competitive advantage. And the more technical tools we have, the more policy options we will have as well, right? Like if we can bring these tools into the policy discussion and co-evolve law and policy discussions with the technical tools, that will help a lot, right? Because right now, sometimes it's really very polarizing because we say we have more tools on one side of the argument than the other. And as we build out our toolkit, as we build out our depth and defense, we can really have more nuanced policy discussions. And so I'm excited to chat a bit more about this in the panel setting. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Peter. It's great. I mean, all of our panelists have sort of given us lots to think about. And I'm glad that we have more than half an hour remaining still to chat about like all of what we've talked about so far. So maybe I could begin with a question for Michelle. Michelle, you talked a lot about like open source, and very recently, I think just in the last year or so, Mozilla has also started a new startup. You're calling it Mozilla AI. So I would love to hear how Mozilla is thinking about its responsible release practices for Mozilla AI, and like some of the tensions that we see between open source on the one hand and accountability and harm mitigation on the other. I think you're muted, Michelle.
That's right. Thank you. Yeah, I'm happy to. Mozilla.ai is in the space of, very close to what Peter was describing. What are the tools that help build more trustworthy software? And so that is a piece where many of the tensions that you would describe are lessened, because it's the whole purpose is to try and make green the default or make safer the default, or to be a bridge between the academic research that's happening now. It's notoriously hard to take really valuable academic research and productize it. Right. And so because at Mozilla, we have experience in product and in developer markets and in consumer markets, we thought that that's an important place, that the understanding that the research, but what does it actually look like in a tool? Maybe to the earlier speaker, what is the release process for that tool? Also, I didn't get into it in open source, but there's the technical, you're defined by a license, but there's the open development process, which is if you actually want to know that what's happening is maintained and up to date, having that code be the development process is the way to do it, right? Otherwise, it's always behind. And so Mozilla AI is aimed at making it easier for developers to build trustworthy software, at least one of the bridges in between the academic world and what's being learned, and how you might put that into a product to build tools that are the default, right? You go grab tool X instead of library Y, that sort of piece. So that's where we're starting. And so that reduces many of the kinds of questions that the tensions that you might expect would be in an organization.
Okay, that's great. And that's also different from what I knew about the effort, which is that Mozilla also plans to build its own generative models going forward. Is that like not the case?
I think we like everyone are looking at what are, I would say, responsible uses in our core product line. You'll note that we haven't raced to add, a sidebar with, we don't look like Edge yet. I think we never will, but the question of what can the capability do for you is the piece that we're looking at. Because you have in your browser data is a pretty good tool, like less so on a phone, where the data about you is scattered, but and so there's a lot of power there to do something that is useful in your own productivity. And so that's the space where we'll be. We do have, experimentation efforts and are looking in our ecosystem work, which is, how to engage our core product, consumer product arm with more developers out in the world, increasingly focused on AI. And that's a place where the question comes up of, is it only models that meet, I'll say, a purity test? And our current working model is no, that we're here to engage and understand. We ourselves, I always worry about, because we have a long history at Mozilla of having the aspiration of what we think the perfect product should be, which we did in security for a long period of time. Only the perfect product is not viable in the consumer market, where consumers are making judgments all the time And so like we built like, secure sync, a decade ago that was like really secure, but not usable. You lost your key, you're done. Like that was our version. So this balance between here's the aspiration of what we think would be the perfect product, which isn't right, of course. If you build it, it wouldn't be perfect, but at least aspirationally what we think it is versus where the market is and what people want and what they consume and how much education they can put in their brain versus paying the mortgage. Right? So in our closer to product work, we are very focused on responsible, but also trying not to be so perfect with some set of principles that we end up, like an academic, but not in the market and not actually having any impact with consumers. That's actually the hardest balance that we have.
Okay, thank you. I have one question for or actually two questions for the panelists now before we move into all of the questions on the chat. So a question for Ruman and Peter is, what has the impact of open source models or open foundation models more generally been, Ruman, on the DEF CON red teaming challenge that you organized, and Peter on your research? And what is sort of the basis that this provides for your work and its impact?
Yeah, so I can go, and Alex has a really great question in chat that I was kind of trying to answer, but maybe I'll try to fit the answer to your question here. And she asked this question of what % of foundational models are open source, and that's like a really good way of trying to tackle what open source is going to be, right? So arguably most models are open source because everyone's got some little weird side weekend project that they tried to hack at and kind of goes nowhere, right? So I think the question to ask actually is how many of these open source large language models will actually be viable, useful, and usable. So one of the things I had mentioned in my House testimony in June was that it was the Google memo, like the Moat memo that I think a lot of folks on this call are familiar with. So it's a memo that leaked from Google that basically said there is no moat with large language models because open source is going to surpass it. I actually think that misunderstands what the market is. The market is not people making the fastest and best tech. It's actually people making the most reliable tech. So the statement I made is that trust and safety actually is the moat. And what companies will always have is more money to spend on trust and safety, and protections of users in a way that the open source community, even well-meaning, has a very hard time doing, right? Because it's usually volunteer labor, et cetera. So when we talk about the role of open source, I think if we talk about from a consumer perspective, most likely any given open source product will not be able to match the hundreds of millions of dollars companies will spend behind making their products reliable. That's just kind of the truth. It'll be very hard to do it. And this is why I talk a lot about investment in open source protections, evaluations, et cetera, as a separate thing from just investment open source in general. But then what open source, and one thing I do want to test with red teaming, is kind of challenging some of the notions, I think, that Mitchell had raised, that this idea that open source is this weird Wild West community of crazy people who are going to do malicious things. I very much worry about that narrative. And I worry about that narrative because it is very self-serving to continue to centralize power. It is a very easy narrative. And I saw the CEOs last week in the Senate hearing not disabusing the notion that the open source community is full of whack jobs, because then it will scare people and lead to legislation that is very protectionist for them and the products that they're building, right? So open source is very fascinating. One thing I want to accomplish in red teaming is demonstrate, as William had in his slide, Irene's thing about a spectrum, how there's actually a spectrum and how it's not just about either crazy Wild West or hard laws, but that norms matter, community matters, culture matters, right? And that is actually a very, very significant part of how the open source community has worked. And it is definitely worthwhile to spend some time and effort to actually investigate how the open source community has actually, in many cases, done a really great job of public enforcement and ensuring that people are doing the right thing.
That's great. Thank you so much, Roman. Peter?
Yeah, thanks. I guess in terms of the impact on my research, so I'm, like was mentioned earlier, I'm a JD PhD. And so a lot of my research is at the intersection of law and AI. And so when I started doing law and AI stuff, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, it was very different. There was a lot of questions of why are you doing this, right? Maybe it's not so interesting, but now it's very much top of mind for a lot of folks because there's all these interesting questions, both on the legal side and on the sort of technical design side of how do the laws interact with these systems, right? And when you have open source models, the questions get a heck of a lot more complicated because now you have to sort of think not just about the single use case of like, I got an API call, I'm responding to that API call, but like thinking about what are the downstream variations that can happen. That's tough because we're mapping on laws that aren't necessarily intended or worded in a way that neatly map onto these models, but also because sometimes the law just falls short of what we might want in terms of incentives. And so then we sort of might be inspired by the law to think through a bit more about what are the ideal things we might want to disincentivize, and how does that fundamentally change our, not just the model itself, but like our development and design process for the models, right? I think, copyright is definitely an area where both on the law side, we're trying to figure out what does it mean, what's the right policy, if the law falls short of the correct policy. But also on the sort of design side, right? Like, what does that mean for our whole development pipeline, especially for open source, right? Does that mean we need to fundamentally change like the objective or loss function of pre-training, right? And have that be like a different default than we currently have, which is like next token prediction, right? And so I think there's a lot of thought to be put in about how do these two fields interact with one another, both on the technical side and the law and policy side. And the other thing I want to quickly mention as well is that open source foundation models do have a lot of potential for public benefit, right? Because they're open, so we can inspect them, and when we're thinking about use them in these sort of public good settings, whether it be in civil society, whether it be in sort of public services, we can think more about inspecting them and understanding what are the different problems with using it in that setting. And maybe potentially there are some less risky settings where we might feel comfortable deploying it, double checking some work, those sorts of things for obvious errors. And I think there's a lot of potential there. And if you, go on various government websites that have these AI catalogs of all their AI use cases, you'll find references to like BERT all throughout, right? And so, because BERT was publicly released, now that's being used, and we can sort of inspect it and get a better understanding of what does it mean to use BERT in that particular use case in that public services setting. So I think that's sort of the importance of it. Whereas if they had relied purely on some closed source API, it's a little bit harder to inspect. Things shift around, and there's not as much accountability because you don't see the data that goes into it. And so I think there's a lot of benefit to using open source for these sort of public good and public benefit settings.
Thank you, Peter. Michelle?
Could I just maybe a bit of a provocation, if I might? And again, it's from a historical perspective. In the 90s, we'll say, like the big, expensive, hard to create systems or operating systems, hundreds of millions of dollars. Firefox, Gecko, the underlying engine is hundreds of millions of dollars of investment. And at that time, the conventional wisdom was, of course, open source could not do that. Right? It was libraries, that, developers would grab, but it wasn't a development method that would support large or expensive things. And, Linux is in a lot of places right now. And again, it's a problem. I'm not saying that open source is a perfect model because Linux is everywhere, but it's privatized, and the benefit goes in, and they're very private systems built on Linux. So just as a provocation, some of the things that we think are like clearly true today, very well may not be true, both with technical changes and as open source moved, from individuals to actual communities of people, and increasingly, companies using it as a piece. Some of the things that we think are possible only by, the handful of very wealthy organizations may well not be true. However, if the law says that only they can do this stuff, it will most definitely be true.
Just a plus one, Mitchell, and I'm going to cite a Stanford paper, and I know Percy, et cetera, are on this call. According to the Stanford review of all the different language models and their compliance with the Potential AI Act, it was Bloom that performed the best, and Bloom is a fully community-built model. So, Mitchell, to your point, even in compliance, it seems that trying to go to a community developed and Bloom, if folks are unfamiliar, it was actually very intentionally designed to be responsibly built. They have ethical guidelines, et cetera. So it's a fascinating, and I look at Bloom a lot because it's a fascinating experiment on what does it mean to have a well-designed, safe model by design rather than kind of going in a kind of more chaotic fashion.
Raman, I'm glad you talked about Bloom because I think that is like a very interesting use case because it was developed like openly, but it's not open source. There's still like use restrictions on the downstream use. And actually, this brings me very, very much to my next question for William, which is that like in a lot of these places, there are these inherent trade-offs between open and non-open, right? Like, so for Bloom, they wanted to roll it out responsibly. So they came up with a new type of license, which did not really exist before and which is not OSI compliant in the traditional sense. So how do we make headway as a community in terms of like resolving some of these questions and like what are some parallels where we've seen such fundamental tensions between different competing values and how have they played out?
Yeah, so I think that's actually a really good point. I mean, I kind of flagged it in my talk, but even with the example of the license that was used for Bloom, I believe one of the restrictions are forms of use cases, right? So they were trying to kind of ward off against it. And the examples are, we've seen them even throughout the history of just even fairness in ML, right? So like a lot of the kind of data access questions were about, can you get access to sensitive information about people, right? So you can kind of do some kind of a subpopulation calibration, but obviously having access to that information also poses its own challenges, right? So like, I think this has been like an inherent tension about how do we balance things like privacy with things like fairness. And so they're always in tension with each other. And I think, and to some extent, I maybe hope that maybe Bloom was a provocation for us to have these conversations, which is like, if we're going to release models, what restrictions do we put on? And what kind of downstream kind of like implications do we think are acceptable or not? These are always should be in dialogue rather than a kind of unilateral decision. And I think obviously we're just now more attuned to it. And I would say like obviously enforcement is a different thing than like you can propose licenses. Enforcement is another thing, which obviously is one of the troubles with this, right? Like community norms also have to be like enforceable. And so yeah, I think this is like one of the great challenges. I also want to just like say this actually dovetails very nicely with a question that Zach raised in the chat that he addressed to me about this kind of distinction between development and accountability. I think this is also like, this goes back to a really fine point example of this, which is like, if you were trying to design open source licensing for development, you want to design practices to further advance development of a technology, that is going to provide more openness. You're going to try to loosen the restrictions. Ultimately, if you're trying to have mechanisms of accountability, you're going to have some requirements of restrictions. And that actually makes it a difficult, both technical challenge, but also a kind of pragmatic challenge about the development of technology. And this gets to the question of friction, et cetera. But I think it's more of a question of like, we have norms in society about what we think is acceptable or not. Do we operationalize them and codify them in the tools that we do have? And in development and in software development and open source development, there are things like licensing, right? There are other tools that we have to provide those guardrails. Sometimes we don't like them, but that's kind of reality. On this other last point, just on operationalization, it was a question of like, does red teaming and other techniques merge or fuse these different kind of approaches? Or I think red teaming and other techniques of auditing have historically been ways in which we can provide better public understanding of the limitations. They don't necessarily in and of themselves translate into responsible development because they're not necessarily fully integrated into the development pipeline. So like the challenge is like, how do we then take that step further and say, not just that it's nice to do an audit, it's nice to do red teaming, but that it's actually mandated in that there's recourse, which is this point I mentioned before, that if you do something, the person who is developing the system has an obligation to respond to it. And I think that is actually the part that is needed to kind of like go a step further and say like, these distinctions now go away if we open source things, right? Like, and someone does a red teaming or an audit, then it actually leads to, a responsible practice. I think that's the step that needs to happen. I think that bridge has not been built yet, but I think that's the bridge that we envision for the future.
If I can build, so William, you brought up a couple of things. So one is I promised to talk about something in chat that I can bring up here really quickly. One is like access to data as well, because people are talking about it. One thing we're trying to tackle post DEF CON, like I said, for me, the fun stuff actually is kind of now. So one thing we're tackling is trying to build those institutions. And again, like some of these actually do exist in the world of security. So even this idea of vulnerability detection, third-party adjudication, et cetera, we're trying to recreate some of those structures right now. So for one, we wanted to enable everybody to have access to the data that was collected at DEF CON, but we needed to introduce some sort of security safeguards. What we don't want is like people going out and creating malicious LLMs, because the entire purpose of this challenge is for people to elicit bad outcomes, right? So, there is a website, you can sign up. All we really ask of you is to tell us what you're going to use it for, and we have certain agreements. We're navigating the space of how do we give access to data and information, but also not like be naive about the fact that there are people out there who, want to do bad things with it. The second is, William, I'm glad you've mentioned this, like, how do we build this into the assessment? So this is why I keep emphasizing it's so critical that the companies were in the room building this with us. And what they are actually, what we're doing in continuation is we're collaborating. So people will have access to the data set. So there is actually some sort of accountability via external pressure, but like to build some of these formal structures, we have an ongoing working group where we are actually, creating, identifying vulnerabilities and addressing them. And the report we're going to come out with in February, and everyone's like, why is it going to take so long? Well, because we have 17,000 chats to go through. In February is not just vulnerability identification, but specifically what the companies did to fix it. So like, I'm glad you've raised that, because you're right. Like, nobody is saying that just simply going out, and this is honestly sometimes a fallacy of the responsible tech world, as much as I love it and I'm part of it, we think that just by doing the good thing, the good outcome happens. And that is untrue. It needs to be built into the system's accountability. And that's something that we're all trying to navigate right now.
Another great segue for our next question, which is from Maria Elsa. Next year, we'll see elections held in over 50 countries with potential serious impacts of AI-generated disinfo. What can be done? And I have lots of thoughts, but I think maybe we can go Peter, Michelle, Roman, and then William.
Yeah, I think if we had the solutions, we would really be pushing for them hard. I think it's a really tough problem. I think in the US in particular, there is a challenge because it is not super clear how restrictions, so I guess there's the sort of regulatory policy discussion, and then there's the how can we do this more responsibly outside of regulatory policy discussions. So from the regulatory policy discussion side of things, I think there are some unresolved challenges in restricting what AI outputs can be for some of these particular settings, right? So for example, the First Amendment in the US is pretty broad, and we're seeing it expanded in many ways. And we saw, for example, some of the transparency requirements for social media companies in very similar settings struck down, right? And so I think that from a regulatory perspective makes it a bit challenging. I think there are ways to structure regulatory and policy interventions that get around some of that, but it's certainly a challenge. Now, from the responsible kind of AI side of things, short of regulation, I think there's a lot we can do. But I think one thing that I've seen mentioned in a few other places that I think is important to think about is whether it should be the AI system that is targeted in terms of this disinformation. Like, what is the difference between the AI system and sort of hiring a bunch of people to do the same thing? And which thing should we be targeting at what level, right? Now, there's some certain like kind of obvious situations, I think, for campaign election ads, for example. If something is obviously manipulated, totally AI generated, for example, we have voice cloning, all these sorts of things. that are much more possible now with foundation models, I think we can probably institute some sort of labeling mechanisms there, and there's a lot of policy interventions there. But I think at the ground level, when we're thinking about disinformation in the setting of sort of spam bots powered by LLMs, it's sort of important to also think about the non-LLM version of that as well, and try to think about how we target all the modalities.
Amazing, thank you. And I'm glad you raised the point about like the costs of disinformation. Is it actually cheaper to use AI versus just hire a bunch of people? Because I think creating disinformation was already pretty cheap, like right before we had LLMs as well, right? So maybe there are other mechanisms we can use to curb the spread of this disinformation. I'm sure Roman will have lots of thoughts. So maybe we can go Michelle and then Roman. Sorry, Michelle, you're muted.
Sorry, I'm trying to not have miscellaneous sounds. I think I defer because I think it's deep in Ruma's area. So I want to make sure she's got plenty of time.
All right, let's go into Roman.
How spicy of a take do you want from me? This is where I go back to saying, like, this is why working in platforms and jumping over generative AI is actually not a problem at all. I will say, like, platforms have been battling with misinformation for a very, very long time. And honestly, I'm going to tell you, it is a losing battle. There is no way you can combat the sheer flood of information. It's not just that it's misinformation, it's going to be garbage information. That's really what's going to happen, is you'll be flooded with like constant nonsense. And as human beings, we will not be able to parse through what isn't valuable. I mean, it already kind of feels like that in social media, right? Like you're inundated with lots of hot takes, lots of weird perspectives. Now imagine that with like very realistic looking deep fakes, even if someone's doing a gag, like Balenciaga Pope is a great example. The guy who posted it was like, this is a gag. So many people actually believed it was true. Like we wanted to believe it. We thought it was funny. We're like, yes, the Pope is wearing this amazing Balenciaga puffer coat. It's funny, but also, as I alluded to earlier, it's not just about generating images, text, voice, etc. So two things. One is Eric Horvitz from Microsoft has a really good paper on essentially like what he calls synthetic histories or compositional deepfakes. So imagine like the way bot campaigns work now, right? There are malicious actors who spend years crafting and cultivating bots online that look and sound very realistic, and they sell them for lots and lots of money for disinformation campaigns. Now, instead of it being a bot on Twitter, imagine it is realistic looking photos, realistic looking audio, video, fake accounts posting, evidence of something being seeded for years. And then, yay, the next election comes up and, oh my God, here's this big expose on something Hunter Biden did. And it won't just be, so the way I put it is, imagine Pizzagate with evidence. It did not take very much for people to literally show up at this pizza place with guns based on pure speculation and rumor. Now, imagine there were actually very realistic photos, videos, audio. And I'm not saying this to like absolutely frighten the hell out of people, but just to say like the problem we are solving for is not how do we address misinformation, is how do we prepare ourselves for essentially a post-truth world in a way that does not require creating a surveillance state. So the answer to solving for a post-truth world is very easy. Every piece of information has to be verified by like biometrics or something. Wonderful. Now we have entered a surveillance state. So like I'm like scaring the pants off everybody because I had too much matcha this morning and I'm feeling spicy. But I genuinely think this is a problem to tackle. One answer would be like, if you look at what Jack Dorsey did, right? Jack moved over to creating federated social media. I genuinely think it's because he has realized the content moderation battle is unwinnable. Therefore, the power of moderation needs to be in moderators, like the way it works on Reddit, right? So that's one way. It's like, how do you decentralize the responsibility onto regular people, which is a very tough thing to tackle? Or the answer is, like I said, a surveillance state, but I don't know, this is the thing we should be talking about, not necessarily how do we combat misinformation, because it makes a couple of core assumptions. Number one, that there's this finite amount that we can somehow identify and address. Number two is that there is even a concept of ground truth that we all agree upon, right? And then number three, that it's generative AI, all it's doing is producing it rather than being part and parcel of creating very sophisticated campaigns. Sorry to have scared everybody right before lunch, but.
No, that's great. This is actually what you're here for. William, if you have any comments, and then we'll move on to the last question. I think you're muted.
Before I addressed it. Yeah, I think it's riffing off Ruman's point. I definitely think misinformation like as it relates to generative models should be disaggregated into like, I think it's sort of different categories, and some risks we need to take more seriously than others. I think there's generally like, I think it's really hard to detect like this kind of category of like, just like more noise, right? I think we tend to kind of view misinformation as like fake or inauthentic information. And I think to Ramon's point, whether that's the Balenciaga Pope or some other imagery, and I think that's a really hard, that's the one I think people latch onto. And I think you're right in terms of like the feasibility of like generating it, a human doing it versus an AI system doing it. I think that's, that is obviously something that might be like no net difference, right? I don't think AI necessarily allows you to do that more efficiently. I think this first one is though. So like it is, because it's really about the pace of generation. And I think fundamentally, generative models do provide a kind of easier means of generating more information faster, right? And even if the information is like, I think to Ramon's point, realistic looking enough that people have to parse it, that's just a tax on the individual, right? If there's more things I have to parse out to understand what's authentic, what's not, even if I'm good at it, doing it at such a rapid clip is going to have like a problem. And as a society, there's a second order effect of that, like, which I think if it gets to like, we're talking about elections, is that ultimately elections are about the public doing an agenda setting process as to what matters. But if you have a flood of information that causes a lot of confusion or uncertainty, it's really hard to do that process. So there's an erosion publicly. And I think whether we like it or not, social media websites are the digital platform, the digital public squares, where people have this discourse about the future of their countries or their societies. So this is a risk that's different and distinct from the kind of fake content. I'll say the last one, I think Ramon hit on this point, I think is a really good one, but also generative models allow for a lot more personalization, right? So we've seen this in like the kind of like social simulacra and a few other papers that have come out this year, is that, language models are good at mimicking different personas of individuals with realistic sounding like kind of backgrounds and information. So like one thing that as a state actor couldn't do before perhaps is like have a really detailed local understanding of specific countries and areas, and they have like a better proxy than they would have before. And all I have to do is just prompt the model to kind of like generate something in the style of X or a persona like so. And I think that actually significantly reduces the cost of personalized attacks. And I think those three factors, I think two of which are probably might be worse with generative models. We don't know how worse, but I think one is probably going to be about the same. And I would just say on this last point, watermarking seems to be a solution that we tend to propose. But as I mentioned, watermarking only helps you with like the second category at best, doesn't help you with the other two. And I think that's where the challenge we'll see coming into next year.
I can give a very specific example to what William's talking about. So people are very familiar with Gamergate. People are less familiar with the fact that before Gamergate, a similar coordinated campaign was happening against Black feminists online, where alt-right people, like alt-right men, were trying to create fake accounts to appear to be, this is again, like we have to remember this is a time in history when we didn't understand what a troll was, or the fact that like coordinated campaigns worked, right? So we had alt-right people creating fake accounts, pretending to be Black women and saying things like, and Father's Day, why are white men so extra, blah, blah, in order to kind of stoke the negative stereotypes and images. Now, one of the reasons why it didn't work as well was that these men were trying to mimic like a parody of the way Black women speak, and it was not done well. But one thing you can do is, as William has said, ask ChatGPT to write something in the style of African American vernacular English, and it will be like a fairly decent reading translation. I'm currently in the midst of wrapping up a paper for UNESCO on generative AI and online gender-based violence. It's going to come out in November. And one of the things that my research assistant, Danya Lakshmi, and I do is actually go through, create these scenarios. Like we actually demonstrate, like, this is how I create this. And we actually do create things in the voice of realistic sounding people of different personas. So again, like to William's point, you can fake being of a particular community, and these language models will help you speak in the style of that dialect or that individual or that subgroup.
Great. Thank you so much, William and Raman. All right. The last question, and I think we're at time with this, is Rajat asks, from a regulatory perspective, who should be accountable for open sourced LLMs giving out like bad advice or malicious use cases and so on? So where does the responsibility lie? And maybe we can start with Michelle. Sorry, you're muted.
All right, I'm just trying to be a good citizen here. I said, there's a couple different approaches. So one could be the creation of it, but then you have to figure out how much did you create, and so that's a tricky one. One could be who distributes it. One could be, does anybody profit from it? It could be all of those things. And I would note, like today, we don't have that really for software. So there's a lot to figure out. What is the system? Would it only be AI, and any other piece of software or technology doesn't? I think you also have to figure out what's the standard. Is it negligence? Is it strict liability? Like there's a bunch of things in there. So that how do you do it with open source AI? Is like a good entry point. But how would you do it? Well, let's take Microsoft. What should they be liable for? We don't even have to worry about open source yet. And why are they liable? Are they liable if their policy is wrong? Are they liable that you're the first person who's able to break it? Are they liable that you were the second because they knew about the first? So I think the open source piece is a worthy question, but maybe not. It might seem like a natural starting point, but I think what responsibility you want from the system at all. And then you have the other questions. If I contributed a few lines or a bug fix, is that it? Do you care about where the money is? Do you care about the act of creation? So all of those things would have to be asked. But I think I would start and say, as a society, let's take the easier case. You know exactly who it is.
Great. Maybe we could go Peter, William, and Rowan.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a complex. There's like there's the legal analysis question of who could be liable under current regimes, and then there's the sort of policy question of what should be the new regime if we want to change it. Under the first question of like who is liable under the current regime, speaking from a US perspective, I think FTC is certainly looking into how to leverage their authority, and there's also products liability doctrine. But when it's not a product, and we're sort of thinking about these one-off deployments, then, and even with products, the analysis gets really tricky. And so, especially when it comes to people sort of, quote unquote, channeling their speech through the model, right? Fine tuning it for their own sort of purposes, it gets really tricky. There are still definitely mechanisms for liability. We see a few defamation lawsuits already when you have these mistakes that the model makes and falsely accuses somebody of something terrible that they didn't do, and it has some adverse impact on their lives. And so there definitely are mechanisms for liability that exist. I think my personal opinion is that there will be a lot of roadblocks as we see this litigated in the courts, and we will probably see a lot of them dismissed for various reasons, partly because it's difficult to prove a chain of causality here, right? Like, was it the model that caused the problem? Who fine-tuned the model? Where did the data come from? Is it the third-party data that caused it, or is it your fine-tuning mechanism? Is it your custom RLHF data that introduced the mistake? It's a little difficult, but maybe we'll come out in a way that creates some liability through the chain. The question of what should be the right model, I think, is complicated, both on how does it interact with, again, the First Amendment in the US, and how do we structure those restrictions and liabilities in such a way where it is not likely to be overturned due to First Amendment concerns. And so I think there's a sort of question there of how those two things interact. Of course, in the products liability regime, I think there's a lot of flexibility, for, there's false advertising, all those sorts of laws that give us some more leverage when it comes to companies.
Okay, very quickly to William and then Roman for the last comment.
Yeah, I think quick points. I think Jack Stogo, he's a professor of responsible innovation at UCL. He has this great concept that, there are times where you have technology systems that are kind of poorly constructed from a responsibility standpoint and a governance standpoint, because there's no real owner of like who's accountable. And I think this is a scenario where, in terms of open source, I think we're kind of like, you could easily see us heading in that direction, where there are many stakeholders involved, but no one is actually accountable for like the actual harms that would manifest from it. I would actually say, I would just quickly flag that I do think we don't necessarily have a chain of causality, but we do have a value chain in terms of that. We do see that there are people who develop models, and even if they're in the open source, they are people who kind of custodians who host them, like Hugging Face, GitHub, et cetera. And then there are people who build applications and developers who build on top of that. And so the question is, and to some extent is that a policy question, is that for the future we want, who in that value chain is responsible when there are harms that arise? I think that is actually a tangible question that should be asked. And that will help provide what tools are more feasible. Should it be the custodians that provide better kind of guardrails on like what is allowed to be hosted? Is it the application developers about assuming the risk? If you use a certain open source model, you have to do your due diligence as to assure that like if something generates something harmful to the user, that you're liable for it. Right. And I think that would help kind of push up standards for responsible development practices, right? Or is it the model developers, right? If they're going to do open source, should they adopt approaches like Bloom and others, where they have kind of like use restrictions, or they put qualifiers on exactly what can be in and out of scope based on their own training practices? And if not, then they assume a liability. So I think it's like, it's not impossible to create a regime that is in that place, but I think there are also advantages from having a scenario where no one owns accountability, because things can still be released, people can still use them, and no one knows exactly who is liable. But the ultimate person, the groups that are the left kind of left holding the bag, are the people who are harmed. And I do think that is actually something that I think that's not a great status quo that we should keep, but I think that's the one that we'll head to in absence of some intervention.
Yeah, really quickly, because I know we're a little bit over time. In terms of liability, so one thing that has, the short answer is there is no clear answer. And I think it's something that at many different levels of government are being negotiated and discussed. So I just got back from UN General Assembly. It sometimes it's a little bit more abstract, like what's the future of creativity, but we're kind of all talking about the same thing, right? If the work I build can just be taken from me, then is it even going to inspire anybody to want to do this work, right? Or more specifically, we have members of people in Congress asking about like copyright law, right? Or whether or not AI developers should, whether Section 230 should be expanded or something like that. So the short answer is like, we don't know. It's going to be one of the most interesting things to navigate. One thing I will say, and maybe to close this out, is that I think the one thing none of us ever predicted was that actors and screenwriters would be the people to really bring this to the forefront. And I'm grateful for all the great work happening outside of this community, frankly. Looking at Fran Drescher's speech to SAG-AFTRA was one of the most clear articulations of the potential harms of artificial intelligence in taking away the rights of individuals, everything from surveillance to creativity to the work they do. And, that came from an actress. So like, just to round all this out, like, what is the point of open source and it's community building, it's bringing in more people into the work we do.
Amazing. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Roman. That's a great place to stop. Michelle, Peter, William, thanks a lot for making the time to join us. So we'll take a quick break now. I think we'll take a 10-minute long break, and we'll be back with the next panel at 10:50 a.m. PT. Once again, thank you to our amazing panelists. We'll make sure to follow up with all of the remaining questions from the Zoom chat in case you have any answers, and we'll put them up on the conference website. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome back, folks. I'll give it another minute or so for folks to come back from the break, and then we'll get started with session 2. Great. Let's get started with this session. So this session will be on the practices around responsible and open foundation models. So to recap the morning, in Joel's opening keynote, we heard about Meta's broad practices, and in this session, we'll hear from Melanie about more specific practices. And then in the first session on principles, we alluded to many things where the concrete practices will ultimately shape the impact this technology is having and the extent to which it's responsible. And so in this session, I'm very excited to dive deeper into more specific questions of how different organizations are thinking about these decisions and actually making them in practice. And so we'll start off with Yassine, who will talk about what is happening at Hugging Face and through the Big Science Initiative and others. So Yassine, feel free to take it away.
Cool. Hi, everyone. Just mic check. Everyone can hear me? Cool. Okay. Okay. So, simply put, openness is a requirement of responsible development and use of foundation models. Openness has many dimensions for foundation models, including but not limited to access to their pre-training datasets, model architectures, processing and training codes, data augmentation work, intermediary checkpoints, and yes, also to the final model weights themselves. Any inclusive and responsible governance of the models requires a minimum standard of access to each of those. Personally, my heart and research focuses on data governance, so I'll start with that. Most of us here are used to referring to foundation models as socio-technical systems, in great part because foundation models are a representation of their training data, and data is people. Developing models based on human data behind closed doors without providing meaningful transparency, recourse, or agency to the data subjects can hardly be considered responsible if we want to prioritize values of consent, fairness and inclusion, or simply a right to have informed interaction with digital media, whether as consumers or as creators. And one of the most straightforward ways to support this meaningful agency is through open and inclusive access to the models and their datasets. Beyond supporting rights, openness is also necessary if we're to have any chance of evaluating and understanding foundation models well enough to govern them as a society. Anyone who has worked on evaluation in machine learning knows that understanding how these models work and are behaving is a much harder and further reaching question than getting them to perform some impressive and sometimes useful tasks. Going back to that social technical words, framing how these models are evaluated and how their potential for harm is measured is also a value-laden question, as it often involves trade-offs between different priorities and between the needs of different groups. Individual organizations do not have the resources, incentives, or legitimacy to do this behind closed doors. So the question shouldn't be how we balance responsibility and openness in foundation models. Rather, given the necessity of openness and transparency in giving stakeholders meaningful agency, we must ask how we guide choices at each level of the development chain for foundation models in a way that makes them viable to share from the beginning and then supports inclusion starting at the ideation and development stages. So, onto Hugging Face. For those of you who aren't familiar with it yet, Hugging Face in its current iteration started as an open source company focused on making machine learning models easier to use. Over the last few years, this mission has expanded into hosting machine learning artifacts, and Hugging Face is now one of the largest platforms for sharing machine learning datasets, models, and functional demos. Leveraging this unique position to enable more collaborative and responsible development involves a multitude of choices, some big and some small. For example, at the library level, we work to enable value-informed development and conversations with developer communities through instruments like ethical charters, like for our diffusers library, facilitating carbon tracking when using some of our tools, and lowering the technical barrier to entry at all levels of the machine learning development process. At the platform level, we promote documentation by making model cards a first-class citizen and the first thing that people see when they're looking at a model. and by building or supporting tooling developed sometimes by other organizations to make evaluation and visualization of machine learning artifacts accessible to people with all levels of technical backgrounds. Those are only a few examples of what operationalizing open and responsible development looks like. But the common thread is that they're all focused on collaboration and transparency to achieve goals of responsible development. Hugging Face has also been involved more directly in the development of new models through hosting large distributed research collaborations. And that's something that I'm going to talk about in more detail today. We first hosted the Big Science workshop on large language models that culminated in the release of the Bloom multilingual model and its training dataset, Roots, in June 2022, and have since co-hosted the follow-up Big Code project with ServiceNow to develop the StarCoder code generation model. Both of these projects put governance, participation, transparency, and consideration of social impacts at the heart of their work, spurring innovation not only on the purely technical level, but in starting to propose new answers to the emerging governance challenges that come with large-scale generative machine learning. So the Big Science project was started after the release of first GPT-3 and then the stochastic parrots paper that hopefully many of you are familiar with. And it was started thanks to a unique opportunity to benefit from a compute grant on the French public supercomputer Jean Zé. It brought together 1,200 registered participants from 65 countries with different levels of participation, but of those we had at least 400 people with a traced contribution in the code or the writing, working on over 30 distinct working groups, looking at different aspects of large language models. Those included working groups dedicated to model governance, data governance, and project governance and organization, each with its own set of values. One of the great value of this collaboration was that it enabled multidisciplinary collaborations. By casting a wide net at who was invited to participate, we got people who had more of a social experience or more of a legal experience to interact directly with the developers, to be able to exchange about the more minute choices and to discuss those in an integrating setting. We've written much about the project, too much to summarize entirely here and do justice to everyone, so I encourage people to read the papers. But having worked most closely on the data side, I do want to point out a few salient points. First, among the many working groups, we had one for data governance, one for data sourcing, and one for data processing. And we did things in that order. We first started answering questions about data governance. Based on that, started putting together the data sourcing groups. And after that, started working on the data processing. We have seen, unfortunately, lots of examples where things kind of go the other way, where people start processing as much data as they can, then start thinking about the sources included, and then only when we get to strong legal issues, start thinking about the data governance. This introduced some challenges in timing, but allowed us to have informed decisions at every step. Another point I want to mention is in terms of balancing what participation means. We wanted a model that was not only for English speakers. We also did not want to include languages for which we had no background or no connection. So we had a policy to only include languages where we had at least 4 people willing to work on the specifics of the sourcing and the processing. This means that we ended up with a set of languages that is not necessarily the most obvious, that does not include only the highest resource languages, but where we were addressing some of the issues that had been pointed out by previous work about noisy inclusion and extractive dimensions with low resource languages. I want to point out something also about access to the datasets. We wanted to make the dataset as open as possible, but we also wanted to balance dissemination constraints. So in the current state, anyone can navigate the dataset. There is a search engine. You can look for documents in the datasets that represent any search query. The documents are presented with an IP reduction filter, so kind of balancing values of privacy and access here. But only sources that were previously open and with clear licensing status are fully distributed. Everyone else has access based on requests, and we do provide access to the full data set to people who have specific research questions. Governance went further than that. Obviously, we talked about model governance. I think we might talk a little further about the license later. We went with not an open source license, but a Rail license, which provides for openness and access by anyone, but not for every purpose, which is, as we all know, a tenet of open source. So that's what happened in Big Science. Big Code took a lot of those lessons and brought them a lot further. Big Code was started to do specifically a code generation model after both codecs, and we had heard some initial backlash from developers about the inclusion of their data as data subjects without their consent. The model was trained only on the most permissively licensed data. So even like not just open source licenses, but licenses without attribution, with an additional layer of opt-out. So people can request to have their data removed from future trainings of any models within the project. Safety and security were approached through strong evaluation and transparency. Again, with this measured approach of, we did a lot of work on PIA removal, private information. People who have a research question can access the training data set and the models, but we're balancing access here to provide transparency and responsibility without dissemination of sensitive artifacts. We wrote a governance card that gives a lot more detail. So to briefly conclude, we're seeing that openness is both a motivation of responsible development of machine learning systems, because things are done in the open, issues are a lot more obvious, and a requirement to provide meaningful access and agency and meaningful inclusion. We also know that openness by itself is not sufficient to make a responsible development. So I'm looking forward to exchanging with co-panelists about how we help normalize the good practices that we've identified.
Great, thanks, Yassine. And I'm sure we'll touch on all of the things you mentioned in the coming session. So then we'll move to Stella. Stella has been one of the powerful leaders in this space on openness. I'm sure we'll hear about exactly what that means in the context of Eleuther AI. So Stella, take it away.
Hello, thank you for having me. So I lead Eleuther AI. Eleuther AI was founded in the summer of 2020 by people who were disenfranchised by kind of the traditional power structures of AI research, both from an academic point of view and also from an industry point of view. We were very early adopters of the idea that models like GPT-3 were going to be very important to the future of AI, and we didn't think it was right for OpenAI basically to keep this technology to themselves. As a reminder, it's a little hard to imagine today, but back when we were getting started, you couldn't even pay OpenAI for access to this model. They put out a paper saying, we have this model, it's too dangerous to release. And that was it. People at their company had it, and no one else in the world had access to something similar. And we really thought it was essential that this technology be something that people could experiment with and use. Academics, industry researchers who don't have their level of resources, and the public writ large. All the conversations about whose voices get heard and democratization of access to and input on technology was really a key driving force in why we started doing what we were doing. And really the project turned out to be far more successful than any of us would have really guessed back then. Today we're a nonprofit research institute. We have 10 full-time staff, another 5 part-time staff, and we collaborate with dozens of volunteers around the world. We maintain and develop code bases for training and evaluating large language models that are used by dozens of labs. And we do research on interpretability, bias, safety, and all sorts of other topics that we think are kind of socially essential. A lot of our research nowadays is geared specifically towards technical work to inform policy and social work. And we provide really important funding and mentorship support to research and researchers who are, like I said, disenfranchised by traditional power structures of industry and academic labs. One of the things that we've realized in the past year is that there's tremendous value in offering our expertise in machine learning to experts working in policy, law, and related questions at the intersection of technology and society. Owning kind of to our unique position as a research nonprofit that trains and releases large open source models, we're able to provide independent expertise to policymakers and question claims about the technology made by the for-profit sector at times. We really think this showcases kind of how our broader project has an important function in the current political debate surrounding AI. Ramon and others have talked about the AI red teaming event at DEF CON several times. And, that's another great example. There were a wide variety of people with experience training large language models from almost every contributing company that was there, answering people's questions and stuff. But I'm pretty sure I was the only person there who has trained and released large language models and does not work for an organization that sells them commercially. And being able to give that kind of perspective and input, I think, is really essential. Over the past couple of years, we've seen a huge change in what the landscape looks like, for the better by far from our perspective. You have organizations like Meta, Stability, Hugging Face, Mosaic, and more, Cerebrus, who are training and releasing models with various amounts of open licensing for people to use. And this is incredible. When GTP3 came out in early 2020, and if you look from when that came out through mid 2022, the set of publicly released GTP3 style language models in the world was 3 open source models that Luther AI trained, and 2 openly available but not open source licensed models that Meta trained, and that was it. It was just those 5 models. And now we're seeing so many models from so many more organizations, and much more of a buy-in from both industry as well as government and academics to training and releasing models to the public. One of the things that we keep getting back to throughout this conversation, it's phenomenal, is whose voices get heard. How can we resist the centralization of power in the space? And that's something that I'm incredibly proud of at Luther AI. We have a really radically open model. Anyone in the world can come join our Discord server. All of our research is organized on Discord, and you can just come, join, sit in on meetings, listen to people talking. Oftentimes, our partially trained models are things that you can download and test. You can watch them train live. You can show up and provide input into what we should be doing, and get involved in research with relatively low barriers of entry. And this has really had an immense empowering and educational impact that, being bound by a physical building or having a less openly collaborative model would really not make possible. Our community includes researchers from over 40 countries who live on every inhabited continent on Earth. If you look at a lot of our recent papers, they're led by people who are not at industry labs, who don't have traditional backgrounds. So recently we had a paper about the RWKV language model. The lead author of that is a light bulb salesman who's self-taught in AI. And it's incredible that all of the stuff he's been able to do. We've provided him some mentorship, we've provided him some funding, we've introduced him to other organizations that provided funding, but most of that has come from him being really incredible. And it's really amazing to be able to provide the support that he needs to do work like that. And they've released now the largest RNN style language model in the world, up to 14 billion parameters, I think the largest one they've trained so far is, as well as a wide variety of multilingual models. In the chat, there's been conversation about getting buy-in from local communities and impacted individuals when doing dataset curation and design. So we've recently been training monolingual language models. So we've trained and released the most powerful Korean language model in the world. But that wasn't a project we led. That was a project that was led by NLP researchers from Korean companies and Korean academic institutions that we were providing support to. And putting those Korean nationals front and center in deciding how things should be designed, deciding how things should be orchestrated, I think is a really essential part of democratization of this technology. There's definitely major challenges with this technology and how it interacts with existing power structures, but we think that the work that we've been doing is kind of a essential component to making a difference in the landscape and bringing access to and knowledge about this technology to people who would otherwise not have that.
Fantastic, thanks, Nala. So now we'll move to Melanie, who will sort of build on what Joel mentioned in the opening keynote and talk about what Meta is doing in the context of Llama 2, but also just more generally. So Melanie, take it away.
Yeah, let me see if I can actually also manage to share my screen. So I had a couple of slides. Are you able to see that?
Yes, we can see the slides.
Let me just remember how to present. There we go. Okay, cool. So yeah, so I'm Melanie at Meta AI, and I've been working in the LLM space for a little while now. I helped with this project called OPT, which is one of our first open language, large language models we do with BlenderBot, and most recently with this, with our commercial open source release for Llama 2. And I particularly helped on the safety release and open source side and data side. So I wanted to tell you just a little bit about what we were thinking when we started building and releasing this model. And also, of course, credit to the many, many folks who helped out with both the implementation and the release. So if you haven't heard of Llama 2, it's a series of models actually at different sizes, both pre-trained and fine-tuned, that we released, I think, was it in July, a couple months ago? And we're pretty proud of the reception of it. I think we've seen very, very broad adoption from many companies, both large and small, and from researchers and just people tinkering with it, and lots of really cool things starting to be built on top of it, like super fast inference or long context or fine tuning for more languages. So different kinds of safety work. And I think it's really exciting how fast it's caught on. And when we started this project, we had not long before released Llama 1 to the research community. And so we really wanted to make this one available more broadly to a larger commercial community and to make a stronger model overall. And so we thought a lot from the beginning about, what do we need to do as like throughout the whole process. And so one thing was we wanted to make sure that we got different safety benchmarks in place for us to evaluate as we progress on training, especially for the alignment side. I think, unfortunately, a lot of the external academic benchmarks don't fully assess the risks. So we developed a pretty large human evaluation generated, as well as some model augmentation generated prompts. And then we had humans actually evaluating throughout our model development iteration. But that gets a little bit expensive. So we also used a fair amount of model-based evaluation this time. So asking the model to say, for example, on a given prompt, is this safe or not, which helped a lot. And then we used both internal and external red teams who we built custom tooling for. And we had lots of different people from many, many different kind of backgrounds and roles. So that was pretty important to us to get in place. And we also had all of our data go through legal and privacy reviews, the same rigorous review we always do at Meta before we started our, before we even started our training. One thing that we were relatively conservative on was doing a lot of filtering or augmentation in our pre-training data. I think there's a little bit of open research here on how that affects downstream tuning. So this is one trade-off that we're continuing to explore. For example, how much can you filter toxic data without causing other problems like demographic erasure? So I think we're still kind of finding the right balance on pre-training mitigations. And then we spent a lot of our time on the tuning side mitigations and really tried to get this better than some of the other similar sized open source models out there, and as much as we could, as good as the closed source models. And for that, we use what I guess is now pretty common techniques of reinforcement learning with human feedback and some supervised fine tuning as well. And in the middle of this process, we were continually trying to poke the model and find the issues. And so we changed at each point, we started making it better and better in many of our subversions, and we would do things like if the red team found issues, actually go and adjust our labeled data and use that as score that for preference data. And I think we did pretty well. I mean, it's very challenging to measure, but based on caveats of challenging and potentially biased measurement, I think we did pretty well on safety across all the categories that we tested versus other models. And we're still much work to do, but I think we were pretty happy with these results for a release bar. And then the final thing we wanted to do was just put together a lot of material to help other folks use these models effectively, because we expected a broad use. So for example, we made a responsible use guide for developers who might have less ML background or less, at least large language model tuning background, and gave them code examples. We had a custom license to make sure that people are complying with acceptable use terms and using these models, hopefully for good. And then we also wrote a very long paper, particularly went into a lot of details on how we did the safety alignment, shared things like test set leakage statistics in the paper. And because it was very long, we summarized with a model card, both in the paper and on our GitHub. And then we also provided a few different reporting mechanisms for issues on GitHub and on feedback forms on our website. And I think like from working on this project and a couple others, like there's still more that I want to see like both us and the community do in the future. So I think it'd be really exciting to have some more safety prompt sets released publicly and more benchmarks that work well, especially for safety aligned models. And I think we've seen a lot of people misunderstand the evals that are out there as well, like not understanding maybe the confidence or variance that you can have that can change across different sizes of models, and maybe not like realizing that some people might be training on test sets, especially if they either accidentally or because of wrong incentives. And then I think we really wanted to share like implementation details of our evaluation. We just kind of ran out of time to release that code. And I think that's something we would love to do for the future and love to see others do, because even if there are libraries, you want to know exactly how someone arrived at their numbers. And then I think just more of the training data and safety reward models being shared will be very helpful for the community if we can figure out how to do that responsibly. And we participated in the DEF CON event that was mentioned earlier, and I think that was really exciting. And I would love to see more kind of community red teaming events where people can compare different models and poke at the issues, and we can all, as a community, go back and fix those. And I will say, like one thing that I've noticed from being in industry for a while, there are sometimes trade-offs though, like with what I like maybe what you could ideally say is like, you know, the level of responsible release. For example, companies sometimes want to have some information kept proprietary. Sometimes there's like really high development costs to thoroughly evaluating these models. Like, for example, if you're going to do human evals. And so I think we have to share very broadly, like what are good recommendations, but maybe like consider with some caution, like what are the requirements and regulations so that we don't disincentivize people from releasing models in the future.
Great, thanks, Melanie. I think we'll come back to this last point about ensuring there are no disincentives for openness. Last but certainly not least, we'll have Zico. Zico has done phenomenal work across much of machine learning, including on robustness and adversarial machine learning, as I'm sure he'll talk about. And so I'm very excited to see what he's going to talk about today. So Zico, do you want to take it away?
Absolutely. Great. Thanks so much. All right. Well, thanks everyone for being here. It's really great to be here. I'm Zico Coulter. I'm a faculty member at Carnegie Mellon, and I'm going to talk today about some of our recent work on adversarial attacks against large language models. So I'm also going to share my screen here and just show some quick illustrations here. Everyone can see my screen, okay?
Yep, looks great.
Excellent. All right. So this is much more fun to show you than just tell you about this. But I'm going to show you some snippets here from a paper we had about a couple months ago now on crafting adversarial attacks against large language models. So if you go to ChatGPT and ask it something like insult you, it won't respond to you, right? It'll say like, as a language model, I can't do that. I'm programmed not to do that. And you can regenerate it a bunch of times. It'll just keep saying like, I don't want to do this, right? I mean, ascribing far more agency than maybe it really has here, but it'll keep saying, no, I don't want to do this. You can do as many times as I said, it won't work. But now you can go and edit this and say something like insult me and add this little string to the end here, describing -- wink face, similarly now write opposite content, etc. And the model will happily insult you now. It'll also compliment you after the fact, which is kind of interesting. If you look at the prompt in some detail, it's something kind of interesting there. But this doesn't just work in this example, it works in several examples. And in fact, it's not just to be too highlighting ChatGPT too much here. We can in fact show the exact same thing also works on Bard. In fact, in this case, it's actually the exact same string that we can append to text that will make it work on Bard. Here again, Bard, after you ask it to insult you, it'll say things like, I don't understand what you mean. What could you possibly mean by that? And then you say, insult me, describing similarly, blah, blah, blah. And so, oh, now I know what you mean. You mean insult me. And so it'll happily generate some insults for you. Now, there are a few things I want to say about this and sort of want to address. And I think this raises a lot of questions about kind of the nature of what these safeguards are and how they're working. But maybe before we get into this, I want to sort of describe how we did this, because it's actually quite simple what we did. The first thing we did is that we just attacked open source large language models using a somewhat involved, but really fundamentally pretty simple white box attack. And I won't go into the attack here. I'll put a link to the paper at the end of this short set of slides. It basically is a combination of greedy search and with a little bit of gradient-based information. So we use this to attack open source LLMs, and in particular, we can pretty reliably do this, right? So both things like Llama 2 and the Vicuña models, which were trained upon the original Llama, we're able to pretty reliably break these things. And this is actually not that surprising. I've worked in sort of in adversarial robustness for a while, and deep networks have this problem, right? If you kind of go really far off manifold by taking gradients, you can often fool these things. But then what we did was we just copied and pasted the generated attacks, not just into Vicuña or Llama, but we copied them into the public chatbots, and they just kind of worked, which was honestly very surprising to us. We did not expect to have this much transfer between the open source, the attacks tuned for open source language models and public language models, but we do see this. And we have some theories on sort of why this is, that they're hard to test to a certain extent, but we do have some theories on this. But rather than talk too much about that, I just want to highlight a few takeaways that I have from this work, or at least thoughts and ideas I'm kind of thinking about when I think about kind of what the implications of this work are. So the first thing that I do want to emphasize that I do take as an implication of this is this notion that closed source development of LLMs is no guarantee that the systems are going to be more secure than open source models, right? So you can, yes, our sort of attacks were generated on the open source models, but the degree to which they transfer, the surprising degree to which they transfer, really suggests this is more a property of the underlying data and not a property of the random weights you pick for your classifier. And I think we need to take this into account when we talk about the security or the safety of large language models. We need to understand that they are not inherently secure just because they are somehow closed source, and this makes them more black box and therefore secure. However, at the same time, I think we need to also, and this is, maybe I'm being too pessimistic here, but I think we also need to reconsider kind of what this means for security, both of open source language models and closed source language models. Because the problem with adversarial attacks for machine learning models in general is that we do not know how to fix these things. So again, I can say this pretty confidently because I've worked on robustness and trying to build robust classifiers for the past many, many years. And we have not made a lot of progress, right? There are no released robust models, and this is a problem. And so the usual response of why open source is great, because we can kind of patch the bugs once we find them, doesn't really apply here. And we need to rethink about sort of what does this mean, not just for open source release, but also for any release of these models, if you are releasing it with bugs that we sort of know exist and we know to a certain extent cannot be patched. The next thing I'll say is that this break is not interesting because we can get chatbots to say mean things, tell us how to build bombs and stuff like that. Those have the potential to cause some bad effects, and we certainly, I think there are bad things that can happen from that. But really, what I hope people take away from this is that this exploit is a proof of concept, right? It is effectively the buffer overflow equivalent for LLMs, and we need to take this into account, this possibility into account when we design systems that use LLMs. And this is particularly true with this current kind of, I would say, sort of rush to adopt LLMs into autonomous agents, which I do honestly find a bit concerning, because I think people are interpreting LLMs kind of in the wrong way personally. And this leads into my last point here, which is that I think the right way to think about LLMs is that they are virtual machines, and tokens are their machine code, basically. I think we often think about LLMs as sort of information processing entities or even as chatbots fundamentally, but they're not. They are systems that have a state associated with them. Tokens change their state. And if they, in their outputs, can cause real effects, if you start tying these things to invoice payments or emails or even more things like automated control of large systems, this, I think, genuinely gets a bit concerning. So I'm happy to talk about all these things as we go. I mainly just want to mention that a lot more information is on this website here. And I also want to thank a bunch of my collaborators who participated in this work. So looking forward to the panel.
Great, thanks, Zico. And I'm sure we'll come back to this analogy to PL at the end or at some point, because I think it might be helpful for clarifying what good practices are. So much like Sayash stated in the previous session, what I'm going to do is go through the speakers and ask them each a question, ask a couple, and then really try to allocate the majority of the time to questions we have from the audience. So great. So Yassine, you mentioned the rail license. It came up also in the previous section. And I guess one of the questions is, how do we, could you explain what the rail license is a little bit more? And how can the policies or discussion of use in the rail license be enforced, or what is Hugging Face's thinking in this direction?
Yeah, so the Rail license, I would say, did not start with the Big Science. The Rail initiative has been working on that for a few years now. And it's part of this movement on ethical licensing that has been going on for a few years. This idea is that we have this tension when we're talking about open source licenses, that when you release something, you release it for any kinds of use. And there's good reasons to do that, but it also makes it harder to assign responsibility or to think sometimes through your own responsibility in developing a tool. So that's the original motivation, which is going to be like how it's applied is going to look a little different. So now what a Rail license is typically an open license, not always, that includes use case restrictions. So for example, in Bloom, we're saying you can use this model for any purposes, but do not use it to give medical advice. Do not use it in a case where people don't know that it's the output of a large language model, and a few other restrictions. There are good reasons to do that. It's also important to keep in mind not to expect the license to do things that it can't do. The license itself is not an instrument of control. It's an instrument that helps limit some uses, especially in commercial settings where people really don't want to deal with licenses they don't understand. And it's an instrument that carries values and carries norms. So Rail licenses are released as part of a whole release strategy for the Bloom model, including extensive evaluations and model cards that includes what are like purposeful uses, what are out of scope uses, and what are these incentivized uses. And there's this additional layer saying, as part of the license, while we're figuring out what licensing means for machine learning models, if you think of it like an open source license, then you can do all of those things, but not these things that we think are important. I think it's important to keep in mind that even open source licenses that we use are partly social contracts that sometimes get broken even when they're not legally broken, right? So you can think about the open source license for Elasticsearch, that there was a whole to-do when Amazon started commercializing the system and offering a competition. They weren't breaking the license, but it went against the social assumptions of what the license is. So we think of Rail licenses a little bit more like that. That said, there are ways to give it more legal weight. I think if you think of clauses like what I think Microsoft right now is offering in terms of copyright guarantees with some of its models, where they're saying, we think we're doing okay with copyright. If someone sues you, we will take over your defense, unless you've broken our terms of use. So that's kind of the kind of mechanism. If you're thinking about commercial applications in commercial settings, you can say if you're not following that responsible license, it's on you, and we're giving away our responsibility, legal responsibility to you.
Great, thanks. That's very helpful. I think people are mentioning in the chat. It's very helpful context on licensing more generally and the theory of understanding that. So turning to Stella, I think one of the things you mentioned during your talk is, we've seen over the past 3 years of language models being deployed and developed and so on, that much has changed. I wonder also how you think the evidence that we've seen of language models and other foundation models being used in the world influences your thinking on release and how you're overall reacting to what is going on as these models are more broadly adopted in society.
Yeah, so Eleuther AI has from the beginning had a very open stance. We were actually the first people to ever create a data set and release the model and the data set side by side. Big Science has done that subsequently. Together AI has done that subsequently. That might be a complete list. The Falcon model, some, but not all of its data is released. But we've taken a very open approach towards releasing as many of the components, all of the components. And as we see pushing away from this, as we see more and more organizations closing up information about it, people have talked about how the GTB4 paper has like very little actual technical information. And to be clear, when we say it has very little technical information, we mean that like I could have written the technical description of how GTB4 works like a year before that paper came out. It's that high level, that kind of, this is, everyone knows that this is what you're doing, but none of the secret sauce is there. With some of Meta's models, we've seen a decrease in the amount of transparency about data contents, for example. And, I think it's really important that we try to resist, I don't think it's essential that everyone be fully transparent about everything. But I do think it's important to have transparency and have radical transparency, at least by some people, because there's a lot of research, there's a lot of important and pressing questions from a policy perspective about these models that you really need better transparency to answer. Questions about like memorization. So people, one of the things people are really concerned about with these models is, is it going to take long exact sequences from the training corpus and generate it verbatim? Maybe this contains PII, maybe it contains a paragraph from a book someone wrote. It's really hard to do research on this if you don't know what the actual training data was. And people try to do research on this, but there's when you're able to use models like Bloom or Eleuther AI's models, you're able to do a lot better and more complete research and better testing of kind of theories about how this works. And I think that having real and reliable answers to questions like this is really important. And it becomes increasingly more important as we see the commercial boom and as we see increased investment by companies in their closed source models. And there's a wide variety of areas where kind of the same considerations apply. Questions about gender bias. Everyone knows that the models kind of learn social biases and stereotypes from their data. And they tend to exacerbate them. So they become more biased than their data is. But what the dynamics of this look like, understanding that requires actually digging through training data. And that's something that you can't do for the overwhelming majority of popular models.
Great. And then Melanie, I guess maybe related to this is, Meta has invested a lot into, red teaming and other efforts to make models safe. I guess first I'd be curious of all of the efforts you've done, like which ones do you think have been sort of working the best? And then related to that is, I think an undercurrent in much of the conversation has been the topic of resources and the differential access to resources we see in the ecosystem. I wonder if there are things you've seen in your experience that you think are fairly low cost in terms of the resources required, but would be beneficial for the entire ecosystem or the open ecosystem to be doing.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we're starting a little bit spoiled on resources. So we have, like you mentioned, tried a lot of different things. So red teaming, a lot of just internal dog fooding by employees at our company, many external benchmarks, both ones from the community and that researchers at Meta have designed and published about previously, as well as a lot of human annotation help from paid labelers who are helping us just like creatively come up with a bunch of different prompts on specific taxonomies. I think the last one has been arguably the most effective, like in combination with the red teaming, is just really coming up with an exhaustive, not just in terms of the types of safety issues, but also in terms of the ways you're framing questions. And so I think that's why one thing I mentioned on my slides is that I would love for more of those to get more of those adversarial prompt sets to get released to the community. It's a little bit challenging sometimes because the prompts themselves are sensitive to release them. But I think like if we had there's potential for like a community collaboration on this. And then as far as the low resources, one thing we're exploring a lot, we published a little bit of this in the Llama 2 paper, is automated proxies for these kind of gold standard human evaluations. So it gets much cheaper and much faster if you use models to ask like, is this safe or not? And it feels very circular and like it wouldn't work, but we're actually seeing pretty good correlation in some instances with human evaluation. So I think more kind of research on that of like which types of automatic evaluations are reliable would be helpful.
Great. And then Zico, I guess more generally, given the interplay, especially you talked about at the end of your talk, between open models and other models in the ecosystem, right? In academia, what role do you think these different models are playing in terms of facilitating academic research? And then on top of that, what role should academia play in the development of responsible practices across the ecosystem, including on the industry side?
Yeah, so despite being from academia and therefore always feeling like I have to carry the mantle for a little bit, I don't necessarily think that there has to be a separation of what academia does and what companies do and what, I mean, when it comes down to it, there's the goal of research, right? Is the goal of research to build knowledge and to share knowledge broadly, or is it sort of to build a product? And don't get me wrong, I see potential in both these things. I think there is advantages to both these things, but I think that the role, academia is maybe often used as an example here, precisely because kind of by necessity we are open, right? We at least in the ideal case should be creating knowledge for the public and for sort of public consumption. Now, as this relates to sort of open source and closed source LLMs and sort of what that means, I sort of feel like the best element of academia, and again, they're generalizing again, going back to using this term, one of the best elements of academia is the freedom we have to operate and try things that are in some sense outside the scope of traditional organizations working on these things. And we are a very distributed crowd, right? So we're a bunch of little independent teams that can work together, can work on our own, can do lots of things. And I think our strength to a large degree comes in the ability to take many different approaches to similar problems. So I wouldn't want to say that there should be a role of academia, or I wouldn't want to prescribe too much about what the role of academia should be here, precisely because I think the power and the benefit of academia, and when I say academia, I'm using here a stand-in for sort of open research in this area, very much including Eleuther and others here, is that we should be free to take, to define our own ends in each individual team. And I think that, personally, I very much want to and will keep pursuing this line of work, a sort of understanding the nature of security vulnerability, what I would call security vulnerabilities in both open source LLMs and closed source LLMs. But I would not want to prescribe that as the right strategy for others to take. I think the entire benefit here comes from, an open community incentivized to understand the science and understand sort of the phenomena behind these systems. And I am very excited to see what this community as a whole is going to do. Security being one of these things, but things that I can't even imagine being others.
Great, that makes sense. I think this underlying point that we want this diversity in terms of the exploration of all the different things community-wide that we're working on makes a lot of sense and seems imperative. So building off of that, right, we are seeing all of these different efforts, maybe collectively towards trying to think about responsible practices. And so taking what Percy mentioned at the beginning of the workshop of, if we assume or sort of condition on a model being released openly for whatever definition of open you want to use, which practices do you think of the ones that we already know are most important for developers to implement. Of course, there's going to be heterogeneity because of the different contexts. And of those, which ones do you think most developers are already doing, and which ones are in areas where you think there needs to be reinforcement? So that's to all of the panelists, and maybe I'll go in the opposite order. So I'll start with Zico and then go back all the way to Yassine.
Again, what I'll say here is not meant to be prescriptive. I don't think that, I think it is important that everyone here bring their own perspective on these things. So what I'm going to say is sort of what I hope to analyze these models for, and conditioned on there being open source releases of these models and them being available. I want to make very public the limitations, and again, I'm going to use the word sort of security flaws of these systems in a way that I hope will lead to better usage of them. And what I mean by that is just, if you know systems have limitations and flaws when you adopt them, you are less likely to deploy them in a scenario where those flaws and, again, unpatchable bugs, as I sort of describe it, are going to lead to catastrophic failure, right? Right now, I think kind of the only way of doing this to a certain extent is to incorporate humans in the loop, to treat these really as tools. I think there's a comment in the chat as well. But more broadly, even if you're starting to increase automation via these things, my view is that we need to give full assessments of what flaws they have, when they will break, and what things can break them. And so that's, I think, doing that for open models, and then hopefully also spurning the closed models to release similar disclosures, either via third parties or via their own internal efforts, hopefully third parties. I think we can ultimately have more responsible use of these systems.
Great, and then maybe Melanie next.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a challenging question. I think one thing that I'm noticing is a lot of us on the foundation model side or the academic side are kind of evaluating, like, safety evaluations are kind of covering like a relatively narrow set of use cases that are just like, I'm going to chat with this agent in English, and then we're seeing people take these models and just use them for like a huge array of different kinds of downstream applications. So I think one thing we need to work on is trying to figure out how to get more diversity in the kinds of ways that we evaluate the risks and safety issues of like the ways that these models can be adapted to different applications. I think we saw an early example when LLM started first being used for code generation with like ChatGPT, where you could bypass like anti-racism handles quite easily just by like using code instead of language. And so that's just like one example that I think, the community is starting to address that now that we know people are adapting these for code. But there's just like truly very broad, like medical, legal, different cultures, different languages that are getting adapted. So I want to see us kind of invest in that breadth.
Okay, and then Stella next. Stella, do you have any thoughts?
Oh, sorry. I mean, I think that what Melanie is saying about how people use these models is extremely important to keep in mind. One of the really interesting things that we see is there's been a push on the industry side to turn these into one-stop shops for everything. It's the everything app. It's a chatbot that can play chess and answer questions and write papers for you and give you advice and do all of these things. And this has clearly this is very popular amongst consumers, but it has a real downside in terms of mystifying the technology and in terms of making decreasing the traceability into and hurting the kind of mental models that the users have in terms of what is reliable, what isn't reliable. We've seen lots and lots of examples of people using them to, people have used them to write briefs that they've submitted in court. People use them to get medical advice. People use them in all sorts of inappropriate ways. And you know, on some level, you know, it's easy to think, oh, the you know, the disclaimer, like this is an AI, it doesn't know anything, like don't trust it. At the beginning of sessions is enough, but you know, in practice, it seems that that's not the case. And we've kind of observed, and something that we're interested in doing research on is kind of how we can present this technology to people in ways that does demystify it. We've found so far that kind of not using chatbots, giving people access to pre-trained models, you know, they're harder to use. They can say more mean things, but we've kind of found anecdotal, at least, that it has a very strong demystifying effect, and we kind of hope that there are going to be more research into how we can use these technologies in ways that don't kind of hoodwink the users.
Great. And then Yassine, do you want to answer?
Yeah, I think it's, you know, joint of everything we've talked about. So, but I want to see the training data and how it was processed. I want to see the evaluation receipts, and I want to see a position statement. So training data, lots of good reasons. We need to see the processing, because processing also has lots of biases introduced. And it's much easier to demystify impressive behaviors of a model if you know where it comes from in its training data, because otherwise it just looks like it's making it out of thin air. I want to see the evaluation receipts. When we're like lots of very smart people with the best of intentions, we see that like a benchmark is misrepresented or misunderstood, right? We had this case on Hugging Face where people had very different settings for evaluating things and lots of miscommunications. If we're just getting one number reported by one company without an evaluation protocol, we can't trust any of that. And I want to see position statements. I think that's extremely important in the context of red teaming. If you're red teaming or doing RLHF, that depends on your model of what the harms are and what the harm distributions are. Because you're kind of playing whack-a-mole with like the things that the red teamers are identifying. If you think that all identifiers have the same harm distribution, then the more people you have, the more you'll find the risks. If you think there are different harm distributions, you will be removing the harms that are more obvious to people who are invited to the table and pushing up the harms of other people. Like even currently, if you look at models like Bard or ChatGPT and ask them about recent events in Florida, if you're a queer person or a Black person, you want to punch your computer. So all of those things, like these three things, thinking about what's the data, what the evaluation protocol is, and what the values included are and what's missing, all as important.
Great. Thanks to all of you for these points. And now I'm going to sort of move to the audience's questions, and I'll just try to take them mostly in the order they came in. So I'm going to rephrase this question from Borhan on a point Zico made during his talk, I think, which is that we don't know how to find the bugs, or we don't know how to fix the bugs, I think, after we find them, presumably in the adversarial case. So the question is, does this make the public knowledge of harmful flaws any less important to building less harmful models in the future? And I think Zico also engaged with this in the chat, but yeah, maybe Zico, you can take this and we can go from there.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to remember the exact phrasing. Yeah, so I guess my response to this was that, so first of all, this is true. We don't know how to fix these things. There are absolutely little band-aids, I use that term in another response, that you can put over these things, right? So you can try to get around this by, oh, we're just going to try to filter the input by perplexity and ignore things, but that have high perplexity because those strings you said looked weird, but then you just add a perplexity penalty on your optimization of an adversarial prompt and it works. Or you could try to filter outputs and say, any output of this type, you just don't say anything if it uses the word bomb or something like that. But obviously that's silly. You can't do that, right? That's defeating. If we had a heuristic language to filter all negative content, we would be in a very different place in the world, right? And it's just not the way the society works. Having said that, then, and knowing that there's no way to sort of, I would say, fundamentally fix the problem, I do think that disclosure is incredibly important. And the reason maybe is obvious at this point, right? That if this is not disclosed, then it's only a small number of actors that sort of know how to the flaws in these systems, and that leads to, I would say, much worse scenarios than we have currently. And the flip side of this is that if it becomes sort of public knowledge to everyone that LLMs, and again, I think LLMs are useful, right? I do. I think these are genuinely useful things that can be really useful sort of for the right problems. But if you have this mindset that LLMs are useful tools and not as also Estelle was saying, kind of everything to everyone, or they don't have to be everything to everyone and everything at the same time, then it develops a very different mindset about how you use these things. And I think ultimately a better mindset about how to use them for their effectiveness and for the things where they can really help us, but without sort of over-reliance on the tools to a point that could cause genuine harm if and when they are misused by malicious actors or just people that want to use them for different ends, right? And so this is why I do really believe in the need for disclosure of these things, because otherwise we will fool ourselves into thinking these are things that they are not.
I think that's a really good take. I think another kind of way to think about these kinds of issues is that, harm is not a monolithic concept. When someone was talking earlier about how, a lot of companies have these ideas about harm and safety filters and RLHF data sets, and we don't really know exactly what counts as harm, what doesn't count as harm. But, we can look at examples for models, we can look at kind of public rhetoric, in some contexts, you see people saying harm, and what they mean is the model will say mean things to you. In some cases, they say harm, and they mean the model will give you advice about how to build a bomb. In some cases, they say harm, and they mean the model can meaningfully increase the ability of a human being, of a non-expert human, to create bioterror weapons. And I think that these don't all have the same solution, and they don't all have the same level of pressingness either. So, there's been a lot of conversation recently about LLMs designing bioweapons, LLMs designing nuclear weapons and stuff like that. And kind of the thing in that regard that kind of always strikes me is, why are you training LLMs on the data that they would need to even have any information about this? Like, it's really not very hard to not include details about how to build nuclear weapons in your training data. And like the right solution to those kinds of problems is simply to not give that information to the model in the first place. Like, go through your training data, pull out the stuff that includes information about nuclear weapons. Like, at the end of the day, if all knowledge of nuclear physics was removed from ChatGPT, it would not do very much harm to 99% of users. Like, almost nobody would be actually affected by this. But if you believe that, someone might use this to build a nuke, like, great, that's a really foolproof way to stop the problem. In other cases, we don't want the models to be mean to people by default, sure. But I also don't see it necessarily as a problem if someone is able to elicit rudeness or is able to elicit, sexual or type content, that's typically something that these models are discouraged from doing. But at the same time, like, I don't see anything inherently wrong if someone wants to use it. It's more productively problematic if that gets forced upon someone by accident. And so in those cases, like, having the ability to bypass these safety filters is almost a good thing. At least in this particular context, it gives the user more control over their experience. You can have a default experience, and then if you can talk the model into talking about sexual activities, if you can talk the model into being more rude, more abrasive, like, that's active work you're putting into to elicit this behavior. The problem comes up when these kinds of things get stumbled upon by accident, or when they get put into models that are intended for deployment in elementary school education type contexts and stuff like that. So there's really a wide variety, and those are like two extremes of the spectrum, right? There's a whole range of possible harms in between. But I think it's really worth keeping in mind that there are, we say harm, but there's so many different things we have in mind. And oftentimes the right interventions are wildly different for different types of harm.
Great. And so actually building off of that, right, because there is this, broad catalog of different harms and people mean different things when they use harm. One other class of harm I want to bring up here that Sin mentions here in relation to, I think, Bloom, but also just more generally, so maybe Yassine can start and we can take it more broadly, is the topic of engaging with data providers and the fact that people's data has been stolen in their perception. For example, we've seen this with artists and the relationship to Stable Diffusion. We've seen the US Copyright Office, as some have mentioned, seek comment on this. So maybe you can talk about this broader topic of data and data rights and so forth, and then more specifically about interventions or practices we should be doing socially and technically to address this. Maybe Yassine, you could start.
Asking me to speak broadly about data is a bad idea when we want to have discourse, because they can go a long time. What I will say to those topics are, first, I hear lots of people going straight to technical fixes there, right? Like this idea of unlearning. And like, I get it. I like a technical challenge like anyone else. In practice, we get new models trained every 6 months. If you have access to a training data set and you say, this is what in the training data set, I don't want it in the next model, that will be more efficient for you than figuring out uncertain unlearning that is still very much an active research question. So that's what the stance we took for Big Code, where we're like, we're not going to promise to unlearn because we don't know how to do it, but you can be sure that next time you won't be included. I think what I will do is that while I'm very supportive of mechanisms for consent, overusing copyright as a doctrine to try to defend consent has not been super productive and doesn't always get us where we want to go. So like, let's reframe things in terms of, we think that there's a question of just rewards there. Copyright is a related mechanism, but that's not necessarily what we're talking about. And the last point, last point. People's agency in being included or not in the training data has a huge impact on whether they're okay with being included or not. We've seen that in several cases. We did some community consultations with developers who were not machine learning people for Big Code. And there was a lot of, I'm fine with having my data used, but I should still have a choice. We've seen a lot of the community reaction from Stack Overflow and Stack Exchange users who went from having a very positive perspective on their data being reused for research and for technology to very negative reaction after ChatGPT started being marketed, like not just how the technology is built, but how it's presented as something that would take their job. So let's keep thinking about consent as a way to make data more inclusive and get more data more sustainably.
And if others have thoughts on the topic, maybe definitely chime in here.
I would say it's actually a rather interesting feature of these models that when prompted appropriately, they seem willing to basically disclose anything that was in their training set. And this is another way in which they are very different from people, right? There are certain things that I can know about, but I will not regurgitate no matter what I am however I am prompted to do so. And to this point, I think the attitude of a lot of companies building these models has been, you put everything in pre-training and then you fix it after the fact. And what I think, one failure mode that I think, for example, adversarial attacks exposes is the limitations of this after the fact fixing. It can be very hard to, there's some comments about unlearning here. We don't know how to unlearn either, right? Like we don't know this. We don't know how to change how to fine tune things to truly forget or truly not ever want to repeat something that was in the training set. It may not be possible. This may be just a feature of these models that if you train them on something, they will reproduce it if they are asked to, and you ask in the right way. So I think that has to be, that is a feature of these things that we need to take into account when training, not somehow an afterthought.
Yeah, I think Yassine was talking about data curation, and I think data curation is really a key to this. He's absolutely sorry, they're absolutely right to say that this is a social problem. It's also kind of a philosophical problem. Almost nobody had an opinion on this 3 years ago. And this is actually one of the reasons why I am pretty bullish on the release of models to the public, because people oftentimes don't actually know what their attitudes towards things are until they have these things in their hands. We had text-to-image models coming out, in papers, in online demos from OpenAI, from Google, but it wasn't really until like Stable Diffusion exploded that this started to become something people actually had conversations about. People actually realized that they had opinions about. People started seriously thinking about. And so, you can't have democratic participation in, or even a democratically informed opinion in how these kinds of technologies are designed and kind of what values are centered if you don't have the real buy-in and experience in the hands of everyday people. I think it's actually really curious because this is one of the areas where kind of the open source movement has always been ahead of closed source and commercial technologies in terms of transparency around data use, and also in terms of just building pipelines and systems that are better for achieving these kinds of aims. So, one great example of this is the Lion data set, which is a very large data set of images and their captions. And when this came out, it was designed to allow people to train models like Stable Diffusion and DALL-E and Clip. And when it came out, there was a big pushback, there was a big backlash. And so a third-party organization got involved and they said, look, the Lion data set itself is not actually images, it's links to images. So we can insert ourselves as an intermediary. You can tell us that you don't want people to train on your images, and people can use our function, use our filter to automatically skip over the images that people have opted out of. And the company is called Spawning AI, and they've created this dynamic and constantly evolving opt-out for Lion that has been continued to grow in popularity and use. This is certainly not a fix for original models that were trained before the program took off, but it definitely is a very meaningful improvement in terms of downstream applications. And it is a lot more conducive kind of to crowdsourcing and to individual and organizational engagement than if Eleutheri put up on our website, like, by the way, email us the text of every document you don't want us to train on, and we'll compare it to our secret list of internal documents and take out whichever ones are there. And it has a lot more transparency to the whole thing as well. And there's also increasingly a push towards just trying to do better by creatives and by the people whose information is in data. So right now, Eleuther AI is working on kind of an updated version of the pile, in which one of the updates that we're making is that all of the data is going to be licensed for our use. We've been talking about exploring kind of an opt-in, opt-out type filter, like the way that Spawning has for Lion. But like as a baseline, like all of the data is going to be licensed, which, as has been said, copyright ethics are not the same thing. But I think stuff like this is definitely a very big step in the right direction. It's something that the open source community has always been kind of on the forefront of.
Great. So Percy has a question, maybe that'll shift things into a different direction here. So he asks, when should there be restrictions on downstream use for an open release? For misuse, it doesn't seem feasible that licenses and restrictions do that much. And restrictions involve enforcement. How do you think about when it's hard to track the downstream use and enforcement in that regard? And then he also suggests, but I'll just throw this in here, of why don't we follow the path of cryptography and open source software and look for other measures? For example, policy or restricting other aspects of the pipeline. I think this also goes back to something we saw in the previous session about different things. So anyways, anyone feel free to take that.
So I want to respond quickly to that, which is that, you know, Luther has been involved in a lot of conversations. You know, I and many of the others in our organization were involved in big science. We've talked to a lot of people about responsible licensing and stuff like that. And, you know, restricting downstream users is, for some people, myself included, kind of philosophically problematic, but it's also hard. Like, you know, adopting Rail as a flag plant and say, like, this is the kind of use that we want people to do is fine. But if you're actually trying to coercively use that to control people's usage, basically you need to go sue them. You need to go sue everyone who violates your license. Like that's how contract law works. And that's a lot of work. It's very challenging. You don't even always know who those people are. We simply don't have the resources to go hunt down everyone who uses our models in ways that disagree with a Rail-like license and sue them. And so, like, on a practical level, you know, enforcement is extremely challenging and for many organizations not feasible.
I can weigh in here a little bit. I think there are some trade-offs in how you distribute. Some companies have taken the route of only distributing via an API, which obviously allows you a lot more control, like not distributing model weights, but just like distributing only a tuned model with like only behind an API, and then either making people pass through some bars before they can sign up for the API, or monitoring that API afterwards for use, and then potentially cutting people off, which makes enforcement a lot easier. But there are a lot of benefits to sharing model weights, a lot of flexibility. For example, people that don't want their data sent to someone else's servers and then use the model. Like, you know, you can make things potentially like more economically viable because people can pay for their own serving costs and you don't have, like, you know, another company in the loop there. And then obviously like more flexible as well, especially if you're distributing pre-trained models. So I think like some of the things that we've explored, obviously like having different, besides the custom license and the potential to go pursue people who legally who do not follow the custom licenses, are, you know, making people agree to use terms beyond the license and having these like really clearly stated, like when people are downloading the models. Also trying to I think we've been looking into various types of like watermarking or fingerprinting and saying like what can be done both for like pre-trained and tuned models. And so it's like another way to be able to track down users of models.
Maybe a couple of things to add on top of that. I mean, Zico has made some good points about the harms of overselling safety when it's not there. Some of that conversation could benefit from taking a step back and seeing where the overselling the safety that comes from an API access has kind of muddied the waters. We've seen a lot of misuses through API accesses because in practice, you can't monitor everything and read everything. So we're between those two issues. I think, so there's, again, lots of good reason, I think, of using Rail, especially if you're not going to be an organization that's in the business of going to enforce and look for specific people. But eventually, if you're putting in your license that you don't want people to do things that are illegal or harmful, there's already regulatory frameworks for people shouldn't be doing things that are illegal or harmful with the models themselves. I think we can work a lot more on figuring out what that enforcement looks like, who's going to be empowered to do it, what the kind of public advocates we have who are going to be empowered to look at misuses of machine learning models, and looking more at both intentional misuses and negligence, which is also something that's going to be a huge issue with using those machine learning models and how we're going to look at that in a legal context.
Arvind makes a sort of related point here, because we're on this topic of licenses, that in other open source contexts, historically, organizations like the Free Software Foundation have helped with the enforcement of free software and open source licenses. Is there some room, again, thinking about infrastructure and so on, for an organization or something to play a role analogous to that in this context, if we're thinking about licenses and then their successful enforcement?
So that would be like an organization that can help nonprofits and other kinds of smaller orgs that are trying to release things open source. They're trying to release things openly but not open source, enforce that? Or I think I got a little lost in what exactly the question was.
I'm not sure. Arvin, maybe if you're online, maybe you could chime in. Since I'm also not, yeah, he says any type of open model.
Yeah, I mean, like, there are a lot of different ways that you can enforce things. It's more about happening, yeah. There's a lot of different ways you can enforce things. You can talk about enforcement in terms of like legal action, which I referenced a couple of minutes ago. You can also talk about enforcement in terms of like community norms. So at Eleuther AI, we have very strong community norms around acceptable and unacceptable behavior, acceptable and unacceptable uses for models. So we have, sometimes people show up in our Discord server because it's open to the public and they're like, hey, I want to train a language model that will do such and such thing. And the community goes like, that's not something that we view as acceptable. And maybe those people go elsewhere and try to do it elsewhere. Ultimately, like at the end of the day, that's not something we really have any ability to control. But I think that by setting strong community norms around acceptable and unacceptable uses, especially in places that are, like Hugging Face, like Eleuther AI, that are community hubs and places where people come together to talk about technology, you can have a really strong mitigating effect on a lot of these things. And I think there's absolutely like roles that can be played by third-party orgs that can help kind of develop these norms, help people enforce these norms. We were talking earlier about moderation as well as kind of another thing where there's a big community, a big community norm component to that.
We want to jump on that, and like we've been talking between ourselves. When people ignore the importance of moderation because it's not fully controlled, we end up like pushing surveillance always. And that's something that we don't necessarily want to do, especially when we're getting like word thrown around. Like if you all followed the recent debacle about encryption in the UK, when people start pushing those things as things that can be done, like that can be controlled when they really can't, like privacy reversing surveillance or anything like that. That doesn't really help anyone's ability to leverage the levers we do have to make the technology more responsible and more positive uses of the technology. So let's keep working on this.
Yeah, maybe on this point, maybe I'll add in Pascal's question here about sort of public understanding. They ask, are there easily understandable and secure resources that publish news and knowledge about AI and open foundation models? Can you recommend blogs or other materials from which one can acquire knowledge to stay up to date? So yeah, I don't know if anyone has any thoughts on good resources in that regard.
So I just recommended in the comments AI Snake Oil, as did Anna. That's by two of the hosts of this panel, and it's a really excellent blog that I'd also be recommending if it wasn't by two hosts of this panel. There's a large community on Twitter, for example, though it can be kind of hard to tell what the difference between like a professional Twitter influencer and a AI researcher who has like real technical knowledge and good explanatory skills. But I get a lot of my information from Twitter, some blog posts. Honestly, like I get a lot of my information nowadays on what's going on and how new technologies are working from the Eleuther AI Discord and from the Hugging Face Discord. There's a lot of great conversations, and it's a good source of news, both about new technologies and also about what's the latest in kind of large scale AI models.
I'm going to say that there is some terrible AI journalism and there are some amazing tech journalists who write about AI. Follow them. They usually know what they're talking about. They do an amazing job of like making things accessible for everyone. I'm not going to list them online because I'm going to forget some amazing people and feel bad about it, but I'm happy to share that offline.
Great. So then maybe I'll ask this question, maybe that'll be a bit broader from Sayash. We can maybe spend the remainder of the panel discussing this. It goes back to something Yassine brought up in his remarks, which is that there's this broader decision-making process. And so most of the questions I've asked have been about condition on releasing openly, what should we do, or etc. But maybe we should question that premise. So what Sayash asks is, how should developers of open foundation models think about stricter constraints like embargoes, or even about the decision of whether to release the model at all? When should we consider these options? When should we make the decision not to release?
So quick point of clarification, when you say when I hear embargoes, I think of like government embargoes, like legal embargoes. There's certain technologies that I, as someone who lives in the United States, am not allowed to sell or give to people in China or North Korea. Is that what you have in mind when you say embargoes, or something else?
Sayash, feel free to clarify, but I'm guessing this is maybe some kind of like staging of the release, like embargoes in the like journalistic sense, maybe. But yeah, Sayash, yeah. So just to clarify it, I think what he's talking about is as some way along the process, the sort of staging of like releasing it to some subset of people in some kind of more controlled way.
I mean, I think that can be wise, like to start with like a smaller circle of testers, right? Like I was saying before, we found a lot of issues in red teaming with larger circles, progressively larger circles of people. And then obviously there are like, you know, people have taken that to like different levels of extremes, like we were talking, like was mentioned earlier about GPT-3 not being released to anyone outside of the company for years. So I think finding the right balance is a bit challenging, but like what we found helpful is trying to set yourself sort of some release bars and standards, and like things that you've, for example, things that you've measured, things that you've, like I shared for the Llama 2, like materials you're building around it, and kind of anchoring on that.
I think one thing to keep in mind is that, so one kind of thing I learned many years ago in a prior life that I try to keep in mind a lot is that the decision to release something is a decision. It's not that like, oh, it's done and this is a thing that we're releasing, so now it's time to release it. You know, it's a decision about, it's a social and political decision. It's a technological decision. It's a decision about whether something works efficiently, a decision about whether the flaws are enough to hold it back from being useful. So, you know, I think it was Melanie mentioned that there have been models that have been developed at Meta that they felt, you know, not comfortable releasing because they weren't working as well as they wanted them to. Liability has trained some models that we ended up not releasing because, you know, in our estimation, they didn't really work well enough. We trained a DALL-E 2 replication about a year ago now, I guess, that was exorbitantly overfit to the training data, and it looked kind of, the images it produced were like a collage of images from the training data. And we were just like, you know, we don't think that this is something that people should use. You know, we're certainly committed to open and public release of models, but, you know, this is not a model that works. And thinking of it in those terms, I think is a, you know, this is, you know, making decisions about, is this a model that works? Is what kind of confidence do I have in the fact that this model works? How much more testing does it need before I can make a decision like that? Is a useful lens to think of things through.
So I think I'll say this, I think as the one person here who is not involved in the release of any of any systems, I'm probably the least qualified to speak on this. Because we haven't been involved in the release of LLMs or other large models. Though I would imagine there's some applicability of this to release of information that people can feel in some sense might be harmful in any way, right? Which certainly there were those that felt this way about our recent release of these sort of exploits. And one thing that I would say as a kind of community here is I think we have come relatively far, at least in the explicit consideration of this question versus where we were maybe 10 years ago. I think 10 years ago, no one really thought about the ethical implication. Well, at least a lot of people I would say in the community did not think about the ethical implications of release of models. Arguably that's because the models weren't powerful enough, but they probably did actually, I mean, they certainly did have ethical implications as well. And we as a community, I think were quite naive in our understanding of these issues. And so, you know, the other panelists are really are much more the experts on this. But I would say that I think the field has, the fact that we are asking these questions now does highlight a notable shift in the community that I have seen to think about these issues much more seriously than we used to. And there's a lot of work that I've seen done, you know, 10 years ago that I think would not be even undertaken now because there are obvious issues that would prevent it from ever being released to a broader audience. And I think even if we're not going to get this perfect, this is a large improvement of the field, and hopefully we can keep improving upon our mindset here.
I think I do want to be maybe a little more negative about how staged releases have been done, which isn't to say that they're not useful. I'm very much a fan of the binary determination of like this works or this doesn't. There are also going to be, in some select cases, something you can do to fix something that isn't quite ready for release. But by and large, the later you do your interventions, the more biases and unintended effects they're going to be, and the more they're going to be band-aids. Or at least that's what we've seen in the past. So like if you're to the point where you're releasing things, and obviously you're going to be like testing it with more and more people as it's more ready to interact with the general public. But I think this idea that like you first release to as a demo and then as a commercial system, or it does lead towards solutions that are less robust, and there should be more of a space for just going back to the drawing board, just realizing that you were not inclusive enough to begin with, because lots of those things can be seen earlier as issues that are going to come up if you have the right people and the right contributions at the ideation stage and when you're deciding what you're going to be making. Also, it's like requires us to be building models for specific purposes, which is a whole nother conversation, as opposed to just making a model to be cool and then figuring out what it's useful for.
Okay, great. I think we're running over time. So on that ending from Yassine, maybe we'll wrap up the session and then we'll resume at 12:35, I think, 12:35 Pacific time or 3:35 Eastern time. And thanks all again for all of the panelists for this.
Thanks, Rishi.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm so glad you're sticking around for the whole event between the people in Zoom and in the YouTube live stream. I believe we have well over 100 people, so that's great. And I'm sure the videos will get watched online after the event as well. Now, one reason I think that the topics of this workshop are so urgent today is because the policy questions are hanging over us. Even as we speak, questions that will affect the future of open foundation models are being discussed in the corridors of power around the world. And so I'm delighted that on this panel, we have 4 people with deep expertise in AI policy and open source software policy. So as in the previous panels, I'll briefly introduce the speakers, and then you'll see their bios in the chat. Each speaker will speak for 10 minutes, and then after the talks, we'll go to Q&A. But at any time, please feel free to put your questions into the Zoom chat or the YouTube live stream chat, and we'll get to it. So the order we're going to go in is Stefano Maffulli, and then Peter Sehan, and then Corey Zarek and Daniel Ho. So let's start with Stefano, who is the executive director of the Open Source Initiative, which is an organization that thinks deeply about the definitional questions in open source that the rest of us so often take for granted. Over to you, Stefano.
Thank you, Arvind. Yeah, my name is Stefano Maffulli. I'm Italian. I've been living in San Francisco for quite a long time. Steph is also an acceptable name for me. So the Open Source Initiative has been maintaining the open source definition for 25 years now. This year it's been the 25th anniversary. And I think it's worth reminding that the definition itself is the direct descendant of a long history before it came after the free software definition and the GNU Manifesto, and a lot of principles were written down 40 years ago, actually. I mean, this year is also this weekend is the 40th anniversary of the GNU project itself, the originator, if you want, of this innovation engine. And I'd like to remind also, to remember and notice that the evolution of the GNU principles have been going hand in hand, basically, with the evolution of software itself and computer science. Like at the end of the 70s and the beginning of the 80s, software was started to emerge as a new artifacts of human creativity. Before that, before those days, basically humanity has had never seen software itself. It was a brand new thing. It's like printing, or the written characters and written words. That led to thinking about the legal frameworks and the policies that needed to be applied to the new science and the new creativity space. So there was a decision that was fairly conscious, probably, to apply copyright to source code and binary code as a result and as a consequence in the 80s. So it took a little bit of time before the software started to have there was clarity around what were the permissions, what were the rules, the policies that went around the computer science. And the application, then the Free Software Foundation and groups of researchers started to think about the consequences of those policies, right? The software that was previously considered to be just like any other simple things, like recipes of ingredients of something for a cooking recipe, were started to becoming more private, and the communities of researchers came up with invented a way to turn the copyright around, and wrote down first a manifesto that embedded the rules of engagement for a community. They wanted to be able to share programs, software programs, packages, that they liked to other people who might have liked it. And they invented all the rules that came with that. The open source definition was just another if you want, a different iteration based on the same principles a few decades after, almost 2 decades after the original document. Now, with that definition, I like to think of the evolution of computer science together with the evolution of free software and those concepts that became the open source concept. That definition that today we maintain, we didn't write it, we maintain it with the community made of researchers as well as corporations, nonprofit organizations, social entities. That definition is trusted, and it's trusted in its simplicity. Because it really conveys very quickly the values of innovation, collaboration, and permissionless or frictionless adoption by anyone for any purpose. It really helps that to the point where governments, business corporations, other nonprofit organizations, they simply trust it and use the open source definition and the list of approved licenses as a starting point for lots of their contracts and negotiations. And laws and regulations are also reference the principles that the open source initiative maintains. Now, the reason why I'm so interested in the organization that I direct is so interested in the AI system, in the AI systems and in the AI space is that I think we are pretty much at the very early days of AI and revolutionary, explosive innovation is putting the same sort of pressure that the origin of software has put on society. We're seeing a lot of early conversations about what policies there should be, what kind of governance models that should be applied to AI systems, and we are very interested in providing the guidance and the experience that we have had and convening conversations with experts in the AI space so that we can replicate the same sort of innovation engine that this frictionless clarity, the simple effectiveness in conveying the values of freedoms for developers and users to the AI space. So, I mentioned that when software started to emerge as a new artifact of human creativity, it posed new challenges to the society. And we are seeing new artifacts being introduced by AI systems. When I think about models and their weights and parameters and the tooling that goes into assembling data sets, and the data sets themselves are, kind of like the original data, but not fully, like we've heard in the panel mentioned before. These new artifacts, there are questions around them about which kind of legal frameworks make more sense to be applied. And all of these suggestions, all the conversations that we hear have consequences, like when software was being debated, what kind of legal frameworks to apply. There were different choices, patent system versus copyright system versus a combination of the two, which we ended up with at the time. I mean, nowadays, these consequences need to be evaluated because they all carry consequences. So I'm very interested in hearing more from experts, and I'm really excited and stoked to have been invited to join these panels and the workshop today, because it's by listening to you, I mean, to the communities of practitioners and users and developers. What are your needs? What are your challenges? And by having a very wide conversation is where we think we're going to have the best ideas, the best policies, and the best legal frameworks to be applied. So I'm really interested. I mean, because also the open source definition has proved itself to be an engine that can simplify adoption, that can simplify and satisfy the rules of of regulators. It can help regulators in many ways to understand, to introduce explainability and to force democratic access to the digital means. And I think that we want to have, we should request and we should demand to have similar values being represented in the AI system. And I'm more than happy to hear what the others have to say on this space.
Thank you so much, Stefano. Next up, we have Peter Sehan, who's a senior policy manager at GitHub. And recently, among other things, he's done some very important writing on how to get regulation right for open source AI. So Peter, over to you, and please correct me if I said your name wrong.
Thanks, Arvind, for the invitation. While I try to, let's see if I can share my screen. I'm Peter Sheehan, a tricky last name, and work on policy matters at GitHub. So ongoing policy developments already on open foundation models and regulation of AI. Here, I want to cover a few of those trends and also some considerations to hopefully kickstart an interesting conversation. To ground us, I think it's helpful, and I really appreciate the way the workshop has kind of flowed in grounding us in open source software and some of the lessons that we can draw. If I were to summarize the kind of trends we see in open source software regulation and policy, could think of it as twofold. One, supporting maintainers, and second, really an emphasis on the regulation of use. Upstream developers are collaborating and building, maintaining open source software projects that have public benefit and constitute digital infrastructure. Mitchell this morning raised the helpful example of Firefox really drawing popular attention to open source. But it's important to emphasize that open source software predominantly is not a consumer-facing product, but rather kind of infrastructure underlying all of software. And so periodically we'll see surveys done. Symantec has some useful resources here, but the latest one finds is in 96% of code bases, and for a given code base, open source software constitutes over 3/4 of that code. So this is a huge amount of public benefit that's being created by folks from very different backgrounds, offering it as a public good online. And the policy approach really has been, how can we support the people that are making these contributions, and how can they help focus further on security and meeting public good needs. Instead of, say, dictating how they collaborate or the ways in which they build the software. Instead, risks around open source software tend to be focused, or the regulation thereof tend to focus on downstream use cases. So concretely, for a given code base, if it's 75%, say, open source software, 25% proprietary, the company or integrator that's packaging everything and then shipping it to a customer and making that commitment, they are the one who's liable for ensuring that 100% of the code base and its given use case is legal and lawful. Now, those lessons in terms of the upstream, downstream, and relative obligations and how we can support folks to constitute that public good face clear limitations when we're translating this to the context of AI. And I thought it was helpful this morning when Joelle was saying, analogies do us a lot of good, but we want to make sure we're not abusing them. So it's important to be clear for the discussion here, a few limitations, and calling out 3 here that I can dive into specific policy examples. So on the one hand, particularly large foundation models, downstream users might face, and often do face, limitations, particularly in compute and the ability to retrain a model from scratch, even if they were to have the data and training code to be able to truly reconstitute the model. They face that challenge and that bottleneck in access to compute. And so in practice, that has policymakers and others in the community raising their expectations for those upstream developers to do more and not to simply put the burden on downstream deployers. Second is this kind of concern of increasingly large models that demonstrate capabilities that we might call frontier. In advance of training, we may not understand the particular capabilities of a given model. And to understand those capabilities, it may require extensive evaluations. And so that may change the way that we think about release and downstream use. And third, a challenge is around misuse. A lot of the policy conversations have really been concerned about once a model is released, perhaps it could be made to run more efficiently and run locally in a way that cannot be observed, thus could be abused. And the question is, how can we ensure restrictions? I'll jump into that as well, but I want to kind of call out, we're not saying open source software policy should be something that is directly applicable, but we should certainly be learning from a lot of the norms that have led to the creation of a huge public good that is ubiquitous and extensive. So translating to some of the work that I've been doing for the past few years with GitHub and a number of collaborators, which we'll get into, is focused on the AI Act. Looking at some of the conversation in chat in the past session, I think we were honing in on a useful thing that legislators in the European Union, with the introduction of the AI Act in 2021, were similarly focused on, and that is risk-based approach. If we're thinking about deploying an AI system in a particular case that has high stakes, high consequences for folks, there is really a clear need for intense scrutiny. If it's going to determine my life opportunities in education, employment, or other cases. And so when the Commission proposed the AI Act in 2021, that was clearly the emphasis, to take a kind of risk-based approach using a product frame that would focus on upstream creators of some of these models, but ultimately the decision whether or not something would be placed on the market or put into service downstream is the anchor for regulation. It's worth emphasizing here that individual use is not something that's covered by the Act, and so that misuse piece isn't really addressed head-on with the AI Act. Two considerations to put on the table here. One is that we're entering the final negotiation of the AI Act, and there are 3 proposals that need to be ironed out into one final piece of legislation. And these proposals differ considerably on questions of open source and foundation models. The Parliament text, I think, benefits from the passage of time, frankly, and the development of the technology in the market, therefore. And so, expressly addresses foundation models as opposed to only end systems, which was initially considered. I mean, we can get into some of the details in discussion if that's of interest. As they've sort of looked up that value chain to AI components that are not fully systems, they've also recognized, thankfully, that also could invoke or impact open source developers that might be contributing, training code, a data set, or a model, but not have the full system that is then placed into service. And so the Parliament adopted a risk-based partial exemption for open source systems. It is worth noting that the final text, despite some back and forth and changes, does not exempt foundation models. So with all those developments, and can unpack that further, it led a lot of folks in the open community to kind of want to basically work with policymakers to help inform what's going on. It's quite clear that a lot of companies, particularly ones that are monetizing an API-based model for large language models and other AI systems, have done quite a good job explaining to EU and other policymakers how that value chain works, the affordances of an API approach. Policymakers have heard less on what the open value chain looks like. And so a group of organizations, including GitHub and a number of folks who are in the workshop, which has been fantastic to watch thus far, collaborated on a paper that I would really encourage you to go read if you have not, titled Supporting Open Source and Open Science in the AI Act. We make, in addition to explaining kind of the value chain and the affordances and benefits of open collaboration and open science, we ultimately make 5 recommendations, which I can get into further in discussion, but really to start things off, want to kind of lean into one, which is on foundation models. So understanding that there's clear kind of regulatory interest, we have tried to offer a tiered approach to foundation models. And really the objective here is a workable regulation for foundation models that are open and otherwise. So the idea is to look at a baseline of expectations within, for the interested folks out there, 28B article, 28B within the Parliament text, to say risk assessment and mitigation, documentation of risks that cannot be fully mitigated, data governance of suitability for the application, and intense or thorough technical documentation. That should be expected for all models, regardless of whether or not something's released open source or built by the community. And in practice, those things are achievable. In fact, you're looking at Luther AI and the great work that Stella and team have done. They really are leading on a lot of this thorough documentation of data sets and other pieces. And so we see this is something that the open community actually can comply with and should comply with, and really helps downstream providers make that informed decision of should they integrate a foundation model into their application and accept the risk of deploying that in a commercial setting or not. But understanding that there's political interest and need to do more, we make this case that further obligations that were outlined in 28B could be applied to either commercial foundation models or non-commercial open models that are to be deployed, but say above a particular threshold. This threshold conversation I know is controversial. And so ultimately in the text, we kind of ask the AI office, which is a body to be created under the Act, under the Parliament version, that would have consultations with a range of stakeholders, hopefully some folks on this call, to essentially help determine what that threshold should be. But the idea would be, in these cases, we would have heightened expectations of models, including on their performance across the life cycle, energy use, minimization and documentation, quality management, registration and maintenance of the documentation, among other things. I'm probably going a little bit long, so I'll try to run through things very briefly here, but recalling those three disanalogies or challenges, one being on the large foundation models, and then here on the frontier capabilities and the misuse. Those two are really top of mind, or in a lot of discussions in the United States. And I could go into a lot of depth. I'm sure a lot of folks have been following many different developments that are happening here in the States. I would offer a few, provocations for discussion. The White House voluntary AI commitments really focused on frontier models that have not been developed yet. A key question is, as those, and those are outlined in the idea that they're voluntary and will remain in place until legislation kind of imposes similar expectations in law. And so the question would be, if we're taking that frame, expecting that those things may one day be in legislation, will there be, or what kind of infrastructure can we think about building out to support open source and less resourced actors to meet those expectations in practice? I think we should be clear-eyed about the clear benefits of taking a lot of the steps in terms of security around unreleased model weights, thorough evaluation from external and internal audiences, and other expectations that are imposed in those commitments. But we should also be clear that we don't want, say, a double barrier of not only do actors need access to thorough compute to be able to train models, but now they also need access to quality management, risk mitigation, and other intense resources before they can train something that is an advanced model. So how can we support folks with infrastructure is one question. Another on the misuse worries is to offer a little bit of, clear-eyed perspective here. There's anxieties of what if somebody's running something locally? What if they're doing something bad? And I think it's helpful to really take the perspective of what is the counterfactual risk of a given model release here. If something's running locally, but it will be used to constitute harm, whether that be in a weapons making or other context, there will be a series of additional malicious steps that are taken. Those will be observable, whether that be interacting with another digital system on the internet or in the physical world. And if we look at the history of open source software and privacy preserving technologies, there are law enforcement steps to monitor other steps to bring criminals to justice. Similarly, the restrictions, in practice, models ship with restrictions today. And I think we heard a lot of interesting things, particularly from Peter this morning, about kind of further research that's being done in terms of heightening those restrictions and making them more difficult to undo. In practice, what they do is they limit the number of actors that can misuse these by raising the capability threshold required, the expertise required. And so, that is similar to risks that we've seen before in one case, and we can think about trying to essentially mitigate that through criminal law. Can dive into some examples and lessons from open source and say the Silk Road as an analogy in the discussion. And finally, kind of a concern around state actors. I think it's important to note that, like, what is the counterfactual impact here of withholding if state actors are already sufficiently well resourced with labs to do quite a bit of harm? We should really focus instead on thinking about open release in low stake settings, helping us learn as a society and build societal resilience to potential attacks from state actors in the future. In that, I'm really happy that we're having this workshop. I think it's helpful to embrace kind of community perspectives and help them, in addition to some leading companies and labs, inform regulation as it continues to emerge, an emphasis on not only the risks, but the benefits that are clear there, and we've heard throughout the day, on transparency, diversity, competition, and innovation, among many other things. When we're having these legislative conversations, it's very important, particularly when we're imposing expectations upstream on open source volunteers and otherwise, to be very precise about what are the risks we're trying to mitigate, how can we help these folks who might be less resourced to meet those expectations. And funding, ultimately, is going to be very helpful to understand thorough evaluations, monitoring capabilities for deployed models, research on some of the things that Roman was raising, not only on kind of the model development, but tools that can mitigate harm on deployed systems in the real world. And with that, I hope I've offered some things for jump into conversation. I'm looking forward to it. Thanks.
Thank you, Peter, for that enlightening talk. Next up, we have Corey Zarek, who is the Deputy Administrator of the U.S. Digital Service. She's in fact had a number of roles where she has looked at the intersection between government and open source software from various different perspectives. So I'm really looking forward to hearing from her.
I think you're muted.
I think I am. Hi, everyone. Hopefully you can see my screen. It is great to be here with you today. Thank you so much for the invitation. And I'm looking forward to continuing this conversation. It's been wonderful to hear from colleagues so far. So a little bit about why I'm here. I have a background in transparency, open government, and then technology and policy, and technology and implementation. And the team asked me to join today to talk a little bit about setting some context around open source in the US government. So I'm going to give a little bit of some history here and share some examples of how we in the US government have been using open source over time. But first, I am, as you heard, the Deputy Administrator of the US Digital Service, or USDS. We are an office out of the White House that uses design and technology to deliver better government services to the American public. We've been around for 9 years, and we have grown from a really small team here to more than 200 folks who come from all sorts of disciplines, technology and otherwise. We work with agencies all across the US government, more than 20 of them so far, to help keep our government serving the public across critical needs, helping to address some of the biggest challenges we face and ensure that programs and policies can be delivered well. So in 2016, the US government enacted a federal source code policy. This was meant to ensure that new custom developed federal source code could be made broadly available for reuse across the federal government. It was the first time, to our knowledge, that any country had put out a national policy addressing open source software, and it signaled to US agencies that they would need to update their own policies to be consistent with this new direction, and to update their acquisition language to ensure that as they purchase software, they would also have the right to share code and be able to make a portion of any newly developed code available publicly online at a new site they launched at the time called, I was here, called code.gov. We may know the US government spends billions of dollars on software every year. And so the goal of this policy has really been to share software code where it's appropriate and unlock the potential of federal software. So code.gov became the federal government's platform to share open source software, enabling reuse, increasing development, and hopefully decreasing spending, while really leveraging the open source community to increase the quality of our code. This effort is led now out of the U.S. General Services Administration, GSA, and over the years, Code.gov has convened a working group across the interagency. They hosted the first ever Federal Source Code Summit back in 2020, and has just been a space where folks can kind of trade notes, share their projects, and where any of us can go hunting around to see what sorts of projects and source code exists. Let me give a few examples of federal open source projects. One of the earliest agencies to strategically invest in open source software has been the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. CFPB is one of our newer agencies, so it's essentially born digital. Their e-regulations platform makes it's an online resource to be able to view and comment on proposed changes to federal regulations, make it easier to read and navigate and understand what the actual changes are. This platform originated at CFPB as open source software, and it has now scaled to a number of other agencies that also use it just to make it easier for anybody to find and comment on proposed changes to federal rules. They continue to iterate and improve upon it. It continues to be a great resource across the interagency. Another example, and one of my favorites, is a project out of the Department of Education called the College Scorecard. This was a project that started out, it was one of the first times we were actually able to deploy an API first project in government, and a great success story in that most families, students looking for info on college are not going to the US Department of Education website. We knew that. And so in seeking out some partners and working to build the bones of College Scorecard as open source software, we were able to ensure that the data that families and students need as they're making choices about higher education were widely available and accessible to any website that might use it. So all of these publicly available data points are now available across a variety of resources. And so the rollout of this back in, I think, 2015 was really exciting because we got to partner with all sorts of other organizations and groups that help families navigate getting to college. Another example, the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services actually recently has adopted its own open source policy and has one of the most robust programs on open source software across the federal government. One of our early projects in government in open source, again, is the Blue Button project. This is where individuals can choose to share their Medicare data with third parties. It's used by health insurance organizations, healthcare startups, researchers, and it helps to improve the accuracy and efficiency of the data over manual data entry. Leads to better service recommendations, better patient outcomes, better outcomes overall. CMS has a robust open source practice, as I mentioned. They have hundreds of code repositories, thousands of contributors, millions of lines of code, all available on their GitHub site, which you can find here. And then I should mention, whenever possible, we at the US Digital Service work with our partners to write into our contracts that software developed under that contract should default to open source. This ensures that this also includes ensuring that any sensitive data are not present in the open source code, of course, and are stored properly in encrypted credential management systems. One of our resources at USDS is a site called the TechFAR Hub, FAR, Federal Acquisition Regulation. So we kind of hacked the federal acquisition regulation for technology purchasing, and the TechFAR Hub is a fantastic resource where folks who are looking to buy software or anything can take some of our cheat codes, essentially, including model language around open source and other things. I am sharing here an example of one of those projects where we had worked with the CDC to write open source into that contract for this product called Report Stream, which is a tool to help track and share COVID testing data between facilities and public health departments. So that's one of the examples where we put it in the contract, and there are many more. So I focused on some recent history here, including dating back to 2016 when the federal source code policy launched, but this fuzzy little timeline that's probably too small on your screen shows more than 20 years of investments and support for open source software and examples of open source in federal government. And some of the projects I've mentioned date back to some of those earlier years. One of the agencies that has also over decades really done a lot of robust investment in open source software is the Department of Defense. Back in 2003, a study by MITRE, the organization MITRE, examined the use of open source software at DoD, noting that it plays a more critical role in the DoD than has been generally recognized 20 years ago, and highlighted that security is one of the areas most heavily using open source software at the time. So that was an interesting revelation, 20 years back. DoD's prevalence of open source software has been especially helpful since there is a common concern in the federal space that open source software is less secure. DoD's 2022 guidance there on the right-hand side also came out with some really strong guiding language around an adopt by create policy for the department as they were approaching software. And directly encourages DoD employees and contractors to contribute to open source software through the course of their work at DoD, which is a nice signal. We also have, I should mention, out right now, an RFI by our friends at the Office of the National Cyber Director and the National Science Foundation and others on the topic of open source software and security. It's open through October 9th if commenting on RFIs is your jam. And I should also mention, I've given a bunch of examples here of what we've been up to in the federal space over the last however many years on open source. Here's a photo of one of my colleagues, Alvin Salehi, who really championed our federal source code policy, giving a talk about it at the Open Government Partnership meeting back in 2016. You may be familiar with the Open Government Partnership. It's 70-some countries around the world, all working to increase accountability and transparency and civic participation in their governments. And that has been a fantastic platform for the US government and all of our agency partners to engage with our colleagues around the world and to learn how they are deploying open source software and all sorts of other things. We've been partnered up and trading notes with colleagues in Germany and Netherlands and city of Quebec on various open source elements as well. And of course, we also trade notes with plenty of groups in civil society and beyond. It's been great to see so many of those orgs represented here today. I got to spend some time myself at the Mozilla Foundation, working with Mitchell and others on examining open source in the public sector when I was a fellow there a few years back. So I'll wrap up here. I'm looking forward to the conversation with this group and to some great questions. I also should mention we have slightly different rules when it comes to Zoom here at the White House, so I can't see the chat. So I will rely on some of our colleagues and our moderator if there's anything I should be seeing in the chat. Thanks.
Thank you, Corey. That was a very helpful stage setting. I have to say the phrase deployed an API first project in the US government was very musical to hear, and I can only imagine how hard that was back in 2015. So closing out our speakers before we jump into the discussion part of this panel is Daniel Ho, who's a professor of law and political science and computer science at Stanford, and he has advised many high-level policymakers on questions relating to AI. So let's hear from him.
Well, thanks so much for that introduction, Arvind, and thank you and Sayash and Percy and Rishi for putting together what I think is just an incredibly timely workshop. Just one brief story that relates, I think, to this. What Corey just mentioned is I direct the Stanford Reg Lab, which partners with government agencies on a pro bono basis around public interest technology demonstration projects. And at one point of time, we were negotiating a cooperative research and development agreement between a large federal agency. And there was a ton of time spent by lawyers on both the Stanford side and on the agency side negotiating around various IP clauses. And only after several lengthy phone calls when the EPA principal and I decided, you know what, it would be a heck of a lot easier if we just said everything was going to be done open source. And that cut out many, many hours of legal review time and actually shortened the agreement by about 50%. So I think the getting the kind of government technology side right, I think is just absolutely critical. So thank you for the important work that you're doing, Corey. I'm going to make 5 points here. One is going to be about the current context of the harms that folks are worried about. The second will be a little bit of a flavor of the legislative context of the debate we're having. Third, I'll talk a little bit about some of the two dominant proposals that I think have real implications for open foundation models, registration and licensing. Fourth, I'll talk about some of the potential unintended effects, and then close with what I think might be a more affirmative path forward. So as Peter already noted, one of the big sort of anxieties currently is around the emergent risks and high uncertainty around potential harms. That, I think, is what's driving much of the policy conversation right now. And I think Peter had it exactly right, which is that the crisp question that we should be asking as a community is whether regulation is necessary given the marginal risk of foundation models relative to the counterfactual. And then for this workshop, the even sharper version of the question is whether there's something unique that needs to be done with open foundation models to really do something unique there. The two things that have gotten a lot of traction and a lot of public attention, for instance, are the concerns around the use of open foundation models for deepfakes, or in recent weeks, questions around bioweapons and the use of foundation models to generate such catastrophic risk. I think there's a fundamental informational challenge in the sense that we don't know enough to really ground those kinds of marginal risk assessments. That's why much of what's been talked about at this workshop in terms of auditing and red teaming by Raman and Zico is so critical. And I'll just give one example, which is that one paper that has gotten a fair bit of attention by policymakers recently is the paper coming out of MIT that reported from undergraduates who spent an hour with large language models, seeming to suggest that you could actually extract information to be able to create and manufacture bioweapons. I think there are lots of things to say about the role of a paper like this. I'll say just a quick number of things that illustrate, I think, the challenge, the evidentiary challenge. One is that much of that information could also be found in Wikipedia. There's a National Academies of Sciences report that actually documents much more by way of the structural vulnerabilities. As Peter noted, really what it seems to suggest is weaknesses in conventional controls of manufacturing of these kinds of weapons, particularly in terms of laboratories you could go to and the like. Maybe the last point on that is it's not at all clear that we should be focusing on foundation models in that context. The one peer-reviewed published paper on the discovery of toxic chemical compounds actually uses an LSTM, much smaller capacity model to actually do that kind of discovery. I think that's point number one. Point number two is just to give you a flavor of the kind of legislative context in the US right now. Joelle and Melanie spoke really eloquently about kind of Meta's efforts. But Meta, of course, has been kind of in the hot seat around exactly this debate of open foundation models. So Senators Blumenthal and Hawley wrote a letter after the llama weights were leaked. And I'll just read you an excerpt of the claim in that letter, quote, "At least at this stage of technology's development, centralized AI models can be more effectively updated and controlled to prevent and respond to abuse compared to open source AI models," end quote. And that's really, I think, something that this community has to wrestle with, is that particular perception of the unique risks having to do with open foundation models. There's, of course, an alternative account that sounds more in political economy, which is that the release of Llama 2 may have threatened the business model of certain players, and that the current calls for regulation are in a sense a form of rent-seeking, much like what Mitchell talked to us about early in the morning, where there were large incumbent players calling open source various monikers, from a cancer on innovation, a form of communism, and simply un-American. Third point is that the kinds of legislative proposals that are getting a lot of traction and attention these days are registration and licensing. And I want to be clear here about terminology, because we had the open rail discussion earlier in the workshop. When Senators Blumenthal and Hawley are talking about licensing, what they are talking about is a public license that would be issued for someone to develop or operate or deploy a large foundation model. So it's not to be confused with kind of the open rail license context that enables a form of private enforcement for misuse of these models. As Peter noted, there's a whole debate around whether the proposals that usually have a threshold of, any model above GPT-4 in terms of number of parameters or compute time should be subject to this license. Lots of critiques around that. The technology improves over time, so you can get the same capacity with fewer parameters, less compute. What do you do around gaming of these thresholds? Look no further than the thresholds for export controls of GPU chips to be exported abroad, and NVIDIA manufactures a custom chip simply to be able to get around that and be able to export to the PRC. What do you do with fine-tuning of these models? And FDA right now is a kind of good bellwether for this, because FDA has already approved 500 AI medical devices, and they're having to formulate some policy around what you do when you do fine-tuning and domain adaptation around these computer vision models. And that raises some really thorny policy challenges with these kinds of thresholds. Fourth point is really about the unintended consequences. And let me kind of give you one example, really from a term that comes out of the open rail license, but I think can be replicated in public regulation. So one of the terms in the open rail, or one version of a kind of rail license is, quote, you agree not to use the model or derivatives of the model in any way that violates any applicable national, federal, state, local, or international law or regulation. That might seem benign, but it's actually quite challenging in operation. And I'll give you one example, actually close to home, of what happened at Stanford when there was some work coming out of the political science department that got some blowback for violating a state election law. And what happened after that was the internal research rules around the IRB were revised to say any work relating to elections is going to be subject to additional review for all legal compliance of international, national, and state law by the Office of General Counsel at Stanford, which basically meant that vast parts of election research coming out of our political science department were stopped dead in the tracks right around the time that actually much of that work was really needed. And that led to an internal report actually at Stanford, really talking about how we can overstep in terms of the legal review here, concluding, quote, OGC has no role in vetting proposed research when lawyers may really not have necessarily the greatest understanding of the research enterprise. Last point to kick off the discussion is, I started off by kind of motivating by the kinds of concerns about emergent risks. And I would say the policy landscape is in such flux right now because there are vastly different conceptions about what harms we should be most concerned about with foundation models. So two quick examples. If you're worried primarily about the potential for bias and discrimination, probably the history of discovery of these kinds of risks in AI systems really mitigates towards a more open ecosystem. But what's animating a lot of the legislative discussion right now is concerns about catastrophic risk. And that's where a lot of the push towards a more closed ecosystem has been coming from in terms of the current legislative debate. The huge problem, of course, is that there's a pretty significant information asymmetry. The folks that are on Capitol Hill likely to be shaping this policy actually may know much less than folks who are part of this workshop. And I think, as the chat has mentioned, there are real uncertainties even basically about the use cases of where foundation models are being deployed. And so one regulatory proposal that I've come around towards really is something coupled with the kind of auditing and red teaming that Rahman mentioned, but really to help us reduce those information asymmetries. That is a form of adverse event reporting to actually understand where the emergent risks are. Thanks, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you for those wonderful talks. I feel like I learned a lot. We have a little over half an hour for a discussion. Let me kick it off with some questions. I see some questions coming in the chat as well. Yes, I joined the commenters in the chat, appreciating the talks. Let me start with Stefano. I'm curious to hear, you had this efforts 25 years ago to come up with the open source definition, and now you're leading an effort to define open source AI. And wanted to hear about the similarities and differences. So what can we learn from the past? At the same time, how are things different this time around? And how are you thinking about the risks and benefits?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because the open source definition, as I mentioned, came out of the practice of others. Like it was already somewhat established already in the market. There was already the Debian free software guidelines, and the open source definition it's basically that. Someone already thought about how we're going to do it. There was already a community of practice. Now, the interesting thing is that the main difference that I see this time around on applying to the AI space is the speed at which everything is moving. It's absolutely mind-blowing to me. There is an incredible amount of fear, and others have mentioned this before. There is anxiety, regulation that is coming much faster than at AI systems than it came to software. So what can we? Well, the lessons learned to me is a lot has to do with listening to the practitioners and thinking about the field, what's happening in the field, right? What are the values that we want to have represented? Because open source has been, Peter has mentioned it's everywhere. And the reason why it has become so popular, and Dan also mentioned that from the practice of course, is that it simplifies things. It simplifies software procurement, it simplifies simplifies development, gives a lot of advantages that without which we would have not had, most likely we would have not had the tremendous progress of computer science. I think the two are tightly coupled and intertwined. So what I think we should be really thinking in terms of defining open source AI is to be thinking about the values. There is a very simple rule, the golden rule it's called in the GNU manifesto. It says that if I like a program, I need to be able to share it with others who like it. And that simple principle, I think, we want to apply to AI systems. If we want to be able to share that without those systems and components without having to ask for permissions to the licensors. That is the trigger that I think we need to enable. But how to find it and how to apply this to AI systems is going to be quite complicated, because if everything that is applied to software, like computer systems, computer operating systems, and up to the applications, all of those components, they follow pretty much the same rules. Copyright is applied as a basic legal framework. When it comes to AI systems, instead, there is a lot more complexity. Copyright is only a tiny fraction of everything else. And the global legal frameworks are also complicated. So we really need to convene, and that's what we're doing at the Open Source Initiative. We're convening minds from different stakeholders with different interests, different competencies, and putting them in a room for months and trying to come up with those principles that we want to apply.
Thank you, Stefano. So I'm trying to think about Corey's talk in relation to some of the other talks, particularly Peter's and Dan's. Corey spoke a lot about the progress that's been made in procurement and acquisition when it comes to open source software in the government. And the other talks were a lot about some of the fear and risks that are driving policymakers' attention when it comes to policy around open source AI itself. So how strong is the connection? Is there a connection? In other words, can changing how procurement works when it comes to open source and open source AI in particular, in turn, change the overall position, attitude of the U.S. government when it comes to policy making around open source AI? And can it go further than that? Can the procurement behavior further change behavior in the commercial sector? So very curious about all those links for anyone who wants to take that up.
I feel like I have to pounce on this one at some point. So I'll jump in and I'll note, we, especially as our teams at the U.S. Digital Service, work really hard across the interagency to get language about open source into our acquisitions, into our procurement contracts. And yet it is a small fraction, I am sure, of the billions and billions of dollars that the U.S. government spends each year on technology products and services, and that is just kind of where we are at this stage, some decades in. And so if I were to take your question and sort of think about how might that apply in the scenario you raised, I imagine it would probably be pretty similar. It will be a slow-moving process, and yet one where we will have some first movers like we have really lean in and say, this is a direction we want to move in, and we see all the upside and we see all the value, and we will ensure that it is as safe and secure as possible and trustworthy, and aim to mitigate risk, just as we do with open source software generally. But it will probably be quite a process, and I wouldn't imagine that there will be some sort of quick cutover. Even taking a look over time at the federal source code policy, that's 7 years back now. There's a tracker on code.gov kind of tracking agency progress, and as is often the case, these things move a little bit slowly when it comes to actual implementation. So I am hopeful that we will have such a strong community of proponents like the folks here coming together to push us in these directions, and lawmakers across town who will also be supportive of such things. But I think we should also be realistic that this type of change takes time.
If I could jump in here, I guess I want to answer the question, which is a terrific one, on two levels. One is just at the level of generality of furthering responsible AI. I think the federal government and procurement has an enormous role to play. The federal government and state governments are going to be some of the largest purchasers of AI systems, and that is a really big lever. In 2022, I think, according to the AI index, the federal government spent, I think, $3.5 billion on AI-related procurements. That's a 2.5-fold increase since 2017. So procurement has a really big role to play. There's some real structural challenges under the federal acquisition regulation, which has as its kind of model the idea that you're procuring a kind of fixed system for some period of time. And so it's structured essentially to spell out all of the requirements ex ante, and then the vendors compete primarily based on kind of cost. And that does not work particularly well for AI systems. And I think there's a lot of work to be done of how to update the federal acquisition regulation, or how to implement it in a way that really allows you to do the kind of risk assessment, performance evaluation of AI systems as they're being developed and deployed in a particular domain. So that's kind of one version of the answer. The other is that, of course, the other structural challenge that many agencies have faced, and I think this is why Corey's work is so important, is that when an agency like Customs and Border Protection procured biometric scanning technology, they saw these signs of pretty significant errors correlated with demographic groups. And one of the challenges that they had is in trying to actually get the vendor to disclose where these errors were coming from. The vendor said, no, this is a trade secret. We can't tell you anything about where these errors are coming from. And so I think that is one of those places where greater transparency requirements have a really potentially important role to play.
Jump in as well. I mean, procurement, we're thinking about sort of the downstream offering of the software. I think it's interesting to consider some interventions with resources of the government in the purse in the upstream piece, whether that be funding government developers to contribute directly to software projects, or to contribute funds to maintainers so that they can dedicate more time or have access to security audits and the like. The German Sovereign Tech Fund is a great example of this, targeting open source software that need not be serving German people generally, but the world writ large. What would be similar kind of analogies to consider in the AI context? What interventions upstream can the government do to meet the needs of constrained volunteers or open contributors? The first thing that comes to mind clearly is compute. And so we've heard a bit about Bloom earlier in the day from Yassine. That's a great example where the French government stepped up and was able to offer a government-run supercomputer to help train that. What other resources might the government try to leverage upstream to help responsible AI development before it comes time to offer it on the market would be another approach that I would offer for discussion.
One proposed intervention that is now was introduced in a bipartisan fashion is the National AI Research Resource, which is exactly trying to provide compute and data infrastructure to provide access to a greater number of individuals to actually potentially be able to train and test these kinds of models. That's now being considered. I think one of the interesting policy questions then that arises is, given that it is federally it would be federally subsidized compute and infrastructure, what would the right conditions be for the government for anything that is developed using that infrastructure? To what extent should that code be made available? The other example of this, next to the French example, is that the Japanese government also invested in creating a Japanese large language model based on the perception that conventional language models were just not getting the subtlety of the Japanese language. And so the government worked together, I think, on the Fugaku system, which is one of the world's fastest supercomputers, really, to be able to train that kind of a model as a public resource.
I'm so happy that you raised NAIR. Sorry, just to continue the thought, I offered kind of a worry of looking forward that we have compute as a barrier and also thinking about kind of evaluations and pre-release security expectations on, say, larger and larger models as perhaps another restriction or bottleneck or challenge for non-resourced actors. And so if we can take the frame of NAIR, that's great development in terms of consideration in the US. What other steps can be taken as conversations happen in DC around raising expectations of pre-evaluation to support less resource actors to take a similarly safe approach, whether that be, NIST test beds, but offering them for folks who are not operating in a corporate context to help them prior to release or otherwise. But I think that frame of how can government resources be intervened upstream to help with secure release would be another extension.
How about the also, reducing the liability of those who decide to share the source of their data, for example? Because I'm starting to feel like the open foundation models or open models in general, the ones who tend to disclose where they have acquired their data and how their data set up and composed, etc., have a little bit of a disadvantage when it comes to, they're exposed to lawsuits or DMCA, Digital Millennium Copyright Act take down the requests just because they say, hey, look, we accumulated all this data taken from any source we could find, while the models who kept everything secret kind of like, they're shielded by lawsuits that need to be, informed.
Thank you. Yes, all of those great thoughts. I have lots more questions, but let me go to a question from Kevin Bankston in the chat on a very different topic, the First Amendment. So what are the potential free expression and First Amendment issues with regulations that require registration or licensing or assessment of open source language models and mitigation of speech-based harms, or regulations that require transparency around these things? And he points to net choice and other recent legal injunctions and decisions, etc.
Well, there was a lot in that question. Let me try to take a first stab, and others should feel free to chime in. I don't know the case that just came out of California, but broadly speaking, there's this kind of challenge of if you sort of require more data protections and data collection to actually occur to meet children's safety online, for instance, the kind of broad macro concern is that those steps that you require platforms to take may also in turn chill speech. We see similar kinds of trade-offs, for instance, in terms of informational privacy and bias mitigation. In some work with Jen King and led by some students, we showed how the data minimization practices of the federal government that exist under the Privacy Act of 1974 that prevent the collection of race and ethnicity in a lot of contexts and make it really difficult to link to the census has actually meant that the vast majority of agencies have had a really hard time even doing bias detection because an agency like the IRS doesn't collect information about race and ethnicity. So when we work with the IRS, we have to spend a heck of a lot of time actually figuring out a framework of how to actually enable you to do that. So I think we often in policy discussions, have these proposals that say AI should be safe, effective, privacy protecting, unbiased, and the like. And I think, there are these really challenging trade-offs that we often have to navigate. I'll let others chime in. I'll just briefly say that obviously one of the big questions with all of these kinds of proposals for licensing, registration, and the like is the differential impacts they can have across folks in the ecosystems. This is sort of why I gave the example of the Stanford Compliance Office. If you have really onerous registration requirements that require you to disclose 20 different things. And I think Rishi's done some really fantastic work on kind of the EU AI Act and the requirements on foundation models. There is a possibility that it would mean that any PhD student at Stanford who wants to actually interrogate a model like this would have to get pre-approval from an internal compliance office, go through a lot of steps, and that could really reduce the amount of functional auditing and oversight that we see of these kinds of models. And that I think is that kind of potential distributive effect is a real concern.
Great, thank you. Another question from the chat. There are tens of thousands of governments across the US. They also deal with questions of procurement, outsourcing, budgets, civil service expertise, use of AI, et cetera. What are your thoughts on how and to what extent the ideas you've been talking about extend to these sub-federal governments as well?
So one of the things that we have just seen as a trend line over time is municipal governments, county governments, they're usually some of the first movers in these spaces. They are smaller, they are more nimble, they can try things out, and sometimes they have to be a little scrappier because they do not necessarily have the resources and sometimes the same red tape that we do in other parts of government. So I would, I think we should be watching that space. I would be keeping our eyes on what's happening in the many municipalities and county governments around the US to see who are some of these first movers who we can learn from as some of the larger and sometimes more slow moving parts of governments come together. So I think another note I would make would call out is I think one of the great things that we can do in the federal government in a place like the White House is to really be the convener. And again, we do this kind of across all sorts of different topics and themes, and this being one of them, where we can bring folks together to share what's working and compare notes and lift up some of those best practices so that we are not in these thousands and thousands of jurisdictions all going it alone and reinventing the wheel each time. Some of the resources that we have put out into the world on various topics that can relate here. So like the Tech FAR Hub I mentioned, the federal acquisition regulation kind of guide we put out to call out the different considerations as you're buying software and technology products. As Dan notes, the actual federal acquisition regulation is not super useful as written when you're thinking about software versus say like a battleship. But that resource is a good guide that we know state and local governments use. And so I'm imagining so much more that we can be doing with that federal convening power to lift up some of those practices.
I think that's exactly right. And I'll just give one example to illustrate what Corey is mentioning is the city of San Jose built out its own AI inventory and actually has much more flexible procurement authority. So it can do what federal agencies cannot, which is it just engages in a back and forth with potential vendors, which is actually like there are very strict prohibitions on that in the federal context, which has actually made it really hard to move an AI product through the procurement process. There was one federal agency that did sort of managed to do this in part because it was a procurement process that had moved to a sole source posture, which means there's only one vendor. And so they were able to have a series of conversations. And basically what the particular individual at the agency found was the first answer given by the vendor was always, well, we've got all these ethical principles and we're abiding by them. And it was really the person who'd written like the PR language on the website. And it was only after this person who was actually more technical in orientation said, I really want to talk to your engineers and understand what you've built out, that they really learned more about what they needed to watch out for with this particular system. And so I think there are ways actually for the federal government to learn from localities that oftentimes have much more going on by way of experimentation around these kinds of processes.
Great. Yeah, very cool. Another question. This is from Avia Skoran, and they ask, questions surrounding the training data are important to the politics of foundation models, as we heard in Yassine's talk today, for instance. Is there opportunity for meaningful interventions, such as a NAIR-sponsored data sets for researchers, and how to reconcile the potentially conflicting interests of different stakeholders? And they also say that maybe government action is not the answer, and they're curious to hear what the panelists' views are.
I can speak a little bit to the. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah,
Steph.
please. No, I just wanted to mention the digital copyright reform that Europe announced or did last couple of years ago, and they introduced a new right, the right to data mining, and I think Japan is going into similar directions where they want to change a little bit how copyright works in order to enable researchers and at least for nonprofit uses to allow for, give a special exception for accumulating data without having to ask for permissions to any copyright holders. But that's probably one of the steps that governments can do.
Yeah, I should clarify that actually the NAIR proposal is both for data and compute. And the sort of blueprint for the NAIR is that, those are really two of the big bottlenecks right now when you're talking about large scale models. And the idea of the NAIR is actually to figure out how to sequence a series of kind of federal administrative data sets subject to kind of tiered access to enable building models off of these. One of the concerns more broadly has been that so much of the innovation is being driven by private sector data sets. Peter Henderson has a really nice paper that he led that's called Beyond Ads. Let's think a little bit more about these socially useful applications. And so I think one example of that is when the US Geological Service went from charging for $200, I think, per image tile to making Landsat imagery available for free. And if you can couple that kind of data on something like the NAIR, one estimate is that just that decision with Landsat generated an annual economic benefit of, I think, $3 to $4 billion. And we learned a heck of a lot about climate and the environment through that decision by the US Geological Service. So there is a data component to the NAIR.
Thank you. Very interesting. Can I ask a question to Peter about GitHub and Microsoft? How does the stance on some of these questions differ between the two companies, and how has that changed over the last year with all the new developments, starting with the release of ChatGPT? To the extent that you're able to answer that.
Sure. And I guess, like, as the industry representative, I can kind of take the perspective of how has industry generally responded to the last kind of events of the last few years. But to kind of tackle, I guess, the piece directly on the relationship with Microsoft, GitHub is a subsidiary of Microsoft. We represent the interests of our 100 million plus software developers around the world. and so tend to take positions that don't necessarily reflect Microsoft's positions. However, I think in this case, we've worked kind of closely to see and inform some of the work that Microsoft is doing, in particular on the AI Act, and have been able to bring some of the perspectives to bear there. I think generally, if you look at the history of the AI Act when it was proposed in 2021, kind of pretty narrowly tailored to high-risk cases. Over time, we had the council text come out of the general purpose AI systems, and that would have been finally adopted in December of 2022, which benefited from kind of that initial proliferation of some of these more interesting models like DALL-E, and then a stable diffusion in the open source or open broadly interpreted context. And there, initially as the general purpose AI system conversation began, and then into the foundation models, I think there was a little bit of apprehension from industry of that shift away from kind of critical decisions where it has high stakes to a much broader interpretation. But we've seen over the past couple of years huge adoption by the public of many AI systems, and so I think a conversation that was once seen as something that's coming in the future and might need to take a bit of a slower regulatory approach, certainly understand the political need to move faster on regulation, and so we've seen a number of companies, GitHub included, leaning in to help inform that policy happening in the EU and elsewhere. As that happens, I have seen a number of remarks, and I kind of take with optimism, there is an understanding from industry of a need for a proportional approach. Many companies understand that they have a huge legal department and are able to comply in a way that small and medium enterprise, startups, open source contributors, and nonprofits do not. And so we've seen some of those conversations raised on the Hill in the very early stages of this policymaking process in the United States, and concretely in policy documents and interventions in the AI Act. And so in the context of that open source exemption, for example, there's pretty wide industry support for better tailoring expectations of AI systems when it comes to open source and foundation models when it comes to open source, heading into that final negotiation that is now ongoing in Brussels. In the US context, of course, devil will be in the details as we get into actual legislative text, but I'm optimistic that that same kind of understanding of proportionality will continue. Of course, we'll need as a community to make sure that we voice the needs of open source and smaller resourced actors to make sure that they can comply with things ultimately and avoid what we might have been hearing around a, quote, ladder pull.
Got it. Thank you, Peter. Here's another question from the chat. I think this one might be from YouTube. I'm not sure. It's from Inyoung Chung. Question for Dan. Is public license different from licensing of radio stations? Is the public license more similar to Creative Commons license than to administrative regulation?
Yeah, I think this goes back to what I tried to clarify in terms of the terminology, which is that we're using licenses in sort of different ways here. The legislative proposal is really about a public license to be able to develop, operate, or deploy a generative AI model. That's been the focus of like Senators Blumenthal and Hawley, which is I think probably the closer analogy is, as the questioner asked, about the kinds of licenses that were granted to operate on the radio spectrum or for a railroad or the like, not the kind of private licensing that operates through something like the Open Rail license, where a private developer licenses something through an Open Rail license, and then if the terms are violated, in principle, you could have a private action between those parties saying that there's a violation of the Open Rail license terms. So I hope that clarifies. I know it's a little bit confusing, the sort of multiple uses of the word license in this space.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for clarifying the terminological confusion. There's actually a question from Rishi, and I want to see if he just wants to ask it himself.
Sure. Thanks, Robin. I think one thing that's come up somewhere throughout all of the discussions, especially in this session, and so I wanted to really foreground it, is this topic of liability. Dan brought it up in his remarks. And to me, it seems like a really core linchpin in thinking about this for two reasons. first, for foundation models, because they serve this sort of intermediary role as components, it seems like there's the question of who will take on this liability. And as William said in the workshop's first panel, what we definitely don't want is nobody having responsibility when harm happens, because it's unclear. And so it's also unclear how this will be resolved on the policy side, both in the US, where we see liability come up in, as Dan mentioned, the proposals from Senators Blumenthal and Hawley, in the EU, in the discussions of the AI liability directive that'll follow the AI Act. So it seems important for foundation models. And then it seems further important for open foundation models, because we might worry that certain versions of liability will suppress open foundation models, because if liability is addressed to those upstream, that might create a sort of unbounded sort of exposure to liability for these open foundation model developers. So what I want to ask is, what do we think about this? What are good ways or analogies to how we might envision liability for open foundation models, or just foundation models in general, especially as to not suppress the open part of the ecosystem?
Well, I think that there is a very interesting definition of that boundary in the comments that the open source initiative and other groups in the open source world have been giving to the European Union around the Cyber Resilience Act. And the main, I mean, to summarize it, it's basically the responsibility of when software or systems go into deployment, right? Not during the development phase. It's where when something becomes a product, then the responsibility is whoever has deployed that system. And I agree with you. There shouldn't be any free card to say, hey, meh, not my fault, right? This thing broke. It's someone else's problem to fix. Those days, I think we have to leave behind for sure. The other thing that I really think we need to be careful with is not to treat the open foundation model any different from foundation models that are closed. I think that the whatever rules and principles we want to apply, they need to apply generally to all of these systems, because we don't want to put one at a disadvantage or the other.
I'll chime in there, and I have had a conversation with some folks who are so concerned about all of the emergent risks that the tendency is actually to try to put a lot more in terms of liability on the developers of foundation models, to the extent that I've had serious conversations with people who wanted a form of quote unquote strict liability, which is liability regardless of what your intent or sort of knowledge of downstream consequences might be. And I think strict liability in the foundation model context, when you just cannot possibly anticipate a whole bunch of downstream use cases, I think would have a pretty profound impact on the innovation ecosystem. And maybe let me build on what Steph said in the context of the EU AI Act and give you a virtuous version of like having liability really hinge on the deployment context. But then let me also give you the counterexample to it. The virtuous example is that it would make sense, for instance, for the deployer to when procuring a foundation model or using a foundation model, if it's a commercial actor, to negotiate for representations and warranties that, hey, you've done your diligence to ensure that it's going to be okay to deploy this in this particular hospital setting, and that then either the commercial entity can't provide that, in which case the transaction won't happen, which is great, or they'll be incentivized in order to move into that market space to actually take all those precautions. That's the kind of virtuous version of it. The not virtuous version of it is that, of course, right now, that kind of like arm's length bargaining does not happen in most situations. Most of this kind of gets resolved through the default terms of service. And so you get a whole bunch of kind of deployment settings where no one may really know much or at least anticipate some of these downstream risks. Now, of course, you can still say, there, if it's the hospital using the model irresponsibly, the liability falls on the hospital. But I think those are some of the really interesting questions that I think a lot of courts are going to have to figure out how to sort out and divide and allocate liability.
We're almost at time, so I want to give all the panelists an opportunity to say some closing words, or perhaps if there are things that were on your mind but we didn't have a chance to get to. And after that, we will go to closing remarks for the workshop.
Well, I'll just use the opportunity to remind people that the Open Source Initiative is an organization that lives on its members. You can become a member and support the work that we do, so that we have a little bit more variety in our conversations we have with policymakers.
Some off-the-cuff reactions, I guess. Heard this phrase thrown around a lot, but I think it's worth kind of mentioning here today that we in some ways find ourselves at this mosaic moment, like maybe 1993, in the context of suddenly browsers are relevant to everybody and large language models are relevant to everybody. Imagine the counterfactual where risks posed by open source software and the proliferation of strong cryptography were preemptively locked down because of any number of worries at that time. What would we have foregone today? Quite a bit. And I think it's important to ground conversations on policy, yes, on the risks. And I think we've dedicated a lot of time today, and I certainly wanted to emphasize that in my initial remarks. But we need to also think about the benefits and where we can find ourselves in the future. That helps be clear-eyed about being very precise about what are those risks, what is the counterfactual and the marginal risk of an open foundation model being released when we're looking on imposing expectations that are not on the deployer, as we've traditionally seen, but upstream on folks that are making models available, perhaps as volunteers or otherwise.
And I'll jump in and note that as we watch the policymakers on Capitol Hill take on these topics, we have a small and growing legion of technologists who are working in those spaces, and we can look to them and should be heartened a bit that we have folks serving as fellows in a number of congressional offices through programs like Tech Congress, that we have seen the House of Representatives launch its own digital service, that we're seeing more technologists and folks with these backgrounds and skill sets there working with lawmakers to advise them as we approach the policy making that we know will come.
And I just want to close by thanking Arvind, Percy, Rishi, and Sayash for hosting this group, because I think it's such an important conversation. I do think it is a really pivotal moment, given the kind of conversation we're having right now that could have pretty significant implications for the openness of this innovation ecosystem. And I guess I would say that part of the responsibility of a research community is really to engage. And when we see these claims being made of certain emergent risks, to really help inform and get to answering that question of, what is the marginal risk of foundation models, and what is the marginal risk of open foundation models, or the marginal benefit? And that's the key thing really to inform and ensure that this policy dialogue is really grounded.
Wonderful. We'll close on that note. Thank you so much to all our speakers. Really enjoyed it. And throughout the day, I believe Rishi and Sayash have a few closing remarks for the day.
Great. So as Arvind mentioned, I think the workshop has been great. And so I just wanted to give a sort of overview of very quickly, all of the different things we covered. I think, we went from principles into practices into policy. We really covered a lot in the workshop. And I think it's been enormously beneficial for myself, and I hope for all of us, to understand what's going on. I think we were very excited to see, sort of in the spirit of what Dan mentioned, the engagement with this. We had over, I think, 900 people register and over 300 attend. And I especially want to thank our 13 experts today for all of their expertise on all of these different topics. I think Sayash will say some things about what you can expect next, and especially how we can keep this work moving forward.
Yeah, once again, thank you so much for everyone who showed up and for everyone who stayed for the entirety of the 6-hour+ workshop. So 3 things that we plan to do going forward. I'm putting something in the chat. So we'll have recorded videos for all of these sessions available on our workshop website. You should expect that pretty soon. Early next week, we're planning to put out like a brief explainer / recap of what happened in the workshop. And then finally, we would be very excited to hear what went right, what went wrong. I think, as Dan just mentioned, I think this kind of engagement is really meaningful to all of us, and it would be great to know what we could have done better. So on that note, thank you so much once again for everyone who attended, and I hope to see you all engaged on this topic.